He was reborn in this era. He is definitely Lex, a man born into a normal rural family. They all might think, how can a child speak in such a high tone? It's all because he has been reincarnated. This means he has been reincarnated and born again. He was a hero in his past life, defeating everyone, both enemies and demons, with the strongest sword of that time. And he is immortal, born again like this. Why can he say that again? The reason is quite simple. It's because he has been reincarnated for the second time. He was also a wise man in his previous life and could use any type of magic that he didn't use before. He don't know why people started calling him a wise man back then, but despite that fact, he received a lot of praise when he was a wise man and a hero. He always had many different problems in different places. He will now live a peaceful and normal life in this world. The title of being a wise man and a hero that he had in the past is long gone, but that's okay because everything that happened was not the same with his conscience. He will be able to enjoy this life that ordinary people call a symbol of freedom. He will live peacefully and become an adventurer. 15 years later, Lex is already standing on the road, ready to go. He tells his parents about it. He is leaving now. At the same time, he looks cheerful and happy in this world. At the age of 15, they are already considered adults. The children left their parents to find jobs, and they told their parents that they would become adventurers so that they wouldn't oppose their father's wishes. It was clear to him that his father was proud of him for telling him that this was his life, so he could do whatever he wanted. His mother was very worried about Lex, but she didn't go to persuade him to stay because she understood that it was very important for her son. She told him to take care of himself, and if something bad happened, they would always welcome him back here. Lex was very happy to hear it from his parents, and he replied, yes. Then he apparently left the village and decided to accompany Lex. They also supported him and cheered him on, telling him that he was the best, let him be like that. Lex thanked them all and repeated once again that he would leave. He ran out of the village and thought that now he could live freely. He clenched his fist and raised it, saying that now he would become an adventurer after all the dreams he had been longing for, and soon they would become his reality. He decided on a route so that it wouldn't take too long. He had been walking through the forest for a long time and said that even the nearest town would take a little while, maybe half a day, to get there on foot. Apparently, he was very worried. He didn't want to be late for that guild, especially on such an important day for him. He thought he had spent the whole morning on it. As he grew up, the ceremony seemed a bit late to him, but he was eager to finish it and register as an adventurer as soon as possible. However, he didn't lose his head. He put on his charming boots and said he had to hurry. He thought he should enchant his feet with magic so he could fly without any restrictions. He took off into the air and looked around. Then he said he had to go to the city of Derek. It didn't take long for him to find it. He quickly found it and said it was there. He thought he should use teleportation magic, but just as he was about to do it, something caught his attention from below. He decided to look down carefully and saw some kind of creature there. Lex wasn't afraid at all, but instead he was excited and said it was good. Now he would hunt a little adventurer. He should hunt monsters, but isn't that a dragon? It's just a regular green dragon, but if you want to live in peace, it should be the ideal target. He decided to use his proud sword, knowing about the previous life of this big green dragon. It didn't scare him at all. Without wasting any more time, Lex took action. He also said that his sword was enchanted with a lot of eternal magic. This green dragon was surely an easy target, so he better hurry and kill it quickly. He decided to increase his speed and then kill the green dragon in one fell swoop, because he didn't plan to stay here at all, except for a short while. After getting closer to this green dragon, he was a little surprised and wondered what he thought the green dragon was, whether it was his imagination or if he really noticed something, although it didn't matter. So he decided not to dwell on it, and instead focused on killing this big green dragon. It didn't take much time at all, no problem at all. After just one swing of his sword, he cut off the head of this green dragon. Lex himself was very pleased with the result and said it was great. He took out his small bag and said that now it's time to collect the loot, but this bag wasn't just an ordinary bag. Even though its size could hold a lot of items, it was his magical bag that he made for himself. It looked like an ordinary bag, but the space inside was expanded by magic, so it didn't matter what needed to be put in because it fit perfectly in his bag, especially valuable items like that. He collected all his loot and said it was good, now everything is fine and done. He had to leave this place before it got dark, so after finishing all his work here, he took off again and said it was fair, good. We need to register as adventurers sooner. But something delayed him again. Lex heard a rustling sound and thought, was he imagining it? Or did he hear something? But he didn't focus on it and said it didn't matter. He was in a hurry right now, so he didn't have time to figure out who that person was over there. So he hurriedly went to the adventurer's mistake. Actually, this list was made by a knight who had been sitting in this bush all this time and saw everything with his own eyes. He had seen everything from the beginning, how Lex fought this dragon, and recently they had a problem. They were attacked by a monster during their journey. But what was more frightening was that it was the same green dragon. Even a soldier with the best royal forges wouldn't stand a chance against it. Just the strongest words alone were not enough to describe this terrifying monster. He then shouted to his troops that their horses were the dragon's target. They had to use them and then escape from here. He thought it was impossible for them to lose a horse in a place like this, but it turned out that the only way for them to survive was for him to apologize to Volhan, his horse. And Volhan said he wouldn't let him die alone. He would also sacrifice his life for him. He was ready to accept his death. But fair at that moment he saw Lex and wondered who that was. This young man really surprised the knight, and he was even more surprised by what he saw next and right in front of his eyes. Lex killed the dragon, and the knight thought that when it came to him, that's how it would end. He was very shocked by this situation. At first he couldn't believe his eyes, and then there was nothing he could do because this mysterious man was very agile and quickly disappeared in the blink of an eye. And after that, right in front of him, the shocked face of this teenager pulled out a small bag that swallowed everything, even the giant dragon's body inside it. It was quite an unusual sight for him, and the only thing that came to his mind was that it was some kind of magical object. No, it couldn't be possible. How could a teenager like that have a magical object? He still couldn't believe what he saw. He wanted to call out to this person, but Lex had already flown away, so he didn't hear anything the knight was thinking. He couldn't believe his eyes, and it all happened in the blink of an eye. This bag swallowing the dragon made him tremble with fear. It all ended in an instant. The dragon was cut into 2 pieces in just 1 second. But then he remembered his duty and called out to his princess. His friends told him not to worry. The princess and they called him Sir Leo, this person said to him. The princess fainted, and Leo breathed a sigh of relief. He praised his colleagues and said it was a good job. According to Leo, the prince was fine, but at the same time, his heart felt heavy. The battle with the dragon could push his frail body to the extreme. He took off his helmet and said he didn't know what was happening, but they were safe. However, he wondered who this damn teenager was. Meanwhile, Lex had already arrived at Tugai City. He said, "Here it is, finally." He could still register as an adventurer today. He was overwhelmed with happiness because he could finally become an adventurer. This city was full of people, so Lex's search was difficult. He walked through the city streets and asked where the Adventurers Guild was, but still, no one knew. He was losing his mind and finding everything quite quickly. Then he checked some buildings and said, "This must be it." He went inside and thought that being an adventurer was amazing. He couldn't imagine that there would be so many adventurers here. He was a little worried, but not too much because he almost forgot about his main goal. He needed to go to the reception as soon as possible. He looked towards the long queue and thought that maybe it was here. Without thinking twice, he headed straight there. However, the long gesture from the man standing in front of him caught his attention. He heard him and asked if he was really here for the first time at this hour. Lex nodded and said it was his first day. The man replied, He is a beginner then. This is the first mission and he didn't take anything with him. Apparently, he has already successfully evaluated Lex. This man seems to have started guessing how the situation is, and said to let him know that he is aware of registering as an adventurer. Lex replied yes. After the coming-of-age ceremony, he went to the village and immediately came here. The man was surprised and asked what was going on at that time. No wonder he was here at a time like this. All the work had already been done, and these people came to report the completion of their mission. Apparently, that's why such a long queue formed. The man also told him not to think too much. People like him would come to register. Lex asked. Clearly, the man asked where he came from. Lex said he came from the village of Zenga. The man said he hadn't heard of this village. What region is it in? Lex said they had to cross the mountain to the west of this city first, if they wanted to get there. The man was surprised and asked what the mountain was, and he thought about it, surprising him because he was so excited about becoming an adventurer. He talked about it easily. Lex said he was raised in the mountains, so he knew a shortcut and it allowed him to get here quickly. The man said that's fine then. Lei said it seems like there's no one in front of them. Apparently, when they were talking, they didn't even notice how the queue in front of them was decreasing, and now it's this tall man's turn. The man said that he will go after him. The girl announced at the reception that he should come here next. Lex immediately approached her, introduced himself, and said that he is indeed welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Her name is Elma, and she is a receptionist. Does she want to register as an adventurer? Apparently, she reads it like an open book. Lex said yes. Then she was surprised and asked how she found out, knowing that it surprised her. Elma smiled and said that she had talked about it with Garen enthusiastically. Lei said it was very embarrassing. Elma said okay, then let her register, handing over the documents to her and asking if she could read and write. If she didn't know how would she help her? Lex said no, she could do it herself, and she thought that anyway she was wise in her previous life, so it must be difficult for her now. Elma handed her these papers and told her that she had to fill out the application. A few minutes later, Lex filled out the entire questionnaire and handed it back to the girl who handled all of this very quickly. Elma accepted her documents and said it was fine. She would check her information again now, so she started analyzing everything Lex wrote. A few minutes later, she said it was her handwriting. It was so beautiful and lovely. They also recruit people with beautiful handwriting in their guilty pleasure. Lex became scared and said no, let them hire her as an adventurer. After all that, why did she come here? Elma said she understood. Let her think about it when she retired. After that, the real test would be prepared for her. Lex was surprised and asked what the test was. A man approached him from behind and hugged him. This guy said it was a real fight, but it was just a test to see if he's a great adventurer. Lex needs to rethink and realize that this guy is just acting cool, like he's the coolest guy in the whole building. He turns to Elma and asks if he can take responsibility for this guy's test. Elma is shocked and asks what he just said, but he's a promising adventurer, so she agrees to teach him. He approaches the girl and whispers something in her ear that Elma listens to, and he says he understands that there's no other way out. Lex apologizes but says the test will be done not with one of the guild employees, but with an org. He's sometimes crazy, but as an experienced adventurer, he can give him more advice than their union staff. Lex bows to the guy and asks him to be careful. The guy says it's good. He should love his dedication as a parent like him. They will finish the procurement of materials today, so whoever doesn't do it, let them hurry. Lex realizes something and says he did it to go and sell it. The guy asks if he really wants to sell something. Lex says yes. He needs to pay for his room and food. He plans to sell the materials he obtained from the monsters he hunted because he doesn't have any money right now. The guy laughs and says it's understandable. All right then, let him go meet the woman while he's taking the test. They will evaluate his belongings. Lex thanked him, and he himself thought the organization was very understanding. Did he feel relieved? Then Lex took out his bag and went to the reception desk. He put everything he got there and asked them to evaluate it. When they all saw what he asked them to evaluate, they were all surprised. Lex said it was quite big, so he would put it on the floor. He asked them to buy back this green dragon afterwards. Then he returned to the organization and asked for forgiveness for making him wait. Now he was ready for the test or freezing place and asked him to wait. He asked if he really hunted this. Lex said yes, he did it on the way here or asked if someone helped him. Not Lex said no. He went into a blind spot and caught him off guard. He asked if he had his own method, didn't he? Lex said he decapitated him with one punch. Org asked if Lex really said it. Did Org say it when he saw his winged dragon? Lex answered yes because it was a green dragon. Org said it was a green dragon, not a wyvern. Lex secretly told him the reason why didn't they start their test as soon as possible, but then Orga told him that he had passed. Lex said he did, but they hadn't started the fight yet or said everything was fine. This test is intended to test the ability to fight monsters or bandits. So for someone who captures a monster alone, the test is not necessary. If they pass, that's the end of the conversation. They call them an adventurer and congratulate them. From now on, they are one of them, so they don't need to fight them. Lex looked at Elma and asked if she had told him that he had passed. Elma was very surprised and asked what she had asked. Yes, that's true, but if the examiner says so, he congratulates her for passing the test. Lex was very happy about this. He thought that he had finally become an adventurer. Now, he will live like an adventurer. Elma gave him an adventurer registration card and said that he had to present this card at the counter to receive missions. After completing the missions, he also showed it to all the adventurers. They start from F rank and increase their rank as they achieve more accomplishments. When their rank increases, they get more missions, so they have to complete their missions well. Lex said that he would try his best to increase his rank. Elma told him that he doesn't need to complete so many missions. Lex stared at the girl, wondering what she said. Elma said it's nothing, and it's actually about redeeming this dragon. This dragon is a very difficult task. In other words, they couldn't buy it back. Lex asked why, and he himself thought that it might be because there were too many of them in the market. That's why they devalued or intervened here and asked the girl what she was talking about. Did it feel strange to her that she couldn't buy it? Elma said that this dragon's body was too beautiful, according to some old men who evaluated it. So the girl next to her said that it was clear that there was no other way out, or told Elma that she was being a little dramatic. Right now, she just needed to explain it to them. Elma said that she thought many of them already knew that there were already many dragon expeditions. If the dragon was strong, then both sides would fight hard for their lives. Even if the expedition caused some damage, it would still be in the remains. Therefore, the dragon would be fine normally if Lex's material was damaged. Lex asked if it was true. Elma said yes, sometimes there are intact parts of its body, but these parts are very rare. It's true, but when they look at it carefully, they won't see any damage except for the shimmering spots. Even its scales are collected by many people to see the body of this dragon. Someone told them to see that damn cut. How could the next part be so neat? Elma said that's why all of this is the reason why the dragon will become a treasure. They say that a dragon doesn't have any useless parts, and this dragon is the most unusual among them. But their budget isn't enough to buy the materials, so they have to take it to the capital and put it up for auction. Can they trust them and go to the Adventurers Guild? They will surely sell it at a fair price. Lex says it's okay, apologizes, and says it's a little troublesome for him. Elma is surprised and asks what's really the problem if he auctions it off. Then he can get a lot of money. He will definitely accept a large amount of money. Lex says that he is really bankrupt, and because he doesn't have any money now, it means he doesn't have a place to sleep and nothing to eat. After that, everyone gathers around him and starts telling him that they are talking about a super lucky thing now. Actually, it's a dragon. He will be able to live his whole life in luxury if he doesn't sell it at auction price. He will regret it for the rest of his life. Lex says that, but he really needs money now. Either he grabs it or reaches for it, and he says yes for God's sake. He will lend him money for dinner and overnight accommodation today, and tomorrow he will have enough money to return it all to him. So let him send it to the auction. Lex looks at the man and asks if everything is okay. The man says that he shouldn't take anything from him. Lex, being kind-hearted, thanks him for that and says that it's okay. But to express his gratitude, let him accept it if he doesn't mind. He took out the dragon scale and said it was just a small dragon scale, nothing special about it. But he still wanted to repay or stop him and said he would take it. But could he really accept it? Okay, he has decided that dinner has already started, so let him order whatever he wants. Lex asked what he was talking about. Someone said it without any problem, and everyone in the guild was happy and said it was beautiful or paid for dinner today, emptying their wallets or calling them all idiots and asking who said he paid for everyone. He asked who was celebrating this scale, not him. So they shared the happiness organization and told him not to contact him. Lex thought that's how they partied until they fell in the nearest bar. There's no more fitting later tonight. Lex is already lying in his bed and saying that the organization and his friends are very energetic, but that's how the adventure is so much fun. He thinks that starting tomorrow, his life as an adventurer can't wait. That's what's next. In the morning, Lex has packed up and left. He said that his life as an adventurer will finally begin today. He went to the guild and said that he needed to see what mission he was doing. He quickly found the right board and said it was there on the bulletin board, but there were many people there, and he said he couldn't find anything. At that time, someone called him who was calling him the Dragon Man. He asked about the search, not him. Lex wondered if since he called him the Dragon Man, it didn't mean he could have seen what happened yesterday. He told this person that he had been doing it since the beginning. He wanted to take the F-ranked quest. When this person heard about it, he realized that he wasn't happy and started asking people about it. Good luck to him. Anyway, he should give it his best shot. Lex said yes, he will definitely give it a try. After that, he finally reached the mission board and thought that the words he heard were quite strange, but maybe that's what they meant by wanting newcomers to improve quickly. He also wanted to complete difficult missions, so he started searching for the right quest for his rank. It didn't take him long to find the perfect quest, a daily quest called Collecting Herbs. The price for 10 herbs was 3 copper coins, and since it was a daily quest, the more herbs he collected, the more money he would earn. He remembered the words of the person from yesterday who mentioned that there was one more thing to consider if the search failed. There would be no punishment. Usually quests have a time limit or specific client requirements, and if you accept a task that doesn't match your rank and fail to complete it, there will be consequences. Therefore, for this task, it is best to take on a daily routine since they are not punished. But in any case, he sometimes has to pay attention to the task. Now Lex thinks that something he has been taught by the organization not only lends him money, but also shares good information. He is indeed a generous person. If herbs are needed, then in his village he has collected them for the potion. Then someone approaches him and asks if he will really do it. Lex immediately realizes that this is a man his age, smiles, and says yes. Then this person calls his team together and says that even children can actually collect herbs. They are grown up and like to adventure. Isn't Lex seeing the whole team carefully and thinking that this person seems to be a warrior of light, and this girl might be a thief, and the other girl might be a magician, and another Lex monk is surprised and asks if they both are. The man tells him that it is true. His name is Gyro, the leader of the team called Dragon Slayer. Then the girl screams at him and asks that he told her not to use that name. Didn't she also ask what it was? It sounds good. The girl, apparently Amon, says it's right. He looks at Gyro and says it's another name, too embarrassing. The girl says that this name is like that. Lex says it, and according to him, it's cool. Gyro is happy and says that he understands how rare it is to see him. He could be his friend. But nevertheless, because he has become an adventurer, he needs to wander like an adult. If you only do a search to collect herbs, he won't rank up much, and then he will surpass the Dragon Slayer from the rumor that he asked. The Dragon Slayer answered that yes, he heard that yesterday he visited the guild by himself, and he also asked to buy a dragon in good condition from him. Lex wondered if there were other people besides him who came in and asked for a dragon ransom. Nevertheless, all of this is just a rumor, so he might strip the dragon more elegantly than he does, but he does not cause any harm to the dragon itself. Gyro said that, but because the dragon has been defeated, it means the guild cannot redeem it, so they decided to put it up for auction in the capital city of the kingdom. If a man must do a job like that, Lex said yes. It's true. That's why they will take on a monster destruction mission, If he still goes to do tasks like collecting plants, then it's better to let him find something else, and preferably something more complicated. They will meet each other again after that. Jiro ran into a girl on the street who was a part of his magician team. She apologized to Lex and said that Jiro always says whatever he wants. He is too confident in himself, but he is not a bad person at all. In that case, they ran after her. According to Lex, it's really cool to have a good team, but now he has to finish the task he received. They and he are the ones he needs to diligently gather the herbs that he has already gone to the forest and said that he is somewhere in this area. It's just a normal thing in the village if you think like that. It seems like this is the work of an adventurer. He doesn't understand why he is considered special. It's strange. He starts searching carefully to the right for herbs, and says that if you look into the shade, he can find herbs. After a few seconds, he already found something and starts cutting it carefully. He thinks that this type of herb mostly consists of leaves that will grow again and again if they leave the roots. He starts cleaning the depths of the forest, and says that there is one here and one there too. He has to do it quickly and look around. He says that there are indeed a lot of herbs here. He thinks it's a pity that his progress in this task is not shown in this situation, and he will also have the opportunity to return 5 coins to the org in his village. They collect plants and use them in the way they have because there is no store, and that's why this is the first time they collect herbs to sell, and it turns out to be exciting. It's good that he became an adventurer. After a while, he finishes his job and says that it might be enough for him. He has collected so much already. He thinks it's time for him to go back. He thinks that if he's late, the fellowship will have the same queue as yesterday. He was about to leave the forest, but then he suddenly stopped because he heard something that he thought was the sound of a tree and some other sounds coming from there. Isn't it good that he knows where those sounds are coming from? He flies up into the air again and thinks about it. Now he needs to do reconnaissance from above, and then he saw that the animal was an angry and evil wild boar. Wild boars are also known as forest demons, and they are very strong. They are even faster than a horse in terms of speed, and their skin is practically immune to any harm. The chances of them causing damage to nature and humans are very high, and the most feared thing is that they almost always attack in groups. He saw this boredom and thought that it seemed like they would continue to move there. There are no signs that they will stop in this forest. It is unlikely to change if this continues. The city will be in danger if it continues like this. It only takes an hour for adventurers to reach the city. They must eliminate the danger within it. The guild that adventurers must fight against is the monster attacking this city. This is the adventure mission when the monster appears. The Alliance sends everyone to destroy them in order to protect the city. This is what adventurers have, gaining the trust of the people in the city and the country. There are also stories about adventurers defending the city from monsters. All children are inspired by these stories passed down from generation to generation. Black people say that if this is the problem, then he will pay these stories in reality for the children. When the green dragon remains, he will not change. He cares a lot about other matters, except that you have to be careful not to damage the forest. Could it be a wicked hole chasing something immobile, heading straight to the city and sometimes even difficult to understand its actual movement predictions? Chasing someone who used their own magic and seeing a group of people, he wondered if there really were adventurers there. They might have just entered the territory without realizing it because someone was here. It would be too dangerous to use high-level magic. He landed and said he needed to avoid the chaos in the forest. He had to use a different type of magic to make it work. Now all he had to do was discuss it with his head from the package, and there, if he wasn't mistaken, it was really. Then a boy named Norb stumbled and fell. Now all the boredom flowed towards him. Norb was very scared, and then Lex came to save him. There was a deadly silent moment. Lex turned to face a group of boring people and told them that he was now their opponent. A while ago, the team just ran into a group of boring criminals like his own. The whole team was very scared, he thought. How could this happen? Then one of the girls told him that it was all because of what he said. They could go further, and they didn't want Jiro to scold them. Shut up. Who knows they will find her there? He thought it was impossible. What they were doing here at first, there were only weak monsters in a place like that, goblins and kobold that he learned to fight from a former adventurer. And it was really great at first when they had Hiller on their team. That's why if they got injured, he could heal them with his magic. He thought that if he chose this place, he would be able to win easily. But now they have a big problem that he has never experienced before. He heard about the monsters that usually adventurers or knights go out to kill near the town. It's safe here, adults told them, but it's not safe here. There are big and scary monsters here. Just then, Norb stumbled and fell. Gyro definitely noticed this and thought about it. Is he really falling? He really needs him to help him. He stopped and was about to do it, rushing to save him. But then he saw a terrifying and large herd of these creatures. He thought it would definitely be a waste to save him. He couldn't save him, so he ignored him and tried to escape. It was already too late, and at that moment, Lex came to their rescue. He descended from one of the holes and told them that he was their opponent now. Gyro was very surprised and wondered if he really came to help them. But he was the same age as himself. He was so strong. Lex sighed and thought, thank goodness he arrived there just in time. Now he has to help the Gyro group that he saw Norb injured, and thinking like that he was injured, and with a leg like that he won't be able to move even though he wants to heal it. Now he needs to be careful because if not, he could provoke boring crimes, and how should he heal it without moving him? He still makes the decision and thinks it's good, then he will use it, and he uses his long distance to heal his leg. Norb healed in seconds. The girl was surprised and asked if the pain was really gone. Lex thought it was good because it worked. He looked towards the boring thing again and thought that to keep them there he shouldn't approach it, and the only way is to use long-distance healing spells. He will gather these monsters together and stack them up and have the fight he wants with this girl, and tell her to leave Norb immediately. She jumps up and says of course according to Lex it doesn't matter what he says, they will still attack them. Then they use their weight to crush them, yes, but he won't let it happen, and he uses his skill called Hold Tree. This is the highest level of magic called Hold Tree. This magic transforms trees into something like ivy to capture opponents. Its net is made of trees with high elasticity and strength, and furthermore, it is strong in magic. Now they won't be able to escape from Hiller from the Gyro group. They ask what he has never seen before, such magic before. Norb asks if the man is using magic without a spell. Lex said that spells are not the basis for combat. He believed that he had 2 previous life memories, so he could fight for peace. However, it seems that they only had a little experience in real combat, and that's why it's easy to understand why they don't know how to fight. As an experienced adventurer, Lex had to solve this problem wisely. He reached for his sword and said, "This is the end." Now he raised his sword and thought that he needed to channel the lightning from the sky into his sword, forming a great lightsaber. It was an amazing sword that used a large amount of lightning. After that, he turned to a group of wild boars and told them to take it. He sent his lightning towards them, and this shapeless lightning sword took lives by roasting them from the inside out, killing enemies without attacking them. This was a skill that his teacher asked him to learn in his past life, and allowed him to achieve the highest sword technique. In the past, he did this with a satisfied expression in front of his teacher, and then the teacher told him that it was wrong and didn't mean he was able to kill them without harming their skin. He turned to team and asked if they were okay, if they were injured or anything. Their response surprised him. They said they were fine. Their magical powers were completely drained, but at least they weren't hurt. Lex asked if they were really hurt and didn't have enough magic. In this case, it would be very dangerous until they returned to the city. The girl said it's not like that. Everything is fine. Lex approached the girl and apologized to her, touching her shoulder and handing her something. The girl was surprised and asked what it was. Lex smiled and said that he had given her something. Now she could use magic. The girl said it was impossible. She was overwhelmed. Lex told her that if that's the case, he would take it back for now. He took out his magic bag again and started collecting everything, bored. Gyro called out to him, asking if something really happened. Gyro thanked him for saving them. Lex approached him and asked him not to worry about it because the wind is a common thing for an adventurer. Gyro said it's okay and asked if he could tell him his name. Lex was surprised and asked if it was his real name. Gyro said yes. Lex thought it was, but he was right. He knew his name, but he never mentioned it himself. At that moment, he reached out his hand and told him his name was Lex. He really hoped they would work together in the future. Gyro shook his hand and asked if something was bothering him. Gyro used to call him by his first name, but then said no and called him Big Brother Lex. He told him that he didn't know or understand anything he was thinking, but he was strong because he was able to defeat those goblins. That's why his brother came and saved someone like him now. He experienced the difference in temperament. Lex asked him to wait and told him that he was waiting for Gyro, who exaggeratedly gripped his shoulder and told him that he had fallen in love with his brother's strength. He knelt in front of him and said that therefore, let him be his disciple. Lex was very surprised by this. He thought about it now he had one disciple, but he didn't need him. After that, Lex returned to the Adventure Guild where he met Elma, who was there as usual, asking Lex that he was promoted to a drinker just to complete the mission of collecting herbs. Isn't that right? Thinking that what he had achieved was a rank F mission, this was the most important mission. A crucial mission. And did he rise in rank twice just by completing one rank F mission? He was really confused about everything and didn't understand what Elma was asking him. How could this happen? Maybe Elma calmly said that it was like that. Gyro appeared behind Lex and hugged him. He said to him as expected, his friend had already ranked up to D. Then a girl approached him and grabbed his collar, saying that she would join him. She was also one of his team members, and Gyro didn't even try to refuse her. However, apparently this had become the norm for them. He told her that they still needed to report their mission to destroy the goblins and kobolds. Lex looked at them and thought they looked like pets. Even though he was still young, he worried when he asked to become a teacher. But it wasn't too bad when someone approached him, honestly. The first and second people who approached him were mostly those with bad intentions. They praised him as a hero or a wise person, trying to convince him to help their cause, and sometimes they tried to steal his research. Elma asked if something was really happening. Lex remained silent. Elma handed him a small tray and said it was his 15 gold coins as a reward for picking 50 bunches of herbs. Lex asked her to wait for a moment. Elma asked if something was wrong. Lex asked if she could explain why he rose in rank so quickly, so he was sure it wasn't a mistake. Elma smiled at him and said it wasn't a mistake. Now, without hesitation, a drunk adventurer let him explain to him first about the mission of collecting plants. They were very grateful for the opportunity to buy a large amount of high-quality herbs from him. Since then, the adventurers tended to get herbs during their missions that they would never have enough of. The evaluation team praised him for his careful way of collecting them. Lex was thrilled to hear it, and he thanked her. He thought that she didn't expect him to praise her for the way she collected those plants, which made her happy. Elma said that there was also a message about the destruction of evil in it. Boring crime is the reason why she was promoted to rank D. Lex asked if it was really just a passing thing to destroy evil. Elma said that it usually only happens in adventure rank or higher to destroy evil forest pigs, but she defeated almost everyone, so it would be their defeat to keep her in rank F. Initially, they wanted to promote her to rank B or rank C because this was her most important mission to keep her away from trouble. They decided to make her an advertisement rank. Lex sighed with relief and said that's what Elma said because she only registered as an adventurer yesterday, and they thought she might be in trouble if her rank rose too quickly. According to Lex, honestly, it's very nice to know that they care about her. He whispered to her that in this case, the incident with the green dragon also determined her promotion, but if people knew that she did this, then everything could go wrong. That's why they postponed her rank assessment for a while to kill a dragon. Lex smiled and said that everything was fine. It was just a green dragon, and he himself thought that he wanted to avoid trouble as much as possible. Elma said it's not just a green dragon, but it doesn't matter anymore. Then Lex said that speaking of boring crime, he wanted to sell her. He thought he hunted them quite well. He froze their bleeding with a spell afterwards, so that his germs wouldn't enter the wound. Elma told me that she was very sorry, but because of how well maintained their bodies were, their budget wouldn't be enough to buy everything. Lex asked me if it was true, and he himself thought so he wouldn't be able to earn any income. He knew he earned some income from collecting herbal plants, but Elma still said that was why their fellowship bought one drill, and then one of them would be bought by the feudal lord, and the rest would be auctioned in the capital city of monsters. With that, the net profit would be very valuable. That's why they would buy the research target that Lex asked about. Elma said it was for research material, although she could do the auction for the rest. Lex agreed and thought so. At least at that time, when he had an income equal to 2 boring crimes, it was enough for him to cover his expenses. Lex asked the girl how much she would get from them. Elma said it was for all the evil forest pigs, and they would buy it for 1,000 gold coins. Because they couldn't prepare immediate payment for 1,000 gold coins, she offered him 100 gold coins directly, and the remaining 900 gold coins would be given as a savings account. Lex was very surprised and asked if it was really 1,000 gold coins. According to him, there are 10 herbs and one bundle worth 3 silver coins. 10 copper coins are equal to 1 silver coin, so if he were to convert 1,000 gold coins into copper coins, it would be 100,000 copper coins. That's about 33,333 times more than a bunch of plants. He wonders why they haven't come to life yet. It's some kind of mistake. Elma says that it's very difficult to defeat a large-scale monster with magic without sacrificing its quality, and its price depends on how good its fur and skin are. In this case, the value is maintained if the evil wild pig is intact with its coat. In addition, the feudal lord's envoy approached them to buy the evil wild pig, but they haven't told them the price yet, because the feudal viscount is a wealthy noble with a fertile territory. He could buy the evil wild pig at a higher price than them. Lex asks if he would pay more than 1,000 gold coins for the evil wild pig. He thinks so, but it's just an angry wild pig. It's not worth paying so much for just an evil wild pig when there are many better monsters in the demon world they know. Elma says that it's also about the boring one that will be auctioned. She has to wait a while to receive the money, so she needs to be patient. Lex says that everything is fine and asks how it went with the dragon auction. He thought she already had at least 100 gold coins. Elma says that the dragon was sent to the capital in the previous quarter, so she will participate in the auction that will take place in 3 days. Although the battle may have begun among the nobles, Lex wondered if it was serious. Elma said that the dragon would definitely have a higher bidding price than the evil forest pig, so let him wait for it. Lex was collecting all his coins and said he would wait for it too. He wondered how much he would get from the dragon. Then Elma remembered something and said she forgot to mention something important. Lex asked if it was something truly important. Elma answered yes. The feudal viscount invited her for lunch. Lex apologized and said he had to decline. Elma said it was okay, but then the meaning of what was said hit her, and she asked why he refused the invitation from the feudal lord himself. Did he know? Lex said it was too much trouble dealing with Elma's nobility. She asked what, but wasn't it a great honor to receive an invitation from the feudal lord? Moreover, with all his achievements, he could even make her his knight. Lex thought it was another reason, apologized, and said he didn't want it. He just wanted to live a simple life. He bid farewell to the girl and said that now he would deviate. After he repaid his debt to the org, he would have a party today. Meanwhile, in the palace, one of the men asked if they had ever heard this rumor. The bespectacled man answered yes, of course, the rumor about the dragon being sold at the upcoming auction. Another man said he had heard where the dragon's corpse was. Apparently, its condition was very good, with the dragon's head neatly severed in half. He wondered what kind of magic a sword fighter can do to someone asking if they didn't hear clearly that someone witnessed the scene where the dragon was defeated. Everyone was shocked by what they heard and jumped from their moonlit questions. What did he just say? Who is this man? The man said it was Sir Leo. Clearly he was on a secret mission when he encountered the dragon. The bald man asked if he really kept it a secret. Why didn't he hear what he was told? That's how it's done. No wonder he didn't see Leo for days. The bald man asked what Leo's mission actually was. The chubby man told him they were talking about a dragon. Isn't it rude to dig into the details of a secret mission? But the bald man was still told that according to Leo, it was a young boy who suddenly fell from the sky and cut off the dragon's head, then flew back to the sky. Everyone was shocked and asked what exactly Leo was talking about. Is he crazy or something? The man said that because of this case, it called for the angel's affairs by the highest authority. It sounds like something like that. He himself thought that Sir Leo's mysterious secret mission was carried out by the young boy who defeated the dragon and easily cut off its head. Everyone might have their own conclusions about this incident, but the current priority is whether the dragon is being auctioned off there, and everyone will surely bet on the dragon. But what should he do now? He is working with someone to buy the dragon, but then he has to decide who to work with. Then another man bursts into their room and says that he has already done it, bringing news that seems bad and boring for the auction. Someone asks what the dragon is, and now the evil forest pig, or what should be the priority. But the priority should still be on the dragon, of course. The value of some boring crimes cannot be compared to the value of a dragon. The person who brought the news says that, but what if bad things are happening? Apparently the condition of the skin is good and can be turned into a fur carpet. The men think it's amazing, a whole skin this size as a fur carpet. Even though it's like a carpet made of skin lying in the castle hall, it looks just as magnificent as the other objects. Then this man says so, not to mention that the 3 evil holes are in the same condition, prepared for the auction. The man jumps from his seat and says that high-quality materials that are very difficult to obtain are being auctioned off one by one. Such things only happen once every few years, and it is even doubted that this will happen once every 10 years. But the man who brought them the news says he has more news. Apparently the person selling the item is also selling the dragon and the same adventurers' fellowship in the city. The blonde-haired man wonders what is really happening in this city. The next day, Lex returned to Elma. Lex approached her and said that he wanted to carry out Elma's mission. She greeted him good morning and asked if he really wanted to do this mission. Was he sure he wanted to take on this mission? She knew that only new adventurers could bring them along. Lex smiled and said it could be hunting goblins, collecting plants, or cleaning the sewer. Is that right? Elma told him that if he understood cleaning the sewer was more of a punishment, but he had already become an adventurer drinker. He shouldn't take on a mission like that. In her opinion, what's right for Lex is to increase her rank or have a better task, but he doesn't do it for the money. What's important to his is freedom. He said that now he finally became an adventurer and he wanted to try a different mission. Isn't this normal? Elma sighed and said she understood his request for a sewer cleaning mission was accepting it, which he didn't have a problem with money anymore. Lex laughed and said that's right, great. Then he would do it, go on an adventure right away. Gyro and his team passed by. He asked if she would go on an adventure too, as Gyro said. He was from the Dragon Killer team. Gyro asked if she could stop. Lex asked if they had changed their team's name. Gyro said no, it meant so. It reminded him of himself a lot. The stupidity embraced him and asked him what he said. Didn't he say that one day he would become a great adventurer and conquer the whole world? To do that, he must be able to defeat dragons, which means their team will be called Dragon Warriors. Gyro blushed and told him not to say that the girl said it. Embarrassed, people secretly laughed every time they heard those names from their team, which according to Lex, were so harmonious at that time. Gyro turned to him and asked what kind of mission he took from him today. Lex said that his mission for today was to clean the ditch. Gyro didn't hear exactly what he said to him at first, so he said that was expected from their fight. Then he asked, what's up with cleaning the ditch? Lex confirmed that they were cleaning the ditch. Gyro couldn't believe it and asked if it was really over there. Lex said yes, that's what Gyro asked, if it was really dirty, and Lex, who was paid low, said yes. Then Norb intervened in their conversation and asked that he was very sorry, but could he tell them why he apologized for him being late in introducing himself and said his name was Norb when he saw him. He is a priest, but he's only a student. Besides that, thanks to him for that day, Lex remembers it and says that it was him. He did something normal and he asked him how his wound was. Norb said thanks for his healing magic that he did to heal him. He must be a very religious person who uses high-level magic. Lex didn't say anything, and he himself thought that's what priests or pastors often say, but their dedication doesn't affect their magic in any way. He had a terrible experience when he said this out loud in his early life as a priest, so he decided to keep it to himself this time, to avoid unnecessary arguments. Then the witch stepped forward and said that they might have to introduce themselves too. Her name is Mina, and she is a witch. There was a girl standing next to her, and Mina said her name is Meguri and she is a thief, and she was happy to meet him. Lex said he was glad to meet her too. At that time, he didn't bring up their previous conversation and said it was about their last conversation, warning him why he would clean the ditch that he actually didn't have a specific reason for. He asked them if they knew the great story of the swordsman Rygard. They said of course. Norb said his parents told him this story when he was little. Mina said she heard it from her grandfather too. Lex said yes, he used to be a great adventurer with the title of Master Swordsman. Although he was known as a great swordsman, in his youth, he was just a rebellious troublemaker. He said that when he told his story, it was rarely the same as what they usually heard. Lex decided to tell a story, and said that one day when the guild leader finally ran out of patience, he was ordered to clean the sewer for a year. At that time, he was threatened that if he refused, they would revoke his adventurer's license. Reluctantly, he started cleaning the sewer and was always laughed at. There were moments when he almost exploded with anger, but as his existence depended on being an adventurer, he had no choice but to endure it. One day, people started sincerely thanking him for cleaning the ditch, and when he heard these words, he felt ashamed of his past behavior and started a new life. After telling this story, Lex said that it was one of the stories about the great swordsman Jiro. He said that he understood Jiro's desire to follow in his footsteps and train his mind by cleaning the sewer. He asked them if they wanted to do the same kind of work, and Jiro said that he would, or they would do it at night. Lex asked what happens at night, but isn't that dangerous? Mina said that recently rumors started circulating that people heard creepy sounds from the streets at night. So they turned to the guild with a request to solve the mystery of those creepy sounds. It's kind of like a patrol job, but the compensation is good because it's a night job. Jiro asked if he could see how Lex works. Lex said it's just regular gutter cleaning. Jiro said he knew that, but he felt it would help him become stronger. Lex said it's not interesting to watch, but okay. Jiro thanked him for that and turned to his team, saying they should go. Mina asked if they should come along too, but he said it feels uncomfortable when he leaves Jiro alone. Plus, she's curious to see how Lex works. She looked at Meguri and asked what about her. It said it's only if they can work at night. Jiro said it's okay, they should follow their friend. They arrived at the right place, and Lex said they will start from here. Jiro was happy and said they will finally meet brother cleaning the ditch. Lex said it's like he said nothing special here. He saw this ditch and thought it looked like the water purification magic had failed to reach this area. The water here is very muddy and there is mud everywhere. Then a man approached him and asked if he was really going to clean the sewer. It seemed noble for a young man like him to do it. He tried his best. Lei said he would do his best. According to him, the people in this town are very kind, so it rarely feels like a burden to him. He said it's okay if it needs to be done. Then Jiro stopped him and asked him where his ditch cleaning tool was. Lex asked what his tool was. Jiro asked. Then how will he clean his ditch? Lex said that's it. After that, he used his magic and completely cleaned it. Jiro was very impressed. He asked what happened here. Is everything okay in an instant? Lex said it's a miracle to clean such a large area. He only used magic to clean all the dirt that Norb asked for. Magic is truly a wide purification. What Lex asked was really unknown to him. Magic cleans big cities and everything. If not, the girl said she had never heard of magic and light like that before. Now, is it really a bright purification? It means pure magic attributes, right? Lex said yes. He thought that in his first life, he had created this magic using the power of holy attributes to purify things. If you think about it, then people in the church make strange faces and say things like, You need to use holy power for things like that, Norb said. He didn't know he could use that amazing magic. Lex said it's not too surprising. Besides, that's how he cleans all the channels around the city, according to him. The guard's story went smoothly. Completely wrong, Lex said. But the result would be the same no matter what. They had to clean the next place he was in, Mina said impressively. After that, they arrived at the next place, and Lex said this was the next place. After that, he proposed a thorough cleaning. But then they realized something strange that the whole group experienced, afraid, and asked what he said was in the channel. What are these dark bubbles approaching Gyro? Lex and asked what kind of dark bubbles they were. Lex said they were shapeless, dark attributes by monsters because of their similarity in rainfall. They were difficult to recognize in a place like that. There were many soldiers who had been seriously injured because of the surprise attack that Norb had prepared. He said they needed to do it quickly, destroy it. Lex stopped the girl and said everything was fine. After that, the whole group saw this monster and asked if it was true. The smaller Lex said if the dark bubbles had been cleaned by him cleaning magic, this can also kill the weak monsters. Mina looked at the place again and said that it was gone. Meguri said, "The problem is that the monster managed to sneak into the town. It must have sneaked through the water channels under the cover of darkness and hid in the mud during the day." Mina understood what he meant and asked him not to tell her that the creepy sound at night came from this monster. Lex said, "That's exactly what Gyro hugged her and told her what to expect from her brother. He even fulfilled their mission. He was so amazing here." He interrupted them and asked, "Doesn't that mean they failed their mission because they didn't do anything?" Lex asked. He apologized to them and said it was unintentional on the first day. Gyro approached Lex and asked him to choose a weapon for him. Lex asked what kind of weapon it was. Gyro said it was a good weapon. Lex asked why. He also said it dealt with evil forest pigs in one sweep. He was confident in his sword and believed it could help him. Lex had a very ordinary sword, and he himself thought that with the help of magic, it was still just a simple sword. "With its help, you won't be able to fight against stronger opponents," he said. "They only succeeded because of lightning magic," said Mina. "She talked about it blindly, but it wasn't the simplest magic at all," Lex said. "After mastering the theory, everything else will seem like nothing to him," said Na. "Only a genius could say that." Lex asked how about teaching him lightning magic. Mina was very excited and asked if he could really do it. Lex said of course he would teach her everything he knew. She was very happy to hear that. Lex thought he didn't know she wanted to learn it so badly. Then Gyro stuck to him and said it wasn't fair. He should teach her how to use a sword. Lex said, "Stop sticking to him, but there are also many people who are stronger than him." Gyro said it's hard to believe. "Both to be able to penetrate the forest pig's skull with a simple sword is already an achievement. Few people can do this." Lex said he didn't think he did anything special. People who can do cool things. Gyro still didn't want to follow Lex and said to come to him. Let him teach him. Lex realized that it was true. There was no point in telling him anything, so he said that he understood and would teach him. Gyro was very happy and said it was his brother would teach him. Meguri then intervened in their conversation and asked if they wanted to go to the weapon shop. Gyro said he completely forgot about it, and then they all went to the weapon shop together. They also told Lex that this was the best weapon shop in their city. Lex looked around and said, "That so much is happening." He noticed some beautifully crafted swords and thought they were well-decorated swords, but some men said they were amazing. He liked these swords and decided to buy one. The seller said it cost 10 gold coins. Lex was surprised and asked if it was really expensive, but then he realized that the seller had said it loudly and apologized to the person who bought the sword. The person grinned and asked if it was also a lot for him, but considering that it was indeed made by Mr. Gordov, Lex said it was very cheap. Gyro agreed, saying that was the first time he saw someone buy Mr. Gordov's sword. Lex thought that Mr. Gordov was really famous, but he turned to Gyro and asked if Gordov was a skilled blacksmith or something. Gyro asked if he had never heard of him, and Lex said that he came from the countryside and didn't really know much about it. Gyro said that Master Smith Gordov was a great personality and knew a lot about him, not just in terms of quantity but also far beyond a few people. People could compare themselves to him. Lex said that actually this blade wasn't that good. Maybe it was just a fake. The master heard this and called him, asking what he had just said about this sword. Lex said the problem was that it wasn't good enough for its price. The master asked if he wasn't good enough, then let him explain himself. Lex said that the decoration could be considered good, but he didn't feel the soul within it. It wasn't a mass-produced product like the ones made of metal. It seemed incomplete, and there was also a feeling that the blade wasn't properly forged with a hammer. He thought it was very fragile, but at the same time the handle looked reliable, as if the hardest work was intentionally done poorly. It was more like a piece of iron with a hook for a weapon, more like a stick than a sword dropped by its master. The master understood his work and said that it was a piece of iron. He asked if he meant to say that the sword he forged was thin. Lex didn't expect this and asked if he really was the Pumpkin Lord. The master said to think that he was indeed weak. Then he laughed uproariously and said that he had diamond eyes in his time. People bought weapons from him, and he didn't even understand how much they actually cost. He was already tired of people coming here just because of his name. Lex said it turned out that this sword was actually just a beautifully designed practice knife, a completely useless weapon, and he was surprised because he realized it. Norb said it wouldn't be any different for someone buying a weapon from him. They would get into trouble. The master told them not to worry because those who buy equipment for themselves without a time limit don't need weapons in their workplace. All they need is a show-off. Immediately after they grow into actual jobs, will they return to him the valuable things that other people ask for, even though not everything here is fake? Sir asks if he really thinks there is a very good toy among this trash. If they can find it, he will give it to her for free. He asks if it's true, and asks Lex to look for it. He says he will go too. Mina says she will graduate as a magician and doesn't need all this heavy iron. Norb says he already has a good church staff, changed by his master to Lex, and asks why he doesn't do it. He wants to find something for himself. He can understand that his sword is bad. Doesn't he think he can find what he needs? Lex wonders if he is provoking him, but he still agrees and says okay, he will try it soon like the others. After a while, Gyro and Meguri finish them both off, approach their master, and demonstrate the sword they found, except their master says that both of them were deceived by a very deceptive appearance. Then they both stick to Lex and tell him to find the real sword and let him avenge them. Lex notices some kind of sword and thinks that at first glance it looks worn. It has been used before, but it feels like this, he says according to him. Gyro is shocked and asks what this is. His master asks why he chose him. Lex says even so, although it is scratched. It doesn't look extraordinary, the scratch is fake. He definitely intentionally dirtied the blade of the sword, looking angrier than he had ever seen before. His master smiled and said that indeed, this was the real weapon. Gyro asked if this was serious, to which they replied that he didn't look like it at all. The master told them that his handsome appearance had deceived them both. The boy didn't play at all, and the thief girl bought into the small decorative details that hid the ordinary kitchen knife. Mig said it was cruel what his master did to Lex and said that whatever he did, he kept his promise, so now this sword belonged to him. Lex asked if he was sure, and his master smiled and said that people don't understand the value of everything. They were happy to know that there were still people who knew a lot about weapons, so he was very happy to do it. Give him this look. It's one of his best works. Lex said he was truly amazing and also knew a lot about weapons. He was just extraordinary. Lex said it didn't seem like anything special and turned to his master. He said that if he allowed him, he wanted to give this sword to Gyro. Gyro didn't expect this in any way and asked what he was talking about. Mina said exactly how foolish she was. She shouldn't have talked about this nonsense. Gyro asked what she meant by that. Mina said she wanted something. Lex would benefit more from a sword item than a beginner like him, said Gyro. He understood that he was better than him, but his master interfered in their conversation and said that he also disagreed with such a decision. He refused the dwarf's gift that he hoped he had a good reason for. That's why I whispered to Lex to look, because his master was currently upset. Why didn't he want to take the sword for himself? Meguri said it would be wise. It's not good to refuse a gift. Lex thought he knew. He was being rude, but there was one reason he apologized and said that he shouldn't take a weapon, that he wouldn't even use his master's command to explain. Lex said that in fact he already had this sword. He could still handle it for a long time. It's very foolish to just get rid of it because he has a new one. His master said it's very good. He keeps his weapon because he said so. He just got it to see it. He won't rest until he's sure this sword is truly great, and he asked, "What about this?" He will give the sword to this boy if he can convince him that his weapon is really not bad, but if not, he will take his sword and give it to him. It won't be considered ignoring his weapon. He agreed not to do it. Lex thought how foolish the conditions were. Jiro was very happy and asked if his brother's sword was really for him. Lex wanted to say something, but Jiro interrupted him and started comforting him, even though he was indeed unlucky and didn't take him away. He would treat his inheritance very responsibly. Lex told him to be quiet. His master's command, he had already given his sword here. Lex said it was okay and handed over his sword, but when the master started examining it, he was very surprised. He asked what was wrong. He had never seen such an angry nature before. It must be made of iron that he had never owned before. It felt smooth and sleek, a true work of art. Who could forge something like this? Lex said that his master was very surprised and asked if he had really succeeded. Lex said yes. He forged it in one forge and exchanged it with monster skin. He was taught to work with a hammer a little. He thought he had truly mastered the art of iron in his previous life. The master knelt in front of him and asked him to take him as a disciple. He begged him and told him to teach him the tempering method that Lex had described. To stop him, his dwarf friend told him that a true warrior should take his sword with him and not rely on the blacksmith to do everything for him. After that, he only taught him the most common forged steel, saying that it was impossible. It was just an ordinary job that he preferred to believe that this sword was forged by the dwarf king because he was a good blacksmith. No wonder he didn't need his sword. He would gladly give it to his friend, but he really asked him to teach him. When he saw the sword forged by him, he no longer dared to call himself a skilled blacksmith. Lex thought he was silent and crawling on his knees, so he said he understood and would teach him how to forge a cage like that, but nothing more. The master was very grateful to him for this and thanked him. Jiro said that this was his brother. Even Lord Gordoff was the same. It was good enough for Lex as an apprentice to say that he had no other choice. Jiro said that he also got his sword. Lex was free to think that it was good. What we needed was to come up with a difficult training program for him. Meanwhile, a man was walking along the city street, thinking that soon his lord would return from the auction in the capital city. Before he returned, he had to find an adventurer who could defeat the dragon. He walked to the Adventurers Guild where Lex was registered, and thought he would do it without thinking that he would refuse the invitation to the dinner party as an additional alliance to keep their adventurers and personal data safe. It would be impossible to pressure them with a noble name, so he came this far to discuss everything face to face. Elma greeted him and welcomed him to the Adventurers Guild, mentioning her name, John. John said they would let. He continued with the technicalities and asked if he could see what Elma, the adventurer, thought was fair here, but it seemed like he had already gone on John's mission. John said he understood and rushed towards the exit. Elma tried to stop him, but John didn't hear her and wondered what kind of appearance this dragon fighter would have. Would he be a warrior, or maybe a magician, or even part of the Adventurers Alliance who refused to disclose such information, respecting the freedom of adventurers? Finally, he could see the dragon fighter from the circulating rumors. He was burning with impatience, pushing through the crowd and thinking that surely in the midst of this crowd, there must be the same dragon fighter. But he was standing there with a new suit of armor that he proudly displayed. They were told to look for the glitter. A regular suit of armor wouldn't be able to do this. John thought it was a shiny armor like a pearl. Even a fool would understand that this was something extraordinary. He displayed his armor and sword in front of the crowd. Strangely, it wasn't artistic. It must be him. He went to the person and asked if he could spare a moment or asked who he was. John answered that he was a head servant serving the Viscount who ran the city. His name was John. Could he introduce himself if it wasn't too much trouble? The man's name is Org, and what brought him there, John said, was if I saw it directly, and then he was looking for an adventurer who met certain criteria at the request of the Viscount or didn't really understand it, and asked what adventurer met certain criteria. John answered yes, for example, a strong warrior who could use that very good armor. He might notice that his armor had very high quality. Someone as simple as he could notice all its exclusivity. He was very happy to hear it, and asked if it was really this special armor made by Master Gordov's hand. John was surprised and asked if it was really his Master Gordov. The person said no. All this armor was made from dragon scales. He thought that dragon knowledge had been sold recently, which means the scales couldn't be sold yet, and this means that it might be obtainable. This is just if he personally defeated it. He said he was quite amazed that he had taken over the dragon scales. He was very curious where did he get it, and he thought about how he would respond to this or not, tell him the truth. So he said he just found it during the quest. It was really lucky, according to John, a very bad reason, and he said so understandingly. John thought it seemed like he didn't want his identity revealed if he knew the reason for opening it. He asked what if, other than having high-quality scales, he might be a high-ranking adventurer. Isn't he an org? That's what John thought, because he believed he was the dragon fighter from the rumors. He asked if he wanted to meet his lord. His lord only seeks strong adventurers to become his knights. He wants to become a knight equal to that person. He was very surprised and asked if he was really a knight. But then he calmed down and said that he wasn't interested in it. John said that he had to be sure so that his lord would satisfy all his conditions. He didn't have to rush to answer. Wouldn't it be better to think about his dinner with the lord? Someone asked what his dinner would be. John said yes, they would prepare many dishes for his arrival. The person said he would think about it. He thinks John is amazing. He succeeded in achieving it. All that remains is to convince him to become a follower of his lord, but it won't be difficult to persuade someone like him. After that, he told the person that he would come back when he was ready, so he asked for his forgiveness. After John left, everyone started whispering about what happened. Someone asked if they had heard if he was personally invited by a nobleman who would be given a title of nobility. Jiro said he didn't believe it. He ignored Lex for his own interests. This guy has really lost his mind. Lex told him not to speak like that. He was sure he was noticed because of his skills. He asked what he was talking about. Besides, he was only noticed because of his dragon scale armor. He couldn't afford it at all. Lex said he thought he chose him, then evaluated his abilities only on the armor. He provoked them to talk, he thought so, and besides, it was just a weighing of the green dragon that he gave him. No one would think that a high-quality armor was made from a material at this level, let alone that this armor was only the result of his skill. The organization also handed over the weighing to him so that he could get the armor for free, so it was nothing more than a prototype. And besides, he didn't think his armor could impress anyone. Jiro said he doubted it. Was he pretending or was he really stupid? He hoped it was just a misunderstanding. Lex said it was a misunderstanding, but it still happened. It's going to rain today. That's what he thought. They should take on some missions. Jiro said he almost forgot today was the day he would teach him swordsmanship. Lex said it was true. If he learned regularly, he could become a knight like an org. Jiro said that, and why wouldn't he be happy to hear that? After that, they went to a small clearing in the forest. Lex said they needed to start their training. Jiro asked where they should start training, or would he teach him a secret technique. She laughed at him and said he was foolish. Don't let him hope that he would teach a secret technique to someone as awkward as him. Jiro got angry at him and asked what he said. Lex calmed down and said that one thing he would do is teach them the basics, starting with simple body-strengthening magic. Jiro asked what that magic was, strengthening the body, but Lex knew he couldn't use magic. He said that just because he was a warrior didn't mean he couldn't use magic. There is mana circulating inside each of them, in different amounts from person to person, and there are no people without its presence. Now let him show them. He focused mana in his right hand and did it like this. After that, he showed them how he crushed the stone with his own hand. He said that this is the basis of body-strengthening magic. When he covers his body with mana, it will strengthen his agility, muscle strength, and overall body protection. This technique is not only used by warriors but also suitable for magicians and healers. He asked them how easy it is, and everyone said at the same time that it's not a big deal. Lex smiled and said that body-strengthening magic is easy if they can feel it. Jiro told him that it's not easy at all. Mina interrupted and said that what's more important is that he didn't recite any spells. How did he do it? Meguri also stood not far from them and asked if they could do the same thing, but he said he thought they could. Lex said there's nothing complicated about it. Body-strengthening magic is called magic. It only covers the body with mana and so on. They don't need any attributes for it. No need to chant a spell for the desired effect. So this is a step forward in the path of reciting magic without a spell. Jiro said that's how it is. Mina hit him on the head and said he didn't understand anything. Then said it was Mina and Norb who could use magic, and maybe they would learn it before the others. As for Jiro and Meguri, they had to start practicing the feeling that mana they tried to do, but he didn't really succeed. She said she felt mana but couldn't control it without a spell. Norb said that he moved in a completely different direction from what she asked him. Lex thought so too. Even though they could feel mana, they still relied too much on spells and couldn't control it without them. He told them. She thought, she feels it, but she's not sure about it. Lex thought because she was a thief, she had relied on intuition all this time, meaning she could already feel mana here and there. Maybe Meguri would be the first to learn body-strengthening magic. At that time, Jiro tried to do all the things Lex showed him, but it didn't work out. He said he couldn't imagine blowing up the earth and his arms were very sore. Lex wondered if there was another way to get it. After a while, the three of them did it. Okay, Lex told them, that's amazing. You're learning at an incredible rate. Mina said it was very useful. She is now able to close the fight if they are ambushed. Norb said that according to him, her defense has increased more than her attack power. Meguri said that this is very useful for secret missions. Lex is very happy because everything worked out. He thinks it strengthens the body through magic depending on individual abilities. It seems like everyone got it. It's suitable for their class at that time. Jiro still can't do it yet, and he said he really can do it. Lex said he can also handle it, learning it through practice. Jiro was surprised and asked if he had practiced this, and how exactly he practiced it because he is truly amazing. He is very interested in how he trained. Lex remembered his past life where he was told that magic is a concept. Whatever it is, how much mana he has, he can improve his magic skills by understanding it. And the main secret of all this is the fight. If his fighting spirit is strong enough, he can use magic without a spell. According to Lex, it's better to leave out the fighting spirit part now because he is trying to understand the laws of the universe, and because of its laws, achievements in this matter, he is called the Sage. The Sage asked him if he was here. Lex said that he mostly practiced and researched to understand the key points of all this, the causes and patterns of everything, why everything is like this, and not the other way around. If he can know it, then he can reproduce the results artificially. Jiro said that he doesn't understand anything that Lex said. Simply put, he just needs to understand what mana is, as Jiro said. It doesn't take magic talent to understand all of this for a fighter like him. It's just simple impossible. Lex said it's not quite right. Let him see the Meguri, even though he's a crow that he can control. Then he remembered something and asked to be healed by Norb. Isn't it amazing that a small scratch disappears instantly? Lex asked if he felt something when he applied the healing. The person said it was when he healed him. Wasn't it a little ticklish? Then Lex said, here it is. He feels mana. Then Jiro asked if it really tickles. Lex said, what actually happens when someone uses a small amount of healing magic, a clump of mana is released after it's used. He should try to imagine that feeling. Jiro was happy and said, that's right, it's really good tickling. Lex thought that honestly, this clump is not the purest form of mana, but mana has been transformed into healing magic. But explaining these details only confuses him more. The main thing is that he believes he feels mana because he usually jumps to conclusions. Maybe he misunderstood everything. But if everything goes smoothly, he will be able to. and this time he replaces everything running towards him and starts praising him. Lex said he was great. He could do it. Mina said it wasn't bad. Norb said it was good. My job said it was extraordinary. Gyro asked if they thought he would explode himself. Lex apologized to him, thinking that even if he exploded, it was a success, not a failure. Gyro didn't stop and kept practicing. She was very happy and said it was truly extraordinary. She never thought she would be able to do something like that. Lex is the best. Lex felt a little embarrassed and said he would take it as a compliment, but he ruined it. And warned not to let him get carried away, Norb said. Lex said he was a first-class teacher. He could even teach magic to Gyro. Meguri said it was truly amazing. They became stronger with each rank. No, maybe even more than that. Lex thought he shouldn't exaggerate. Mina said so, but why did Gyro explode then? Lex said the problem was that he was too focused on himself without diverting. Mina asked if he was too focused. Lex answered yes. For example, if you keep pouring water into a bag, it will eventually explode. The same principle applies to strengthening magic. Magic strengthens the body by improving blood circulation and a small amount of mana inside the body. In Gyro's case, he concentrated too much mana, which caused the explosion. If they concentrate a large amount of mana in their bodies, the excess should be allowed to escape. Mina asked what should be let go of. Lex said it was true. They just had to use magic miracles, which people used as a product of accumulated mana inside the body. And besides, there's also a way to use magic without an incantation. If one releases the mana from their body, they can use magic without an incantation. Nino was surprised by this and asked if Lex was serious. Is all of this really necessary to use magic without an incantation? Lex said that all he needed to do was release the unused mana if he wanted to use magic without reciting the incantation. He just needed to add attributes to it and implement them. Mina had already started trying it out, and she succeeded. She asked if she could really use magic without an incantation. Is this for real? It's just Lex being crazy, thinking that way because he's a wizard. He'll definitely learn it quickly. Why didn't Mina's teacher teach her this? Maybe it's some kind of special training. Then Norb turned to her and Lex asked if she really wanted to learn how to use magic without an incantation too. But she said no. She wants to, but there's something more important. She pointed towards Gyro and said he stopped moving. Lex looked at him and said he had just run out of mana. This happened to those who were too carried away with the newfound magic they had just acquired. He knew that he just needed to rest and he would be fine, or take a deep breath and say he was glad to hear it all happened so suddenly. He started to worry, but then he didn't, thinking it was possible to spend it all. Mana on body enhancement magic required a lot of it, as it was a special type of magic. Lex smiled and said he was exaggerating. Meanwhile, Meguri was left behind, still trying out Lex's magic. He helped her stand up and told her she had overdone it a little. Meguri apologized to him, but Lex told her not to apologize because it was his fault for not telling her about the large mana consumption. Then they saw that Mina was already unconscious. They helped her stand up and placed her next to the others. Norb said 3 out of 4 had already used up their mana. Lex said they should teach them how to distribute it properly. Meanwhile, at Viscount Grymore's newly acquired residence, the Viscount himself greeted John. He informed the Viscount that he seemed to have achieved what he wanted. The Viscount replied, despite it costing a lot of money. He sat on his sofa and said that this Baron seemed to hate him, trying to raise the prices. John poured him some tea, and sadly mentioned that he heard the Viscount had to exceed his budget. However, he finally managed to obtain the sought-after dragon essence that Celia was looking for. This would definitely enhance the effectiveness of future visions. John asked if this would truly improve the effectiveness of future visions. The Viscount's lady replied that it was exactly like that. However, this was the magic of future visions that Celia needed to manage her territory. She was an expert in her field of predicting miracles, known as divination. There were many people in the world who could use magical predictions, but this woman's predictions were indeed accurate and remarkably precise. In fact, she was an integral part of managing Viscount's territory. John, who owned the land, asked how she would use the dragon skin for future reviews. The Viscount said he didn't know. He only cared about his progress in business. What mattered was that he knew how to use it, and more importantly, how everything would unfold with that question. John took a satisfied breath and said that it convinced him that he had made contact with the adventurer, and the only thing left was to negotiate with him. The Viscount asked if he really thought so, and John said that he saw in himself a power that others could only dream of. Apparently, he wanted to be elevated to a position that couldn't be explained. The Viscount said that he had a conscience, or he was looking for someone to support him in whatever it was. They should be prepared for the predicted disaster that Celia mentioned earlier. John asked if he was talking about the same disaster that Celia had experienced before. The Viscount asked exactly what it was, his hands trembling, and he said that he had seen disasters where his territory was engulfed in flames. He couldn't believe it, but now the dragons of evil and even dark slime had appeared. Each of these high-level monsters clearly wasn't a coincidence, and that meant only one thing. The something was happening on Earth. He asked his butler if he thought so too, and wasn't it John who saw it? He looked at John seriously and nodded, telling the Viscount that he couldn't allow anyone else to recruit this adventurer, so he had to prepare everything for the dinner party. John accepted his master's order, and the Viscount asked what the adventurer's name was. A few days later, Celia came to her father. Viscount asked her daughter what happened. The girl said that the Viscount's clues were tense, and asked if he had really seen something that Celia said yes. Thanks to the dragon skin her father gave her, she could see everything much clearer. The Viscount was very happy about this, and said it was truly amazing and worth the money spent. Celia smiled, and said yes, she was very grateful to him, because her forward vision accuracy had improved several times. The Viscount was very surprised by this and asked if the number was indeed small, then why didn't he immediately see Celia there frowning? He lowered his head and said that he had seen a group of monsters he had never heard of before. The shadow completely covered the sun. The Viscount was very scared by this and said it was because of this that his prediction would definitely come true. His daughter told him that she did it. The Viscount said that he had not made a mistake with the decision to hire an adventurer at that time. In fact, he was a little worried about some recent incidents, and that's why he decided to hire an adventurer. It was the first time his daughter had heard about it. She was surprised and asked if it was really an adventurer. The Viscount said yes, but it was not just an ordinary fighter, but an adventurer who could defeat dragons. This surprised her. She asked if such a dragon was possible. The Viscount told her that the dragon skin he gave her was taken from the dragon killed by the same adventurer girl. It was very surprising and showing that he is truly an adventurer capable of defeating a dragon. He intervened in their conversation and said that not only recently, 3 evil cursed skins were sold at auction, and one of them was bought by his lord. The adventurer is the one who killed the evil, making the girl even more surprised and asked if there is any boring evil. John said yes, it is indeed the same adventurer who defeated the dragon. The Viscount said that above the others is the dark slime that managed to sneak into the city and was destroyed by a specific adventurer. The girl asked if he really thought that this is the same adventurer that the Viscount mentioned. Most likely that's what happened to Celia. She asked her father, "What is the name of this adventurer?" The Viscount said apparently his name is Org. The girl said that he is the one who can save their land. Meanwhile, Mr. Org, who was drinking at the guild, sneezed. He asked if anyone remembers him today. Viscount's hope is pinned on the random adventurer. After their training, the tired Gyro team lay down on the grass, and Gyro said it's so exhausting. Mina said it feels like it's been a long time since she last moved so much. Norb said it's like the air guards they have to do is protect them with magic. He said that the increase in body magic is truly amazing, of course. Lex suggested that they take a short break so they could recover some mana. Mina asked if they would still continue. Lex said it's better to practice when he has a little mana. That way he can memorize the minimum mana required to activate the body enhancement spell. Mina said it made sense, so Gyro jumped in and said it was great that he was already feeling better. Mina asked how he recovered so quickly. Gyro said he wasn't entirely sure, but his fatigue disappeared after a short rest. Mina sighed and said she had so much energy. Gyro chuckled and said he was the best student. Mina asked what that had to do with anything. Jiro explained that as a fighter, he needed to have high endurance. He still couldn't move freely as his stamina hadn't fully recovered. Norb asked him to explain what he learned from Lex. Was there a connection to that? Didn't Lex listen to them and think? Actually, he didn't teach him anything. Then he thought about something and said that maybe he would turn to Jiro and ask him to try using body enhancement magic. Jiro said, "All right, I'll use this magic," Lex said. He knew it. He had attributes on that magic. The whole Jiro team was very surprised and asked what attributes Lex was talking about. He thought it was Mina and that other magic users already knew about it by adding attributes to the colorless mana. It could be fire magic or wind magic for body enhancement. It is magic that strengthens the body through mana circulation throughout the body. It is magic that uses colored mana. Norb asked if Jiro's body enhancement magic didn't have colored mana but did have some attributes. Lex said, "Yes, this is the next step in body enhancement magic. It is called the enchanting attribute." Jiro said it sounds really cool, and the meaning of those words came to him. He said he could already use it, so he's actually really cool, right? Mina hit him and told him not to run ahead and train first. Lex told him that he had introduced the recovery magic Norb to master body enhancement magic. Jiro said yes. He imagined all these thorns as he said, it was just a hypothesis, but because it represented his feelings well, he unconsciously could change its color from colorless mana to holy mana of recovery magic. Norb asked about it. In other words, the miracle of recovery not only depends on his faith. He didn't believe such a thing could happen. Maybe Lex said it was just his hypothesis. The attributes that Jiro added to his body enhancement magic were classified as healing enhancement, referring to existing recovery magic, such as fire amplification, which refers to fire, or spark amplification, which refers to lightning. Mina asked what would happen if there was one for each attribute. Lex said that's correct. There are 6 attributes in magic, which are water, earth, wind, fire, light, and dark. Darkness is also a derivative attribute like lightning or ice. She can also add a protective attribute that has resistance to poison. Mina said that it does happen that there are many different attributes which Lex finds comfortable because he can do anything with them depending on how they are used. Jiro said that this means if he practices more, he will be able to use magic enhancement body with different attributes. This is amazing. He looked at his team and invited them to continue training further. Mina told him to wait because they haven't recovered yet, but Jiro said that if they are not in a hurry, they won't have time to blink like he will become strong and destroy giant monsters as Mina's brother said he's an idiot. It's impossible. But then they heard a loud noise and a strange voice. Lex immediately went and flew into the sky, thinking about what a bad feeling like this. After a while they all heard this voice. Lex said, "It's damn Viper." Mina was scared and asked what's wrong. "Isn't that too big?" She said that he's bigger than that, a boring evil that has been dealt with before. Norb said it's not fun. He asked Lex what kind of monster Viper is. Lex damn said it's a monster from the demon world. This monster shouldn't be here in this world, but with such a huge size, even with summoning magic. But then he did it interrupted by him who said it was not important, they just had to defeat his. Did you see how she told him not to talk nonsense? It's crazy, right? And then she mentioned this forest pig that has some kind of body enhancement magic. Lex said it's dangerous, like a cursed snake. If you even get close to it, you'll be affected by its toxic smoke. They call it the untouched monster, and it can curse you with evil magic just by touching it. It's a terrifying creature that kills its targets and weakens them. Mina asked how they can defeat it, but only the 3 of them can use magic. Maybe they should go back to the city and report to the guild. This sounds like a mission for a high-ranking adventurer. Jiro is upset about it, but agrees that there's not much they can do. But then Lei steps in and says he'll stop it. Mina asked what he said about being cursed. Lex said this monster was unexpectedly fast for its size, so if he didn't stop here, it would reach the city before them. Norb said that if that's the case, what will he do with the curse? His curse isn't strong enough to remove it, even if he asks the highest renter in the church. Then Lex would have to pay a high price for the curse of the monster from the demon world. He told him not to worry, because everything he did would show everyone the power of his enhanced magic body in real battles. After that, he used his body enhancement magic and said that his holy attribute enveloped his body. This is the holy place of enhancement, one of the advantages of this attribute. It not only strengthens attacks against evil creatures, but also has the ability to reflect curses. In an instant, Lex dealt with this giant viper. Then he kicked the viper and sent it flying high into the sky. Lex stared at the sky and thought that he had sent it flying too far. The J-Ro team called him, and Lex turned to them and said it was all over. That's how it all happened. If they mastered the magic body enhancement, they could use different attribute effects and easily defeat their intended enemies. J-Ro said that he was someone who could conceal himself with recovery magic, and in time, he would be able to do it just like him. J-Ro was also very happy about this and asked if he was seriously happy. Then Norb turned to Lex and asked what it turned out that the threat of monsters from the demon world had disappeared. Lex lowered his head and said that according to him, he wasn't cursed by Viper because his body was too big and ferocious, which didn't fit the military requirements. He thought there was a gateway somewhere connected to. All people in the demon world were very surprised and asked what the gateway was connected to the demon world. Lex said it was because he couldn't directly feel it. Viper cursed, which he thought was the gateway, hidden behind some kind of barrier magic. Norb asked what and who could do such a thing. Lex said she was sure the best possibility of the gateway was somewhere nearby, so she would go destroy it and gather the materials. Cursed Viper followed along the way, which he let go and left. J-Ro was very impressed and said he was amazing. Lex's brother was really great. Mina was even surprised and told him not to do it because he was afraid. J-Ro said there was nothing he could do on a large scale. A monster suddenly appeared out of nowhere, where he then emerged and defeated it. He was very cool, like a hero from the legend he wanted to fight as hard as he could. One day he would show them that he could fight like that. One day Mina would say that they had to chase Lex and help him gather materials. J-Ro supported him and said it was certain, but then he and his whole team felt a strange cold sensation all over their bodies. They were very scared. J-Ro thought about what was strange and cold. He had a feeling of what it was. Then she shouted something. It came. J-Ro looked up and saw some monsters that scared him. He asked what they were trying to do something against these monsters, but none of them could do anything. They thought they couldn't even move. J-Ro asked if these were the monsters from the legend. Mina told them to think that they really exist. This monster grinned and mimicked their words. Now she understands. So that's not like them. People only live for 100 years or more, isn't that right? The magic that extends their lives gives them another 100 years, so they erase it from history after driving them out in the past. They're not really a bunch of idiots. They dare to forget their oath. Mina asked why he did all this. That's what the monster said. How funny it is. Does he really want to save these badly injured humans? But the catch is that they will all die here again, but then I oppose this monster. He thinks it's thanks to the magic of body enhancement that he can match its speed and save Mina from the blow by this monster. The monster chuckled and asked if they really experienced it again from here. This field continues to follow them. He thinks it's a homing attack. If it's like this, he should try it. He turned to the girl and told her to use her body enhancement magic. Well, no arguing with her now, so she said it's okay. J-Ro picked her up and told her to hold on. After that, he spun her around and threw her into the sky. The monster asked her if she really tried to sacrifice herself for her friends to escape. J-Ro told her not to underestimate him. The monster said how foolish she is. She will die before she reaches him. That's why he just needs to hit her before she dies. The monster activated its power and said that, then let her die. He laughed and told her to disappear. But J-Ro refused and said this was not the time he would break through. The monster attacked and told him not to underestimate him. After that, he immediately attacked the monster. He even managed to do it, drawing his sword and attacking the monster once again. He landed back on the ground and asked how he felt about it. He turned to Norb and said that they had succeeded. It was true because they had successfully executed a plan from the beginning when he saw the sign. After, he provided some help. Meguri unconsciously gave him a signature in return. After throwing the trap, Norb understood his message when he saw him jump into the demon's attack. He realized that he said he had to give him a protection spell, and as a result, he had the magical body his brother had. He taught him protective magic, and the healing enhancement traces present in his magic. He hopes for these 3 defenses, he challenged the demon, and everything ended well, even though his body was in a lot of pain right now because of all this. Well, despite all this, Gyro is very happy now and says he is still alive, but the demon has not been defeated. He is very angry now, calling them pitiful and telling them not to get arrogant. He will kill them all. Gyro thought he was still alive. He is not strong enough to defeat him. The demon said how foolish he was. He would make them beg to die faster. Gyro looked at Lex and said that now he thought they had dragged it out long enough. The demon did not understand who he was talking about. And he asked what Gyro laughed, and asked what he didn't realize right behind him was someone who wanted him to beg for a faster death afterwards. Lex crashed into the monster right there with all his might. Lex apologized to everyone for being late. Gyro told him that he would handle the rest. Lex said it seemed like he was just in time. He thought he had a bad feeling after he took the cursed person's corpse, a snake, and that's why he decided to come back as soon as possible. But he never expected to see a demon here as the enemy of all mankind, even though he managed to catch it off guard and throw it far away. But this is not the end because he will definitely come back. But more importantly, he is worried about them. He looks around the group and thinks that it looks like both of them are fine. They have run out of mana, while for him it seems like he has already recovered, and Gyro has many wounds that need to be healed before the demon returns. And he uses his magic called extended healing to heal everyone. They are very surprised as their wounds start to heal. Gyro says it's fair and hard to believe that their wounds are gone, and he thanks Lex for what Lex told them to do, to stay behind and take care of this demon themselves. Gyro actually really wants to help him fight the demon, but he doesn't want to become like that. It's time for him to step up, so he will rely on Lex. Lex tells him not to worry and leave it to him. At that moment, the demon starts to feel its own power again. It becomes even angrier than before and tells them how dare they are and calls them pitiful. Lex asked who that miserable person was, saying it wasn't so he was deceived by the same miserable people, meaning he was weaker, right? This hurt his pride, and he screamed at Lex to be quiet. Lex said he wouldn't let him run a fake in his world, and himself thought that the main ability of the demon was a dark flash, but he didn't feel the strong energy from him. He was a low-level demon, and besides, the black hole was annoying. He watched the demon and said that the gate might connect their world and the demon world. This gate was more dangerous than the demon itself, and this gate was also close to the city. So he needed to defeat this person as soon as possible and destroy the gate. But then something came to him, and he thought that if the demon was on the first level with the gate, then it was possible to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That he already had analyzed everything, and thought of the whole plan. He took his sword and told himself to be a little more serious. He drew his sword and activated it in an instant from one eye. He was next to this demon and attacked him with his blow, called the gap space. Lex thought that the surgery was actually the breaking of this space, the magic that ignored the laws of the universe, and broke through everything it passed was a spatial attack that ignored all magical and physical resistance. It had been a long time since he had done it. He had used large-scale magic. He was glad that everything was going very smoothly. He knew it very quickly afterwards that he returned to his companions. He turned around and smiled at them, saying Lex finished. But then he saw the reaction of all of them, and was a little surprised. Gyro said he remembered boasting about his unimaginable power. But it turns out that Mina, who was not near, said that the destruction of the demon at the gate was just 1 blow. If they told anyone, no one would believe them. Lex thought that he also thought so. After these incidents, they returned to the guild. Lex approached Elma and asked her what happened. Elma said that it was her gift to the green dragon from the evil boredom that had finally happened. Lex was very happy to hear that. Elma told him that they also received a reward for the evil they obtained from the feudal lord, and that their reward was a conclusion. Gyro patted Lex's shoulder and said that's how he became rich. Lex was surprised himself because it was just a green dragon. Elma stood next to him and asked him not to do it, to say that it was just a green dragon. But anyway, she asked him to go to the waiting room to receive the reward. Lex was surprised and asked if it couldn't be done as usual. Elma said that the fact is that the amount is a lot of money, so it would be better if it was in the waiting room to avoid that incident. Gyro got angry and said that it means he won't know how much Lex has. Lex accepted it with a smile and said that even if he is a close friend, he still needs to follow these etiquette rules. He called the leader of the Dragon Killer group and asked what's up. Gyro told her not to mention that name. Lex chuckled and thought that the band name he made up was a big embarrassment for him. He told the girl that he didn't mind that she and the others were present. Elma was surprised and asked if he really didn't mind. Lex said yes, anyway they would find out everything, so it's better if they see it for themselves. Gyro is very happy and says that he recognizes Lex again. He knows them better than anyone else. Elma sighs and says, well, if that's the case, she asks them to come into the room and the girl closes the door behind them. She puts a big gift bag on the table and says it's her gift from the auction. Then she puts another bag, but it turns out to be very small. Of course, they immediately notice this small bag and wonder what's inside. Elma says that it's the change from the sale of a green dragon and 3 boring crimes. It also includes a gift from the feudal lord, a total of 20 platinum coins. Gyro asks if there are really only 20 gold pieces. No matter how you look at it, it's too little. Norb whispers to him that it's not 20 gold, it's 20 platinum. Apparently Lex doesn't know about this and asks what platinum is. This is a coin used when using gold becomes difficult. It's a special coin, Mina whispers to him, asking what the value of 1 platinum coin is. But she says that if she's not mistaken, then the rate is 1 to 10,000. Everyone is very surprised and asks if it's true that it's 10,000 gold. He says that the gift is 20 platinum, which means the total is 200,000 gold. Mina says that it's a very large amount. Gyro says it's beyond his understanding. Elma says that they managed to sell all the monster parts at the auction. Bone, skin, internal organs, and nucleus were all sold separately. Selling dragon parts wasn't cheap, so almost everything was expensive, but it concentrated on gold coins. One part of the dragon was very popular among the fierce bidding they fought against each other for. Lex is surprised, and I thought they were fighting fiercely over just a green dragon. They know that's true. Elma says it's about the boring crimes. Lex said that, but still, there is so much money. Elma said that the feudal lord's reward is the biggest part of that total amount. Lex asked what the feudal lord's reward really is. Elma said yes, the reward includes payment for eliminating very dangerous monsters. Apparently, Lex didn't understand what was happening. Elma said that when a powerful monster appears in the feudal lord's territory, he eliminates it and maintains peace and tranquility in his territory. He receives a worthy reward for that, said Lex. It's clear, but even so, the amount that the feudal lord hands over to Lex is very large. Lex thought it seemed like the feudal lord is a very good person to think that a noble cares so much about him, someone he touched. Apparently there are still worthy nobles in the world, so he smiled and said that he would gladly accept the award. Gyro said he's truly extraordinary. An ordinary adventurer cannot earn even a small amount of this income. Lex was actually very surprised about that. Elma said it's because they already knew. The reward is 20 platinum coins. They have prepared it here and have already taken into account their commission. There are 18 platinum coins in a small bag and some small change from a large deposit in a large bag. There are 40,000 gold coins inside it. In total, Lex said that means there is a smaller portion inside the big bag. Elma then said that by the way she could generate this much money to the federal bank account. Lex said that he already had a magic pouch for such purposes. Elma said it was a shame, but anyway, if she ever went to another big event, she asked to contact the guild with her loot, even though the commission she guaranteed was a fair payment. Mina asked if this meant she only wanted to get a commission. Elma smiled and said she didn't understand what she was talking about. According to Lex, it was reasonable that they wanted to make money. Then she said, by the way, she remembered that big event, how she had just killed a big lizard and said that this could happen if she sold something to him. Elma thought about it and said she understood how she could catch more. But after that, she was very happy and said of course this was a great opportunity to make money. Lex thought she was just an enthusiastic employee of mine. She asked what, but wasn't that a damn monster? Wouldn't it be dangerous if she said it was definitely a monster from the demon world, so she couldn't just take it? Lex told them not to worry, because the cursed snake stopped working after everyone's death. Everyone was very surprised by this and asked if it was true. Lex said yes, damn. This change was quite big, similar to body-strengthening magic with just cursed attributes, like when Gyro unconsciously used healing when practicing body-strengthening magic. Elma interrupted them and asked if she could ask if her whole body was shaking. She asked if she had just gotten a monster from the demon world. Lex smiled and said yes, it was a demon's monster. It was summoned through a gate. Elma screamed that it was truly a demon. This is how a normal person's reaction should look like, Mina said. Meanwhile, her daughter came to her and her father, Viscount, was very worried about something. Viscount asked what happened, but Mina somehow managed to control her breathing and said that it was a premonition of a disaster with a horde of monsters. Viscount couldn't believe his ears and asked if she had said that. The girl confirmed it, saying that she had used her foresight the day before to predict the disaster, but now she had used it again and the vision disappeared. Viscount asked what she meant by it, if their land was safe. The girl said yes, now everyone could live in peace. Viscount couldn't believe his luck and said it was good news to think about. This happened right after he hired a man whom he thought was right. John said the organization definitely noticed something in his words and eliminated the root of the problem, the disaster. Viscount replied, yes, that's right, as expected from a dragon fighter, he had to respond according to his own advantages. John was very happy to hear this and thought that's what an adventurer should do. Only after hearing Viscount's words did he feel that something was missing and the problem was taken into his own hands. If that was the case, then he should be promoted to a rank S adventurer. Elma was very surprised and asked what kind of demon Mina unleashed. She said that this was a normal reaction. Mina confirmed. This is absolutely normal reaction that Elma tries to realize her common sense and asks for 1 minute to say it before talking about the devil. It seems like she has already heard about the cursed snake somewhere. She saw it up close to that group and then suddenly stood up, then asked them to wait a little bit. She said she would call the authorities, so let them sit here for a while. Minutes later, Elma pushed the boss to the right into this room. The man didn't understand anything but what was happening here and asked the girl what she meant when she talked about an emergency. She looked at all these friends and asked who these kids were. Elma said she would explain everything to him now. She turned to Lex and said that this man is the leader of their adventurer guild. If something exceeds him, the authority will then turn to the guildmaster. Lex was very surprised and asked if this was really a guildmaster. He wondered what someone as big as him was doing here. The man smiled and said he was really glad to meet him. He is the chairman of the alliance named Barclay. Lex said it was mutually beneficial and introduced himself as well. After that, the whole Gyro group followed Lex's example and introduced themselves, and Barclay also told them that he was very happy to meet them. He turned back to Elma and asked what's up and what business she had with him. He knew she was a very busy person. Elma said she was just busy singing sake and playing card games properly, but he was a former adventurer, so please let him work according to his rank. Lex was startled and asked what Norb used to approach him and whisper that usually to become a guild master, he must at least have an adventurer rank to take this position. Lex said that's how it is. Barclay laughed and said it's true, truly extraordinary. Elma said she didn't want to ruin the atmosphere, but recently a cursed snake was found in the area. Barclay asked what snake it was. Is it true? This time Elma said that it is a very dangerous monster from the demon world. Barclay said it's the same. After that he was very surprised and asked what happened. How did a monster from the demon world end up here? He had to hurry and announce an emergency request to the adventurers. Elma asked him to calm down because the cursed snake had been defeated. Barclay didn't listen to the girl and said that it was already clear what they needed to do, gather wizards and priests. But then he realized what Elma said and asked if it was true. Elma said yes, it is true. The gateway to the demon world appeared, and the demons themselves were also confirmed. Barclay couldn't believe his ears. He asked what they actually were. Demons in their time didn't even know about their existence. If this is related to the demon world, then they need to report it to the government so that they can send troops, preferably 2. Elma told him that the gateway and the demons have already been destroyed. Barclay asked if it's true. Is it really over? It's not even funny for him. He couldn't tell the difference between them. He is indeed the president of the Federation, and Lex intervened in their conversation, saying that it was true he could show his corpse if he went to Jerusalem to support him, and said that it was true that Lex never lied. Brackley said it was a cursed snake corpse. Let him be kind and take it to the production department. Maybe it was a mutated snake or something. After that, they all headed to production. Everyone in the department was very surprised and said that this was what happened. The production department seemed to be from the inside. It was the first time they were inside. Brackley said he would do it only the high-ranking team had access to the production department, because they were able to hunt the big animals he was targeting. Lex told him to show it to them. Lex's corpse said it was his now. He took out his small bag and said that this was it. The man looked at him very strangely and asked what he was talking about, more than a snake. But he didn't even have time to finish it the same way. The snake appeared right in front of him. He was very surprised and asked what was going on. Where did he get it from? As he said, it came from a magic bag, and he thought he also had a head on his shoulder. By the way, Brackley was surprised and asked why the magic bag hadn't disappeared yet. Wasn't it lost? Where did he get it from? Lexus asked if it was really lost, but he just brought it from his home in the village. Everyone had at least one of them because it was quite convenient. The guildmaster asked what kind of village it was. Elma told him that it was indeed like this. Now he understood that it was all true. The man asked her why she didn't tell him about it earlier. Elma said that she had told him everything starting from the moment she defeated the dragon. It was just his fault that he didn't listen. The Fellowship of Teachers asked if this newcomer was capable of defeating the dragon that Elma mentioned. What would happen if he worked even harder? He would know about Lex now. From now on, he would ask him to work tirelessly. The man asked her if she had really planned all of this from the beginning. Starting after that, she said that if she really alone defeated that dragon, and now the monster's corpse from the demon world, then of course he would believe that his name was Lex Wright. Who defeated the demon? Wasn't he where the rest of the gate and demon were? Lex said that in fact it was the gate and demon itself. He left it in another dimension. The man asked her if Lex was serious, asked if it was really a problem. The chairman of the fellowship said that if there was evidence, he could report it to the government to get attention. Without strong evidence, he just wouldn't believe it. Lex thought about it. Nobles tended to doubt anything that wasn't supported by evidence. People often came up with stories to steal money from them. That's why the nobles weren't quick to believe everything without evidence. He had experienced this in a previous life, so he knew Gyro couldn't stand it and said that. But he also saw Lex using his magic and cutting the demon in half. After that, he was sucked in. Mina said it was all true, truly an amazing miracle. He said that demon was very thirsty for that murder. He thought they would stay there. He said it on behalf of the church. He was sure all of this was true. The guildmaster said that there was still a monster corpse from the demon world. If they captured it and handed it over to the army, it would definitely attract their attention. Pay attention to the case that Lex apologized to him for damaging the evidence. The guildmaster told him not to worry about it. The main thing is that there are no victims, and let him handle the rest. He was sure they understood everything. But don't let them tell anyone about what happened. The incident with the demon was enough to make the top part of it mixed up start talking about it, that's it. Because Panic Jaro asked if this meant all of Lex's achievements were in vain, it's not fair. Lex smiled at him and said that everything was fine, and the safety of civilians was much more important. The guildmaster told them not to worry. because he would still give them the appropriate reward and payment for the monster corpse also. Becoming the guildmaster now, he promoted him to the rank of adventurer to destroy the former extremely dangerous monster. He was very happy for him and said that he was now a ranked adventurer. The chairman of the Federation, honestly, he wanted to promote him soon, because he alone defeated the very strong monster. But if a beginner like him raised his rank too quickly, then it would look very suspicious who he would promote him soon after he completed one more dangerous quest. That Lex said could be understood. It's like when he was promoted to be a drinker, isn't it? Elma said it right, and he regrets their impotence. But don't let him worry because it's him. He's sure he'll get a ranking in the blink of an eye. The guildmaster told him that he wants him to be promoted quickly, because that way he can enter the dangerous territory of Lex. Lex and Jiro were surprised and asked how dangerous the right area is. He said that this is an area where low-ranking adventurers cannot enter because it is against the dangers that this area holds. The Adventurer Guild and the government have closed off this area, and that's why it's called a dangerous territory. There are 3 types of areas in total that can only be entered based on rank and above. Lex said it turns out that you must at least have an adventurer rank to get there. Meguri said that she promoted Lex to the adventurer rank just so he could have access to that dangerous territory. Isn't that right, Guildmaster? The Guildmaster said that this is exactly the case with dangerous territories. As the name suggests, this place is very dangerous, but the results that can be obtained are worth the risk. If he cleans up the area he wants, he will definitely get the promotion that Lex is eyeing. Lex was surprised and asked what should be done. The Guildmaster said that there is something extraordinary placed within the dangerous territory that needs to be neutralized as soon as possible. These unusual places continue to develop continuously and can become a big threat over time. Mina told him that she knew about the corrosive earth where the area was turning into a toxic swamp. He said he had heard about it at their church. They were still looking for ways to clean it up. Jiro was the only one who didn't know about this place and asked if it really existed. Mina said the local swamp was getting bigger every day. According to them, if this continued, it might soon hit the nearby villages. That's why the government was looking for someone who could remove the anomaly. No one had ever visited these places with anything better than smoking. Everyone left and isolated the area. There was a region near the city, and he could start from there. He would be officially promoted as soon as he finished there. Elma told him to ignore the irresponsible statements from the guildmaster because they truly cared. Unfortunately, he expected too much from his abilities, and they couldn't openly evaluate them. But they would not be ignored, and would be noted. The same evaluation applied to all his achievements. Lex saw them in silence. After that, he honestly admitted that he didn't know about the dangerous area. If he could help in any way, he was willing to test himself. The guildmaster said it was good, and they entered the dangerous area. After that, they left the production department there and saw Org. And some other men approached this person's organization and asked if it was true. The organization said it only showed how amazing he was. Lex asked the organization what happened. The organization was very happy to see him and asked about his progress. Lex said that he managed to defeat the snake today or pat its back, and said that he could see it continue with the same spirit. Lex said he seemed to be in a very good mood. Org said he was very happy. He asked him to point his thumb back and told him to look. There was a dead wild boar lying there. Mina asked if it wasn't an evil wild boar or said it was true. She accidentally came across it when she was searching for the monster to destroy. It was quite difficult, but no one would put her in front of a fatal blow. Org said it was amazing. He didn't expect anything less from him. The organization was very happy to hear all this. He told Lex to keep thinking that way so he could defeat the monster alone. It gets stronger every day. The man asked him if it wasn't thanks to his armor or mouthpiece, and told him to shut up because luck is also a skill. Lex thought about how sweet it was to have a friend to play with so casually. He said it was true because equipment is just a tool after all. The organization was very happy to hear this, and told him that he wouldn't have to reach into his pocket for a single word that Lex said. It was graceful. The Victory organization said he did it right. Lex smiled and pondered whether this was a little child of an evil forest pig, and their parents usually kept them, so it was difficult to catch one of them. If you cook baby boar meat over a fire, the meat will become very tender and soft, which adult individuals cannot boast of. The organization is exceptionally fair and can find a small organization saying that for today it will be exceptionally delicious. His friend asked if he wouldn't go to the party tomorrow. The org said that, but surely he had important business tomorrow, and he almost forgot to ask Lex what the feast was. The org said what the nobles said couldn't be ignored when there was someone as high-ranking as him. When he received their invitation, it was a real rank. Adventurers must do what Lex says. It's hard to believe he's truly extraordinary. He thought that if he was invited to he would definitely attend the feast, worried and declined it. The next day came and apparently something had happened there because Gyro now cried and said he would do it like that, lonely without Lex. Mina rolled her eyes and told him that he was no longer a child. Gyro was not offended at all now, but instead asked her what she brought Lex away. No, she didn't understand that he soon came up with something in his head and gave it all to them, but they could just go with him. Mina clearly didn't expect this from her, although she wasn't so surprised by it because she knew me well. She told her not to be foolish because they were rank F adventurers and they couldn't enter forbidden areas, where adventurers only had access to ranks and above. Let him stop whining. Apparently, Gyro's behavior had already started to make her angry. Lex has been here all this time, watching them. He smiles and thinks of the two of them as siblings. After that, he approaches them and tells them that they just need to improve their rankings, and that it's not as easy as it seems. They are only adventurer rank F, and they need to do something extraordinary to catch up. Lex rushes to calm them down and tells them not to worry because they have already mastered body-strengthening magic. If they continue to train hard in swordsmanship and magic, they will become stronger in no time. He believes this because strong people don't rely solely on talent. They achieve success through blood and sweat. He instills confidence in them and is sure that they will surpass him. Gyro asks him what he thinks he can do, and Lex answers that he believes he can do it. Gyro is thrilled to hear this, especially coming from Lex, and it gives him confidence. He smiles and says he understands that he will catch up, so let him wait for him. That's the answer Lex wanted to hear. He hears the news and says it's good. He will wait. Then Mina intervenes in their conversation and says she doubts his strength. When he reached the rank of Lex, he might have already been at rank S to understand his words. And afterwards, he agreed with him and said that because it was about Lex, it was very likely that she also agreed with this, and said that it was Noel who was incredibly supportive of them, and said he agreed. Lex, on the other hand, did not think so and thought that he was exaggerating too much. So Mina apparently decided to change the topic of conversation and thanked him for teaching them magic. She would do her best to learn the wonders of lightning. Lex said it was great if that was the case, then he could learn it quickly. As they parted ways, people said to him that he could always come back if he suddenly felt lonely, while they would feel lonely raising their ranks. Lex smiled and said that it was good. He would do it. Mina said she didn't think there was anyone who could teach them magic better than him. Lex agreed with this but did not answer. He was just thinking about it, of course, because the local magician in this town only taught his students the basics. No wonder they wanted to learn more than that. He remembered something and asked, "What if we visit his hometown?" The whole team of Gyro was very surprised by the unexpected proposal and asked what his hometown was. Lex replied yes. He had a magical textbook written by him in his village. Mina was shocked by what she heard. She said it was truly a magical textbook written by Lex himself. She just had to see it. Lex did not consider his textbook as something special, so he told Mina that there was nothing special about it. He wrote this textbook for children to teach them magic, as he thought it would be able to inspire them. Mina was very surprised by this, because it was the first time she heard something like that object, and asked how it really feels to teach magic to children very well. The interesting village in many ways, Lex said it in the textbook. He explained that only magic suitable for children's lives, so he was not sure if it would be useful for her. Mina clearly said Lex was lying. Lex disagreed with her, but he did not ask Mina. He just concluded and said that anyway his village was located to the west beyond some mountains, well received everything and said he understood. After that, Lex sighed and said that then he would go, let them take care of themselves. Elma said too. She also added that the organization had been called by the feudal lord, so she asked him to deliver this message. She apologized she could not accompany him, but she hoped his journey would be pleasant too. The chairman of the Federation also wanted to lead it, but unfortunately, he had a lot of work to do. Lex remembered the recent events and thought that he even thought so the chairman of the Federation was afraid. Elma approached Lex and said that she would do it, follow him, let him wait. He just told him to take care of himself. She said he expected souvenirs from him, null surprised by my request, and then he told Lex not to respond to his words seriously. Just be careful. There are many people gathered here in the field who have already gotten to know or even made friends with Lex. They all gathered here to see him off. Everyone supported him and told him to give it a try. Better let him go and surprise them all there. They will meet again someday. Everyone was very sad to say goodbye to her, but everyone was very happy to meet the amazing man. Lex was thrilled to hear all this. He thought he wanted to stay here for a longer period of time because this place had become so comfortable like home. But he knew he couldn't do that. He thought that anyway he was a man of life, an adventurer, and a full adventure. He bid farewell to everyone, then used his wings and soared. Everyone was shocked and asked if he really took off. Lex wondered if he had done something unusual. Mina told him, thinking he could even use magic flight. What else could surprise them with? I said it was surprising the miracle of flight is so difficult to master, Mina said. Even though it wasn't really Mac, she was surprised at that moment. With the naked eye, you can see how amazing it really is. People have been studying the miracle of flight for a long time, but evenly after years, one person didn't have it right. Rumor has it that research is still ongoing thanks to the military and government. But today it's much easier to ride a monster if they want to fly to the sky, NL said. As he thought, Lex was truly amazing. Mina said she always did crazy things that people said were good. Now it's time to practice. She will practice hard to catch up with Lex, and then she will be able to go with him. Then Mina turned to her and said that the training was certainly good, but didn't she want to learn more about Lex himself? Mina was curious to know more about him. Well, saying that when Lex mentioned his hometown, everyone was interested, right? Mina asked, curious about what kind of place this memory mentioned, that it must be beyond their imagination. Mina said it had been decided, and they went to Lex's homeland. Lex said that if it was about his homeland, they would be able to find it and discover the source of his power. Mina said they still had to pack, and they could finally find out his secret. Everyone was excited and said it was great. The guild master was also happy and celebrated with them. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Mina asked what he was doing here. The guild master said that he thought it would be bad if she didn't accompany him. He also wanted some screen time. He looked at Elma and told her that he just found out, not because he wanted to relax or anything like that. Elma pulled him and said it was okay, and now it was time to go back and continue their work. The guild master said that, but he was also so interested. He shouted to them that if they found something they shouldn't find, they should let him know. Of course, telling her that Elma said quite a lot of conversation they needed to get back to work, Mina thought so Elma was all ready. Meanwhile, Org arrived at Viscount's house. He thanked him for accepting their invitation, let him relax and enjoy the dish or not feel comfortable here. Org said delicious appearance of the dish, wasteful as usual. He tried one of the dishes and said it was very delicious. Viscount said that he had heard it, he had caught another fierce wild boar, surprised, and asked what's next. Yes, he just defeated one like that. Viscount said that he heard it doing it himself. Didn't he defeat such a big monster? He needs the appropriate skills. Org said not at all relatively small, and therefore he was able to defeat it. If it was bigger, then everything wouldn't happen. Rosie Celia said that, but he could still defeat a solo-ranked monster, expected from an adventurer a rank. Viscount said it's definitely not just simple, but also talented. He's glad so he can get to know him better. So the reward he received the evil dragon auction is definitely amazing, that much money he made. It makes sense to remain an adventurer how to become something like a knight. John thinks it looks like what my lord finally touched on the main topic of the night. He looked at Org and thought that he was a talented man who could defeat even a dragon if they had someone like him as a knight. They could defend another noble under control, depending on the situation that might be tried by the Viscount to offer marriage as payment in succession to employ him if it concerns the woman. Celia would be sad because she had to come up with something beforehand except the carriage. His thoughts interrupted by Org. He asked what the dragon was. What were they talking about? Viscount was already tense. He said he was talking about a dragon and an evil hole that was sold at auction. It's prey that this has become a hot topic of conversation even in the capital of the kingdom. The princess confirmed it and said yes, thanks to him. They could win the heart of the dragon. John became scared and thought, can't it really come out the question that according to his calculations, he had heard that the person who defeated the dragon from the evil hole was an adventurer from this city, wasn't he? An adventurer who defeated them that he knew that he didn't want to stand out, but didn't need to deceive him. John think that's right, just like he said, my lord. He didn't need to pretend to be stupid. Okay, he pretended to be stupid, wasn't he? But Org said no because he wasn't the one who defeated the dragon. It was another adventurer. There was an awkward silence. Viscount said it, but he was the one who defeated the evil boar, right? Or said yes. And indeed, the first he asked what was his really. Not that, said the sixth orc, no, it's his. The Viscount and his daughter stared at John. The Viscount asked him what the girl meant. He wanted John to explain it to them, or ask if they wanted to explain what was happening here. John didn't know what to do, so he said that the organization was also talented and capable of defeating the evil forest pig. He was very happy that his lord had talented subordinates. Meanwhile, Lex had already arrived in Hexy City. He looked around and said that there was a quite large forest here. He thought that even in his previous life, he had never seen a forest like this. He wondered if there was a bigger forest than this. But then, in the forest, he noticed something strange. He thought it looked like a miracle of fire and light, as if it came from the adventurers who entered this forest. It turned out that this was one of the dangerous areas called the Demon Beast Forest. Apparently, it was ranked based on the names of the monsters that inhabited the land. He said that he had to land and pass through the main gate. It was clear that his actions might surprise them. He entered the city and said that it was quite lively here. He was quite surprised and wondered how adventurers of high rank could be here. How could it be so lively here? But he decided not to get caught up in this attention and not waste time here. He said that in any case, he should visit the First Adventurers Guild. He entered the guild and thought that this would be his new headquarters. He saw many tables and people drinking here. This surprised him a little, and he thought that it looked like the guild also functioned as a tavern. He had never heard about this before, but in real life it looked very different. Then he stopped himself and said that he had better concentrate. He decided to look for a bulletin board here. He found the notice board and was surprised to see children standing there. He checked them carefully and thought they looked younger than most of the local residents. Adventurers, besides their equipment, are quite impractical, right? Beginners like it, but apparently, he guessed what was going on and said that's it. He observed the search and thought that a search with a lower C rank was the request. It had nothing to do with the forest. He could have taken some C or D rank searches, but there was a search that was exclusive to being ranked up, so he decided to start with that. But the same, he would take this quest. Someone rudely called him and asked him if he knew that he wouldn't be able to take this mission with his rank. Lex was shocked and started looking around. He asked what this man was asking him. What did he hear? They took him by the shoulders and told him that they were actually talking to him at that moment. Lex turned around and saw an unsatisfied girl in front of him. The girl asked him who he thought he was sacrificing himself for because there was no one here except him. Lex blushed and said how beautiful she was. He heard this girl blushing and asked her about it. Lex, feeling embarrassed, though he said it out loud, she asked him to excuse her for her rudeness. The girl was also embarrassed and said it was okay. She just gave him a compliment. He didn't need to be angry about it. But then he remembered the reason why he turned to her and said that this is not true what he wants to say. She must listen carefully, because this search is related to the Devil's Beast Forest, where only adventurers ranked B and above can enter. Newbies like him need to find a mission that he can handle. Lex said that despite his appearance, he is a ranked B adventurer. The girl looked at him in disbelief. Lex said that he had already said that he is a ranked B adventurer, and he recently got promoted and has permission to enter dangerous areas. The girl asked if he was serious. Lex answered yes. The girl trembled and screamed that she deeply regrets it. Lex smiled and said everything is fine. He introduced himself and said that he comes from the Toy City. Can she know his name? The girl smiled and said her name is Lex. Her name is Liliera. She is an adventurer who lives in the Devil's Beast Forest. She also came to this city for the Devil's Beast Forest. Isn't he Lex? He said yes, even though he was promoted to guild leader a few days ago and was given information about the dangerous areas. That's why he came to the nearest city to the dangerous area. The girl said clearly that the closest one is the one she has finished all her preparations for. Is that true? Lex was surprised and asked what preparations. The girl said yes, but for what? Liliera said that judging from his reaction, it seems they didn't tell him what the Devil's Beast Forest is. Is that true? Lex asked. Isn't it just a simple forest full of devilish creatures? The girl sighed and said that it is far from the truth. He must listen carefully. After all, the Devil's Beast Forest is a place where, of course, all creatures are called monsters. Lex was shocked and asked what everything really is. He thinks it's just creepy. The girl said that all the animals were monsters, not a single animal there. That's why it's called the Demon Zoo Forest. And that's not all. Are there monsters disguised as forest flora? And attacking like almost slime, everything she sees will become a monster. That's why to enter the forest, she will not only need potions and antidotes, but also barriers with incense from the monster. She won't have time to loot if she's not ready at all. Lex thought it was a really scary forest. The girl said. That's why if she wants to enter the forest, then she needs a magician who can install barriers, or she can take the crystal barrier with her. If she remains so clueless, she will get a knife in the back. That's why preparation is so important. If she doesn't have friends, then she has to join a team that has a barrier creator. Does she understand this? Lex nodded. The girl sighed and said she hoped she understood everything. Lex felt relieved and thought he was so surprised. When she suddenly got angry with him, and actually she was a very nice person, even though her words were sharp, she couldn't calm down for her. She bowed to her and thanked her for telling her all this. The girl said she was quite honest listening to her, which was a very good skill. This explains why she was already at rank B adventurer at such a young age, saying it's true. That guy over there at the next table said that he didn't want to hear their advice. Another guy said that he should do it and experience everything the hard way. The girl said that it had been a long time since those people laughed so loudly. Liliera said that's why she hated immoral people, the ones Lex thought about even though their words seemed like good friends. At that moment, she looked at him again and said that regardless, this was the first time she had done it, seeing someone close to her age. Lex asked her if she really had a rank too. The girl said yes, and Lex said he was glad to know there was someone else his age. He knew this feeling because everyone here was older than him. The girl said that this meeting had been predetermined by fate. Maybe they would treat her to a meal. Lex said there was no need to treat her right away. The girl said she should accept it as an apology. Then Lex agreed and they both sat at the table. The girl told him that since every city was located next to dangerous areas, many traders gathered here looking for rare materials that could only be found in these dangerous areas. That's why adventurers with rank B and below had a lot of work to do because these traders needed protection, Lex understood. So that's why there was quite a demand for ranks B and below. The girl said yes, and sometimes monsters would leave the forest, and their extermination would become a rank B or lower quest. But the monster rarely leaves the forest, so it's rare to see something like this on the notice board judging from its appearance and way of speaking. He's even younger than her. How old is he? Lex says he's 15 years old. The girl is surprised and says that this means he's only been an adventurer for a year, a chance to get a B rating in 1 year, and he's very talented. says Lex. She doesn't agree at all. The girl says that luck is also part of her skills. She will invite him to the next birthday party. Lex smiles and says that's still a year away. The girl is surprised and asks if this is really the year Lex said yes. He will be next year because he just turned 15. It surprises her even more, and she asks what it means that her coming-of-age ceremony is just recently. Lex confirms this. The girl can't wrap her head around all of this. She asks him what then. How long has he been an adventurer? According to Lex, it hasn't been a full month yet. The girl says that means he's just a fake Lex and doesn't understand her at all, asking what she means. The girl hits the table with all her might and says how cruel it is. Let him not come near her again. After that, she gets up and leaves. Lex asks who she's talking about. He doesn't understand everything that has happened and wonders what he should do about what she said. Following him and apologizing properly, how should he apologize if he didn't know the reason at that time? A man turned to him laughing and told him not to be discouraged. He just hated the hunter rank like him. Lex asked who he was. The man said his name was Ivan, an adventurer who lived in this city, and he reached out to Lex. Lex also introduced himself and shook Ivan's hand. On the other hand, he asked him what he meant by the hunting rank. Ivan said that it applied to those who joined a group with high-level adventurers and eventually had to hang out with them to improve their rank as much as possible. Even though he was weak, nobles, children, and loose-tongued people sometimes used this trick. Lex wondered why they did this, so they didn't become stronger. Ivan said he understood his feelings because, after all, he wouldn't survive in the forest. Besides, this applied to him as well. It would be better for him to start seeing reality wisely and face the quest he could handle. Lex said he never joined a squad at all to accompany someone but not join the detachment. Ivan asked what he meant, then he became an adventurer with a B rank just by using his own abilities correctly. Lex answered yes. Ivan laughed loudly, saying to him that there was no point in lying anymore. A crowd gathered around them, and they all started saying that it was true because for his own good, it was better to start with the F rank. Did he know that admitting his own weaknesses was also a good thing? A strong act, according to Lex. This was quite problematic. No one believed in him. If this always happened, it would be difficult to move from city to city. And how could he convince them? Then Ivan said that to him. Then what if this is how he knew the quick way to show his strength that Lex asked to show strength, right? Ivan answered yes. They have one quest that will help him with this if he can still fulfill it. Then even though his appearance is weak, everyone has already called him excitedly. Someone said that this is a baptism of fire. Lex tensed and thought about the true baptism quest, why he signed up for it. Then Ivan suddenly stood up and told him to follow him, let him show his abilities to them. Lex followed him and thought that he didn't quite understand, but if he could complete it by showing his abilities. After some time, they had arrived at the right place. Ivan told him that this is the demon animal forest, and as he had already done, in this forest all living creatures, animals, and plants are monsters. And the unpleasant thing about this forest is that the plants themselves sow the seeds to expand the forest. That's why neighboring countries keep giving the same quest. Let him see if he sees everything, a tree-cutting adventurer. Lex asked if those were real monster plants. Ivan said yes, they disguise themselves as trees and attack people from behind. It's quite annoying. The constant quest is to destroy them and prevent the forest from growing. Lex said he understood. Ivan said that newcomers must fight the plants right at the entrance. The cries of suffering tears will haunt him until he becomes stronger. This is the essence of the baptism of fire. Lex thought that in short, he had to use all his strength to destroy 10 of those monster plants. Ivan told him if he couldn't kill at least 10 of them, he won't do it. He has to stay in this forest for a while to be able to do this, right? Lex said that it was actually an eternal quest training for beginners. Right. Ivan said it was suitable for adventurers who don't have the power to quickly gain advantages. They need to gather experience. Actually, this quest is mainly for training thieves and low-level combat monks in this forest. Even the backline should be able to fight in close combat, according to Lex. He sounded rough, pushing him forward and saying that now let him go if he understands everything. Don't let him worry, because they will be here if something goes wrong. Lex smiled and said, "Okay." They shouted at him to not overdo it, and it's okay if he fails. Lex walked further into the forest and thought that he knew he was tempted sometimes, but they still cared about him. Maybe it's because they think he's really inexperienced. He closed his eyes and used his magic to find out where everyone was. When he did this, he thought that there seemed to be only Ivan's group, and that group was currently fighting nearby. He thought about what he should do here to avoid unwanted consequences. There are all the monsters in the neighboring forest, and the countries are also trying their best to prevent this forest from growing well. Therefore, he has no reason to hold back. He reached out his hand and said that he would just burn everything to the ground. After that, he used his magic called Hellfire, or Hellfire magic, which shoots extremely hot fire in a straight line. The firepower is so great that the flames can instantly ignite and burn all the oxygen in the air. Since the spell created an empty space, lighting the fire immediately extinguished without being lit, shooting this fire spell is very good for them if they want to cause targeted damage afterwards. Lex removed everything he aimed for. Team Ivan asked, "What's going on? Is everyone stunned?" Lex was already scared and asked, "This is not enough." Then let them wait a minute, but Ivan rushed to stop him and asked what he meant. Lex said it's just hellfire. Ivan asked if he meant it simply, "The name itself is already scary." Lex said not at all. This is just a common spell used at home. Ivan asked what and in what evil place he lived at that time. They hurried back to Gil and celebrated everything there. Everyone clinked glasses and said they would do it, celebrating the arrival of the amazing newcomer. Ivan asked, "Isn't this surprising, just thinking that he could use such amazing magic?" Others said, seeing it too, "He is truly amazing. He spent so much time using his axe and he fairly destroyed them in an instant," said Lex. They exaggerated. He didn't do anything special in his village. This magic is used to cut grass. Everyone was very surprised and told him that his house was more like a devil's lair, which according to Lex, someone had already done it, saying the same thing before. Ivan said that in any case, if they have this newcomer. But then he corrected himself and told her to forget it because he was no longer a newcomer. Can he remind you what his name is? Lex introduced himself again. Ivan said this time he remembered. The bald man said as long as they had Lex, they didn't need to be afraid. The blindfolded man said he wouldn't do it again to destroy it in the forest like that. When asked if it was really dangerous there, Ivan said yes. The local monsters were not only strong, but also had great vitality. Didn't he know that there was a lot of water inside those trees that made them very difficult to burn? Furthermore, because of their large numbers, they had abundant materials and no more buyers. That's why only a few adventurers did this quest, and if no one did this in the forest, it would continue to grow. Lex thought so. There are many reasons why the forest is still growing. Ivan said now that he had emerged with the help of his hellfire, whether it was raw wood or tree monsters that he could burn all at once. He couldn't wait to do it, to get rid of that damn forest that hit that person. He patted him on the shoulder and said they were waiting for him to cut down this forest. Lex asked them to stop because he was in pain. Then he saw Liliera. She ran towards him and said it was just a misunderstanding. But the girl didn't even listen to him and simply ignored him. Lex said he needed to do something to finally resolve this misunderstanding. Ian told him to relax and not worry if he brought materials killed by monsters in the forest. Then he was sure he would understand his true abilities. Lex decided to give everything right away and thought about what Ivan expected from him. Ivan inspired confidence as an adult adventurer. He was used to it. But his train of thought was interrupted by Ivan saying that they had to move forward. After that, Lex changed his mind and thought so. Even if you think about it like that, he didn't really do it. Inspiring confidence. After a while, Lex stood by the window and said it was time to head to the Devil's Zoo forest. But a girl called him. She asked if he was Lex, and Lex answered yes and asked who the girl was. She apologized for her rude behavior and said she was Mirisha. She was the assistant of the head adventurer of Hexy City Guild. Lex thought she was already grown up, shot in the guild. He greeted her and said he was very happy. Then he mentioned his name. He asked if she really needed something. Marisha said yes, they had a task she wanted to ask for his help. Could he listen? Lex thought this was a direct request from the guildmaster's assistant. He felt it wouldn't be easy, but he thought it would be very rude to refuse and not even listen. So he said he understood, but he didn't promise anything until he knew all the details. If he was happy with everything, then they could start. Marisha grinned and said she was happy with everything. She had the right to decide whether to accept or not, ask or not, consider everything, the circumstances that might arise. The alliance would do it, not force him. Lex looked around and realized that everyone was staring at him. After that, he asked the girl what the essence of the task that Marisha mentioned was. He wanted to get straight to the point. He wanted her to stop the growth of the Lex forest. Surprised, Lex asked if it was really possible to stop the growth of the forest. Marisha said that she had heard stories from adventurers about her being an amazing fire manipulator. They said she burned part of the forest to the ground using her magic. Lex said her magic was unlike anything he had seen. She, who was amazing, said she was too humble. She sent guild staff to check, and they confirmed that the story was true. Additionally, they reported that the area was vast, and the forest had been destroyed. Lex thought they weren't exaggerating. Marisha said that in fact, she had already been baptized, meaning she already knew about the general situation in the forest, right? Lex asked what was going on with how the forest was being kept from growing properly. Marisha said they had been looking for a solution together with other countries, but since their enemy was countless monsters, they didn't have enough power to stop the forest growth. In fact, if the forest continued to grow at this rate, it wouldn't be long before it swallowed up the entire city they had. They were already preparing for such an outcome, but suddenly she appeared. They were very happy when they heard this news and thought it must be from heaven. Lex wondered what she was talking about. Marisha said she wanted to ask her to use her fire magic in the heart of the forest. The reward would be directly proportional to the size of the area she burned. They will give him a gift of 1 silver coin for each meter box burned as a gift to destroy the trap factory. It will be 5 copper coins, so in the end he will receive at least double. Lex jumped and asked why he was so generous, afraid of such a reward because it was really big. Marisha said it was all fine after all this happened, helping them save time and energy. Even a double reward was not worth it, but unfortunately the amount of reward that can be paid by a country is limited, so the difference will be given to him in the form of a rank increase. Lex wondered what that meant as a reward for the monetary revival. He was being promoted. He asked if there were any limitations on forest lighting. Marisha said that if possible she wanted him to burn down the entire forest if the shape of the forest was distorted to the extreme. For example, if the shape of the moon was needed, then the size of the forest would be ignored, since it was not rich in resources and monsters in the area would continue to sow new seeds. That would only change the shape of the forest, and this would continue to grow. Lex said he understood what she meant, that if the form was distorted, adventurers would lose interest. Marisha said that this was exactly the case in the worst-case scenario. If the shape of the forest became long and thin, there was a possibility that the city would be completely covered by the forest, which is why she wanted him to burn it around and gradually reduce its size. How would they provide transportation for the journey to the most remote areas from the city if he had a request from a neighboring country? They will also do their best to ensure that the entire amount will be subsidized by the state in a large amount of half of the total cost considered. Lex thought that the reward was not really bad. He thought he had no reason to refuse this request, and besides, he also needed to get used to the new guild. But everything would change if he was deprived of his freedom to act. Lex asked if he accepted this request. Would he be able to take on another mission? The girl said to him, of course, while she periodically burned the forest as much as she could, she also chose other missions requested by Lex. What if he thought about moving to another city? The girl said it was his right to do so no matter how good it was if he burned the entire forest first before leaving. Lex thought he could treat this request like a normal side quest during the adventure. Then he decided to agree and said okay. He accepted their request. Maria was very happy to hear this. After that, she stood up and said that once he destroyed the forest, he had to inform the staff at the mouth of the counter, and they would confirm it immediately. Completing Lex's request, he smiled and thought it was indeed the right decision to listen to them. Starting with that, he went to Board's task and thought about what kind of request he should accept. Then Ivan quietly crawled up to him and asked if he was really going to take Lex's quest. He said it didn't look good. In fact, something was happening. Ivan said he had just had a little too much. Let him give him some advice before he accepted the quest. There was a trick used on the demon animals in the forest, and it ignored the monster plant type. Lex was surprised and asked if it was really ignoring his thoughts, not just any creature in it, but a forest monster. If he ignored it, he would only be killed. Ivan said that the fact was that the monsters originated from plants couldn't move, although some could move. Even they would move. Don't move too fast until they fail to escape. Everything around them is an enemy. The less time he spends, the better. It's better to focus on fighting the living monsters first. He must fight them in open spaces with fewer trees nearby. The most important part is if he feels in danger, he must immediately get out of the forest. People who can't do this will die. He often goes in and out of the forest. He must develop a habit of retreating in time, which according to Lex feels like consulting with a veteran. He believes this advice has been passed down for centuries. He nodded, saying that he understood everything and thanked him. Everything Ian told him to take care of himself. After that, Lex focused on choosing his mission. He chose a B-rank quest called Destroying the Timberwolves, leaving the forest and attacking the livestock in the nearest village, then fleeing back to the forest if pursued. Since the forest is too dangerous for high-ranking adventurers, the situation remains. The immediate destruction that has not been resolved is to recommend Lex to read all of this and say it's clear. Then he chose. Since then, he who previously destroyed all pests in his village might do it. Choose him. This will be his first quest in the Demon Beast Forest. He was very happy. In the next day, when Ivan and his friends went on a mission, they drank a lot yesterday. The bald man asked him how he was feeling, if he had returned to normal yet. Ivan said more or less that with his eyes closed, saying that they drank a lot last night. Ivan said that thanks to Lex, their work was going smoothly. They should be great now in the darkness, but as they approached the forest, they saw that it was almost completely destroyed. They were very surprised because they did not expect this. Ivan said that all the branches of the plants were destroyed. The bald man asked who could have done this. Ian thought it might have been left behind, but then he quickly checked and guessed that no, he was a magician. He would just burn everything. Someone intentionally cut the branches for reasons they did not know. Thanks to him for this, but now it doesn't matter at all because they just need to follow this path. Lex had just arrived in the forest a while ago and said he was there. As soon as he entered this area, he was immediately attacked. He reacted immediately and defended against the attack. He said not to underestimate them. Then he cut some of the branches at once. He said it was easier this way than trying to defeat them. He had to disarm them and move on. That's how he did all his work. He was back and very tired. He thought he was tired of following Ivan's advice, but it seemed so useless to run back and forth, and besides, Marisha told him to do whatever he thought was appropriate in the most comfortable way for him. So he came up with something. He said that if all the monsters in the area were to attack him, it would be much easier, but he needed to make sure there was no one around. Then he shouted that he would burn all these trees, and people nearby had to hide. After that, he concentrated and said that he had warned them. Then he used his hellfire and burned everything around him, pleased with the work done, and thought that now the adventurers didn't need to do it continuously, running out of forests to rest well. It was necessary to make the same path to the city. He raised his hands and said that he was indeed done here, and now continued to find the wood wolves. He soon heard a strange sound and decided to walk straight there. He rose into the air and asked where it came from, but then he noticed a village nearby where he saw something strange and immediately tensed. He thought about what he saw, everything closer, and thought that the smaller one was a wolf, and the larger one was an adventurer protecting the village. He hurried to save them, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the wolves. The leader of the pack howled. Lex said that this was the leader of the group, which he carefully studied the entire pack. And thinking that first it is necessary to kill the leader and the rest can easily be handled, that's what Lex did effortlessly and carefully by cutting off the leader's head. After that, he immediately focused on where and called the mist from Sparks. He quickly took off his clothes along with the rest of the package. He thought about it. This is a rank B quest, but the Timberwolves are ranked C, and that's why they're not too strong. The problem is they attack as a whole pack. He put down his sword and said that's all they needed for the mission, so they had to handle it well. The condition was that a team of 3 people ran towards him, apparently fighting with this pack. The man called him and asked if he was the one who defeated them. He had already collected the bodies of these wolves and said that he needed them. There were only wooden wolves left, so he decided to use magic. The man was surprised and asked if it was really good. Once he treated them like that, Lex quickly smiled and said that's nonsense. The man was near this forest. Maybe he was an adventurer. Lex said yes, even though he recently became one of the praised ones. The man said he was great, still very young but already very talented. Then Lex realized something and understood his fear. He asked if it was disturbing their work, right? Thinking they were after the wooden wolves, but what if they were on a mission to destroy them? The man hurried to calm himself down. He came down and told him not to worry because they only needed to protect the grassland. The girl said to her client, understanding how difficult it was to catch her. Lex felt calm with the wooden wolf running into the forest. He said that's how they told him they had reported that they had successfully subdued them now, the village would be safe. The girl told him that he had to do it, not to worry because they didn't want to take credit for his achievement. After that, they said goodbye and left separately. Lex breathed out and said this task was now completed. Now it was time for him to return while Marisha visited this forest. But she didn't expect to see this. She asked what this was actually the way to the forest. She was immediately told that Lex had burned the forest. An employee came to his office and told him to hurry. That's why he was here now. But this was the way to the forest. It was so vast that only one path could lead through it. He asked his subordinate who could do it. Marisha naturally guessed everything and thought so, even though she didn't say it. She was the only one capable of such a thing. So after that, she immediately went to look for Lex, whom she found quite close. She told him that it could be him. He had a moment of shock and asked what was going on. Marisha asked him if he was the one who paved the way to the forest to the right. Lex confirmed. Now the adventurers going there would be safe. Recently, his wife started behaving strangely. Our hero thought that maybe she would work things out without them having to talk about it. Lately, their marriage has only lasted for 3 months, but his wife cheated on him. Guess who the guy is? And he realized that he had to ask her directly about it while sitting in front of his computer desk one day. He thought that he should ask Emmy, but he didn't have the courage to do it. All he could do was think about letting her go from his mind. Our hero went to the mountains and thought about the beautiful mountains. The air was clean and the sky was clear. He climbed step by step into the mountains and suddenly found himself in a house. He took off his glasses and tried to figure out what happened and how he ended up here. Suddenly, he saw a door and went there, thinking that maybe he was dreaming and needed to wake up. But he don't think he can do anything next. As he suddenly found himself in a room that was incomprehensible to him, it suddenly became dark, and he tried to understand what was happening. He must have fallen asleep while taking out a flashlight from his backpack. The young man thought that he needed this light to see around. The next thing he saw was ruins in front of him, looking around carefully. Suddenly, he saw a girl on a monster trying to eat her. Seeing this scene, our hero is trying to figure out what is happening and what comes next. He sees the girl in danger and flies towards her without realizing what he is doing. The young man starts attacking the monster while trying to figure out what is happening. He gathers the courage to do so and turns to the girl asking if she is okay. The girl may want to thank our hero, but the young man cannot understand what she is saying because she is speaking in a completely different language. Our hero looks at the girl, thinking that she might be a foreigner. He tells her to wait and rummages through his backpack, hoping to find something that can stop her bleeding by using a bandage. The young man carefully examines the girl, realizing that she is sitting in front of him wearing very strange clothes. He thinks that she might be a foreigner, which is why she is dressed like that. The young man says that her wound has been disinfected and only needs to be bandaged. As he sees the girl's shocked expression, our hero realizes that she is very surprised to see him, and he sees surprise in her eyes too. Our hero thought that he might have experienced something wounded, but after looking at his hand where the injury was, he recently realized that it was gradually healing. In front of his eyes, the young man tried to understand what would happen next as the girl rushed from happiness into our hero's embrace. She started speaking to him again in a different language from another world, and suddenly thanked him. Our hero heard that she was fine, and suddenly realized that the monster was hanging around again. The young man guessed what it meant, that this monster was not alone at all, as it reached out for the girl and they ran together. As they were running, our hero saw the circle that had previously transported him here, as if he stepped on the circle again. He found himself in the same house that he had recently thought about. It was exactly the same room, and he tried to figure out what had happened to him. Then suddenly, someone started talking to him. It was a man who thanked the young man for his hard work and said that he did a good job, even though in fact it was his first time our hero saw a stranger enter this room. The stranger's statement surprised him, as the stranger said that the phoenix could also become a humanoid when he heard the young man mention the phoenix bird. He asked if he had talked about himself, and if our hero is a phoenix. The stranger approached the young man and said that maybe he is no longer a phoenix bird. Our hero reported that he had told him before that he was a young man. The young man didn't understand what the stranger was talking about but asked where he found himself. The stranger reported that it was a dimension of time created by God. This is the dimension between the world where the young man lives and the world where he was before and after. Hearing about the world where he was before, he realized that the girl he met was from a completely different world. Interrupting his thoughts, the stranger greeted him by saying, "Why don't they do it seriously?" and called him a beast. After hearing what the man was talking about, our hero asked him what kind of monster he was talking about, and the man said that he was originally supposed to be a phoenix bird. The young man was called by coincidence. He then wondered if the girl could still recognize him as our hero without calling him a beast. After listening to all this, he asked the new acquaintance not to mention it like that because he didn't want to be called a beast. Then he looked at the stranger and asked if the young man was sure about this. Besides, even though there are many skills he can acquire, after hearing about the skills our hero asked for, he asked again, and the man said that the young man had already received the skills. The young man asked what kind of skills he could acquire, and the stranger told him that our hero had already done it by acquiring a skill called bravery, as his name indicated his courage multiplied by 6 at that time belonged to our hero. The hero realized why he was so brave and able to protect this girl. The stranger reported that the reason he was able to handle the situation was because of the young man's expertise in remembering how he had confronted a spider. Understanding what the man was talking about, the hero reported it as an addition. Every time the young man was called, he had to acquire random skills besides what he already had, which could be used in both worlds. The hero would even be able to solve problems, and upon hearing this, our hero was even more surprised when the stranger told him that he would give him a special gift. Then suddenly, he appeared and touched the face of our hero. Hearing and seeing this, the young man did not understand what he was reporting. He had given him the skill of language. Now the stranger asked the young man to try to remember what the blue-haired girl had done and who he had been with before, and who he could protect from the terrible monster. The young man remembered how he had thrown himself towards her with a hug, remembering the words he had said, and the girl was very happy. The young man was the monster that was called. Remembering this, the young man realized that with this, he would become truly useful. Tears flowed from his eyes as the man reported that if the young man refused, not only would he lose his skills, but he himself would also disappear. He had no choice but to accept it. After hearing this, our hero thought that he would try his best to do it with all his might. He is the summoned beast. He thank him for his purchase, and he likes it. He thinks it might be good at that time he sent a space in front of him about him who could really keep something himself. The young man was very surprised that it could indeed happen at this time. When our hero remembered it was good that he could negotiate with the handsome man he met here in this strange house while traveling in the mountains. The point is that the young man is a good negotiator, and he arranges to be given additional spatial storage skills, which are intermediate language skills and currency conversion. Despite the fact that this spatial storage is small, it is still possible to store many things in it, all of which have been included in the products he bought. Our hero thinks about them as long as he has them. He will always be ready, even if called at the wrong time. Next time he said he immediately found himself in this room. The young man screamed like his heart was not ready. But at that time when he saw this stranger standing in front of him again, after asking our hero to see the man's skill card, our hero realized it was a fair hologram and he was not real. When he approached it, he drew attention to the objects shown by the man. He needed to spin the drum so the system would give him a random skill value. After spinning the drum, our hero released the plant skill, which is a medium growth rate that increased to a fast value. The germination rate increased by 60%. Right now, our hero is frustrated. He's thinking about whether there's a creature called a farm animal that can move. The stranger congratulates our hero on acquiring a new skill, saying that the skill will be officially accepted only after the summoner's wish is fulfilled. The young man must consider that if he fails, the skill will be cancelled, so he must be careful when looking at the door in front of our hero. The man asks him, as if trying to make sure, that he should just do what the summoner calls him to do, and he thinks that might be true. So he grabs the door handle to complete the assigned tasks. A moment later, he appears in another world. He finds himself on a road where everyone is doing their own thing. At first, he doesn't recognize it for a long time, even though he's in another world now. Then a girl who is already familiar with him approaches and says that the young man is still coming if he can safely return to the city, and it's all thanks to our hero. After hearing the young man talk about what it means, the girl is whole, and our hero sees that he now understands what she means when she talks about our hero. He introduced himself as a Kuta and said that he could finally introduce himself. The girl smiled and said that her name is Ria, and it seemed strange to the young man. The man walking with her asked how she called him because he was very interested. Then she said that she prays to God every day, except when she prays. The last summoning spell appeared in her head. After hearing this story, it became clearer to the young men who were chosen by God as his summoners that the girl thought God was amazing. She told our hero that in the underground prison where she found herself last time, the young man disappeared before he had time to thank her, and now he could say it properly. He bowed to our hero with tears in his eyes, and the girl thanked him, which surprised the young man greatly because he didn't remember ever being there and being thanked like that at that time. He remembered what the stranger had told him, that because he was a summoner, he had to fulfill his desires by asking for what he wanted at any time. The summoner called him. The young man completely forgot about it, so he squatted in front of the girl and asked her to tell him what it was according to the contract made by God who called him to this earth. He had to fulfill her desires and ask her what she wanted. The young man sat in that pose and so on. People thought it was a marriage proposal, so the girl had to dispel their doubts and say that they were mistaken in addressing the young man. She said that he must have a wish, maybe to call him by asking him. The young man reported that this was true because he was called, and the beast thought about the girl's wish carefully, looked at our hero, and then turned to the side and said that he knew it. He asked the young man to eat more, as there was still plenty of food. He appeared to fulfill her wish, and then he reported that she wanted the young man to eat at her house. That was her wish. There were 2 children in front of her who asked for supplements, and when she saw them, the young man thought that they ate a lot. Then the children said that they rarely ate soup with rabbit meat while watching Ria cooking. The young man realized that he just wanted to treat her. Then he decided that he could also do the same thing for her in response, and called the storage space. He asked the children to wait a moment and cleared the table for the next time. When our hero turned to the children in his book, there were many different products, and when they saw it, they were very surprised. Ria saw what Kuta did and was pulled out in surprise. Then our hero reported that it wouldn't be tastier if they ate it together, and as a thank you to him, the children started eating the fruits brought by our hero. It was reported that these oranges were very sweet. The girl shouted at the boy and said that it was true, they didn't need to eat like that. Our hero asked her not to see how these children only ate, but the girl also tried it at that moment. She handed her food, took a piece of it from our hero's hand. Ria blushed, and the children noticed it and started laughing at her. After sitting together and enjoying their food, they went out, and Ria reported that she would make the magic spin so that the young man would come back and ask him to wait in between. Then suddenly one of the boys named Zod, who was held by our hero, saw that he wanted to tell him something, and I looked towards the young man and said that if he was a young man, he would do it. Let him marry a girl who heard our hero what the child said, reported it. He was already married. He is 30 years old, he cannot marry a 16-year-old girl, the man said while laughing. Hearing this, the child was very upset, saying there was nothing that could be done except for the young man to kneel down and tell the angry boy that he had already become part of their family. The child laughed while wiping his tears. At that time, Ria reported that Kuta could return on its own, pointing back to the circle next to it, and the young man thanked Ria, saying that if she needed something she could call him again. The girl said that she wanted to do it, but there was still a miracle. It was quite difficult for her to make the call, because it required a lot of magic. Ria explained that when she spoke to God. Our hero seemed very interested. She thought he would be called soon after hearing about God. Our hero was attacked by memories. But the girl asked the young man not to do it disturbed because the magic circle began to disappear. Seeing this, our hero said goodbye to everyone who said they would meet again next time. Go home. Our hero just saw a note on the table, realizing that Emmy was no longer there. The note said something about a friend. The young man knew it was Mayu, his wife's best friend, and he had never spoken to her before. Now the young man wondered if this girl was really his wife. When he arrived at our workplace, our hero saw his colleague laughing at something, and then the young man asked if it was a new game. He reported it. It's a web novel. The main character is a female knight in a fantasy world, and she's attacked by monsters. She says that she might kill them all, and this kind of thing happens to young men. The guy guesses and says that instead, she's a wild female knight who he likes as a healer, and he calls her senpai. The guy says that he prefers Hiller instead, and if they have a large land, it would be even better than that. The person says that it's really bad at that moment, and suddenly they start talking about everything, and it becomes blurry in front of our hero. Next thing, he enters a room and realizes that he's been summoned again. He looks in front of him and sees a device that gives his a card. Then he approaches it. He wonders what he can get now, and there's a beginner-level paralysis magic in front of him, shooting a paralyzing ball towards the enemy. It's not a deadly magic, but our hero realizes that it's his own magic skill, and for him, it's lucky that it's smiling at him. There's also a handsome man who always appears in front of our hero, telling him that there's an envelope with money here. He looks to the side and thinks that he can't use the money as if he's a monster summoned from another world. So he converts 10,000 yen into 10,000 marks and changes into the clothes that are in her spatial storage. After changing clothes and getting ready, our hero is ready to switch to another world, saying that he's waiting for it. The next moment, he appeared in front of Kuta, bowing his head and saying that it was according to the contract made by the god called that he would fulfill any wishes. He asked what the summoner wanted and how many times he had to do it. He saw a girl sitting in a chair that he aimed for, and our hero was told that her name was Clara Ansubaha, the matriarch of the leader of the Ansubaha knight family in Ibabarek. After carefully observing her, our hero realized that this girl was his new summoner. The girl said that she wanted to summon a beast so that it would become her servant and accompany her to the kingdom of the royal capital with the army. When our hero heard this, he had to become her servant and asked about it. He said that the duration of the contract would be determined by the girl. Hearing about the validity of the contract, the girl asked our hero again, and then she reported that they couldn't set a duration for the contract now. Instead, there would be a more serious problem. The girl cleared her throat and said that she wanted to say that her departure would be in 10 days, and it would take about a month to get her to the capital. She would need a servant for this whole time. Our hero was very surprised, and then the girl said that she didn't need a servant all the time, and she didn't need him to do it all the time. If she wasn't satisfied, he could leave. Then he will call her again, as our hero looks at her, not understanding what a strange reaction the girl had reported that our hero will also have a weekend, and asked if she liked it. Provided she realized that the girl was desperate, it would only cause a lot of trouble. Then the next time he saw that the young man doubted her, he offered her a daily wage of 600 marks. 1 stamp is 1 yen. A daily wage of 600 yen is not bad, and he thought that 600 marks is the salary of an imperial warrior class. Not our hero satisfied with this amount. He got up from his chair. His new acquaintance thought about how our hero thought. Our hero sat and thought that he wanted to get paralysis skills, but he didn't want it cheap. So after looking for it, he wanted to say something. But then he saw the woman being treated sadly, which they were interrupted by a man entering the house. The man reported that the goblin came, and they broke it down and took the child before the girl didn't understand why. She realized her house because she had guests, but when she heard what he was talking about, she was surprised. When our hero heard about it, about Avaberg realized that his girlfriend lived there with her children, the girl got up from her seat, then ran, and our hero ran after her next time he saw the angry goblins attacking the village, and he saw Rhea, who because of that fought alongside them, came to save. He asked Rhea to wait for him, but as soon as she wanted to help, one of the goblins started attacking her. The young man understood that the goblin was approaching, but he managed to catch a surge of courage. His bravery increased 6-fold, and he could stand in front of this monster without trembling. Therefore, he used a splash punch to attack his opponent, and then, when he could knock him down, he looked at his young companion. The girl wanted to hit him, but then suddenly she saw that one of the men had gone to kill and realized that it was not the time to think about it. The motto here was to kill or die, so he rushed towards the young Rhea and asked what had happened. She reported that the goblins took him straight into the forest. Hearing this, the young man wanted to rush into the forest, but then suddenly he saw a goblin attacking him from behind. The young man didn't have time to react, and at that moment, Rhea protected him. She turned to her young friend and asked him to save the child. The young man lifted his weapon and rushed into the forest. He ran so fast and desperately that he didn't pay attention to his surroundings. He stumbled over a rope and fell, and right in front of him, there were many goblins ready to attack them, new victims. The young man thought that there were so many of them and tried to figure out what he should do, but then suddenly an arrow flew from one of the goblins, helping our hero to escape. The next moment, he started facing the other goblins and someone came to help him defeat them. He looked up the stairs and saw our hero seeing a girl on a horse who had just offered him a job and a child with weapons inside him. The children were saved and returned to the capital. Everyone was happy. Everything was going well at that time. Rhea was hugging the children next to him, and the girl who spoke to our hero apologized for dragging him into this, even though he hadn't signed a contract. The young man understood that these were just words and thanked the girl who had saved him. Noel then wondered how she could call herself a queen if she couldn't even protect her people. Our hero, after carefully observing her, realized that she was a good person. He returned to their conversation about the noble family contract, which was not as wealthy as other noble families. 600 marked the deadline, and if the young man didn't mind, she wanted to add something else besides the words "our hero" that he accepted the contract. The young man introduced himself as Kuta and was happy to work for her from now on. They shook hands and the girl introduced herself as Clara Ansbach. Our hero reported that he was indeed happy to work with her, and now he wanted to clarify the details of the contract. The girl said they really needed to discuss it further. When our hero opened his eyes, he found himself in front of his companion again, who had just told him something very carefully, talking about some disturbing system. Kota, looking around, thought he had returned, but nothing drastic happened. The man in front of him told him everything that was said. Why not appreciate the beauty of a female knight because she is clearly better than a healer when speaking to our heroes? Our hero reported that he took back his words because the female knight wasn't too bad, but I was still surprised that the young man quickly changed his objection. The girl said that it was the right time to summon and see her watch. The girl was waiting for our hero to appear in front of her. Then her subordinate asked who the girl was, looking at her because he didn't understand what was in her hands. She explained to him that the city had informed her that this bracelet would tell her when it was the right time to call her next. When she heard the girl's voice, she realized that this was the moment when it was necessary to call the hero. When she heard the voice, she carefully looked at the watch, and her subordinate next to her was afraid to say that it was indeed a signal for a call. He said that it really happened, and then when she started drawing a magic circle that could summon our hero. The young man appeared in front of the girl with something that she couldn't understand at all, and then he looked at this object. The girl asked what was in Kuta's hand. He reported that it was a call for spatial time. It was a motorcycle shaped like a horse in their world. When he heard about the horse, he was surprised. At that moment, the young man thought it was a desperate move, but it seemed worth it. That's what the young man saw with full attention. The girl told him that she wanted to remind him of their expedition to the capital kingdom, introducing her newly met servant, Egon, pointing to his subordinate. The girl said he was our hero while shaking his hand and telling him that it was nice to meet him. He was also happy, and we realized that our next desire was to work as a servant. The young man thought that he could know the weather, thinking that it might sound like a simple skill. He could predict the temperature and not use this skill to understand the weather forecast in general. Our hero agreed, looking at Clara-sama, seeing a young man who agreed and said that he relied on her now. The young man asked where they would start, then the girl was talking about what she would think about here at that time. The young man looked at her blushing, and the girl was very beautiful. Then Egon reported that the young man would show him that he could complete it with our hero, feeling a little embarrassed, realizing that the help coming in wearing armor was the job of a servant staring at the girl. He thought that maybe it was some kind of torture. The girl explained that it would be more comfortable for our hero to dress her up, and said that the young man should put it under his chest, the object he held in his hand, staring at the girl. He understood that it was easy to say, but indeed more difficult to do. At the moment, Egon looked for the young man and said that he would do it faster if he were on the battlefield. He was already dead. Then he was taken to the stable. Egon said that keeping Clara's lover, the same as Blitz the horse, was also one of the duties of a servant. Currently, our hero holds a horse's hoof in his hand and must wear a horseshoe. Then Egon reported that everything started to panic when a lightning attack occurred like this. At the moment, our hero used his bravery 6 times. Thanks to him, he couldn't scare his horse and calmly put on the 4th shoe. A day after military service, where our hero lay in bed thinking that the amount of food here was quite limited. At that time, he was eating something from the local people's world. He remembered that there were standard food, porridge and bread, not that many people there didn't have as many calories as that. He thought about the fact that next time he needed to bring more food with him. While our hero was resting and enjoying his solitude, Egon also hurried to approach him in the room. It is said that Kuta needs to prepare himself as the young man is staring at him in surprise, realizing that it is time to get ready for the next task. Inserted Dawn Clara is waiting for our hero, sitting on a horse standing in front of her. She tells him to wait for her here. The hero reports that he will stay and light a fire here. Hopefully, luck is on their side in the war. The girl is wearing her helmet, facing Hustler, her dog, as they rush off to hunt. The girl and the young man are in front of her, realizing that he really enjoys hunting at that moment. He starts hunting wild animals with his arrows, shooting a deer, and his dog helps him. They approach the poor animal together. The girl says that she will soon feel better after hunting. Our hero sees the happy Clara and calls her closer to the fire, saying that she might freeze and should warm up here sooner. He sees our hero. He is happy. The young man has successfully prepared the bonfire on time and gets off his horse. He asks our hero for help. The young man suggests the girl to take off her helmet because now he will pour hot drinks near Clara. He helps her take off her heavy armor. The girl thinks to herself that the young man must have learned etiquette and rules as quickly as possible. It's very good when Ria talks about the ceremony she doubted, signing a contract. But the contract with Kuta turned out to be successful. Our hero sees that. Clara was lost in thought, reminiscing about her youth. The young man poured her a drink and offered it to the girl, just as she had offered him earlier to warm up. Clara thought it was important. The young man explained to her that it was hot water mixed with orange plants and honey. When she heard about the orange plants, the girl asked what it was. The young man tried to explain that it was a plant from his home country. After carefully watching her drink it, Clara decided to try it next time. She said it was really delicious. The girl was very surprised by the young man. He asked her what she would do then. Clara said she still had preparations for the upcoming march. She would continue hunting anyway, as she thought it might just get warmer. But our hero reported that he wouldn't say that because it seemed like the weather would be brighter this evening. They both looked up at the sky, paying close attention. Clara thought today was very sunny. How could it be possible? Then our hero reported that low pressure from the west would start to fall by the end of the evening. The girl asked our hero if he was sure about it, and he reported that it was one of his abilities, so he knew exactly about the weather forecast. Believe in our hero. Clara agreed that they would leave after she finished her drink. Then suddenly the girl realized, looking at her angry face, our hero thought something had happened. Then the girl sadly said it was time for a test. When he heard it, he asked if Clara could wake up on her own. The girl looked at him very hard, and our hero understood that it was time to joke, so he helped her get up and get dressed. The young man understood that it was a training practice, because it was never possible to know when life would be in danger. This was a lesson that Clara taught herself. Then she helped him put on his suit. The young man believed that everything was ready, but then the girl suddenly started to distance herself from him, and our hero didn't understand what she had to do. Then he asked her to take care of herself. Everything she herself put into the forest. The girl thought it was already very close, next time they returned from the forest. The young man chased her on his motorcycle, thinking something had happened, besides the girl. Suddenly, Clara, who was very quiet, rode in front of our hero on her horse, thinking to herself that she could do whatever she wanted in the face of difficulties. The hero's horse thought about this from its own perspective. The young man was 10 years older than her, and if he was so unreliable, she could turn away from him in an instant. The girl fought bravely while our hero got off his motorcycle and carefully looked at the sky, greeting Clara as it was snowing. He looked at the young man and asked if snow was very rare, and he said it was because the weather predicted it. If he was wrong, he would be lying to her, and asked if the girl understood. She looked surprised, and the young Clara thought the city could open her heart to him. Then he said they needed to go back home soon. He obeyed his master, and together they went towards the house. She offered to taste the food and said that he was indeed very young and needed to eat a lot at that time. The young man sat near the table with his phone and tried to take pictures of what was brought to him to eat so that he could leave this memory for the future. Of course, no one understood who he was capturing in the next moment. Egon carefully looked out the window, thinking that finishing it early was a good decision, not knowing what terrible thing would happen here. And if they were delayed, there was a snowstorm outside the window. Egon turned to our hero and asked about the weather. The young man reported that it would snow for a few hours, but it would stop at dawn. Then the man said that tomorrow he needed to prepare a cold-resistant suit. The young man realized what was asked of him and continued eating his food. The woman next to them cooked the food and mentioned that she couldn't stand the cold in this annual event. He asked if they had pepper, and when she heard about it, she said it was only for kings or priests. Approaching the young man, she said that he should stop acting foolish and finish his food. Our hero, of course, without knowing it, apologized to the woman. He thought to himself that it might be quite natural and common for him. The world is a rare commodity here, and he needs to buy many more things before he is called again. After that, the young man learned the basic task of being a servant. So today, he returned to his job in the world for the first time in 6 days. Clara thanked the young man by saying that he had done a good job for the past 6 days and handed him the bag. He reported that it was his salary for 6 days of work, 3,600 marks. Then, the young man stood next to her and thanked her for his salary. Then Clara greeted our hero and asked if everything would be okay if she called him in 27 hours. Our hero asked Clara if there was something she wanted, and Clara was very surprised by what we did. The hero was talking about her reporting it. She could buy souvenirs for everyone when she returned home. Clara reported that nothing came to mind, so she said everything was fine, and she thought it was still young for humans to buy for our other servants. The hero reported that he had already asked for all the underwear for Egon and 1,000 chocolates for Ria and her siblings. Hearing about what our hero said about chocolate, Clara jumped from her seat and asked him about it. The young man was really talking about chocolate. The girl just said that only nobles and royal family members could buy it. The young man reported that they could only buy it for 90 marks. When she heard it was about 90 marks, the girl was very surprised, and our hero understood that Clara herself probably didn't want chocolate, but was a little embarrassed now. The girl asked the hero to bring her chocolate as well. Our hero talked about what he would consider beforehand. At that moment, he took out his phone and typed in it what Clara herself needed to buy more chocolate because our hero was keeping something unusual in his hand. Clara asked what he was doing and ran towards him. The young man talked about what he wrote so as not to forget and reported that it was a secret. At that moment, the girl stumbled and started falling right onto our hero. He managed to catch her, and they both felt very embarrassed. Egon came to the office, and the girl said it was time to go back. At that moment, he saw how our hero stood apart from each other, and the others didn't realize what was happening. Clara said she understood everything, and our hero silently stared at Egon, who burst through the door. 3 days later, our hero, along with his surroundings, walked through the city center and reported that it was amazing to hear such things about the client that Senpai was talking about. Maybe the character had changed by then. Senpai stepped forward, and the young man who was with him didn't understand where he was going. The young man reported that he went to him, and his subordinate also said that he wanted to heal with a maid. Our hero understood him and reported that it was not his problem at all. The store specializes in self-defense items. The young man saw the application, and our hero was surprised that he even had a bulletproof vest. The young man said that maybe there was only one. At that moment, he also saw a Class 6 armor, which had been there since a young man who bought it on rent would be able to buy 3 or more of the higher class. Our hero asked if his friend really understood this, as he was paying full attention to our hero, as shown by his appearance. The young man called him to come with him when Yoshioka came to the store. Kuta said maybe this should be enough. At that time he brought his bulletproof vest for our hero, carefully looking at the arrow hanging on the wall, and Drew noticed it. And then wondered if our hero really wanted an automatic arrow here. Kuta turned to his friend and gave an example of what if he fought a monster in another world so he would choose. He looked attentively surprised to see that our hero didn't understand, whether the young man was joking or not. Then Kuta pretended that it was really a joke because they were fairy tale. Yoshioka took it seriously and explained to our hero that he had to choose. The next moment after putting his weapon in the safe, the young man thought that at least for now it would happen, whether he thought it would be useful in the world, where he usually moved. At that moment our hero was called by a friend. Our hero stood in the toilet and saw the young man looking directly at him from above. Yoshioka reported that it felt strange to him, that the young man actually bought an automatic arrow, and the next moment he looked at what was in front of our hero. The man asked what was in front of him. It also seemed strange for a while, and asked him to explain it to him. Our hero didn't know how else to explain it to him. At that moment he stared at him carefully, and then he had no choice but to tell him that he had been summoned to that creature in another world. The expected reaction was such that Yoshioka didn't believe. Our hero said that he experienced a delusion. The codemaker realized that the young man didn't believe him. And he had to believe explained somehow. At the next moment, he took out his phone and showed him this evidence. There is a girl with blue hair and 2 children. He shows him to people and everything he photographs, saying that it is not computer graphics and how he can do it all. Yoshioka reports to Senpai that he will not have the skills to do this. Then, after taking a closer look at the picture, he asks who the person is. Our hero looks at the phone and sees Kuta's photo with Clara, saying that it is their summoner who heard about it. Yoshioka asks our hero again, and our hero explains that tomorrow at 7 in the morning, he will be summoned again, and he is getting ready for the next move to his friend's place. The next day, the young man is ready to leave at 7 in the evening and tells his friend that they should check everything again, asking if the young man is very satisfied with this. He puts on a mask and looks at himself in the mirror, happy that he can see the world where our hero is. Does the young man understand that he doesn't need to be asked if he has everything to move to another world, and the next time the phone rings? The young man said that it was time for them and put a friend on his back to go. Then Yoshioka asked if it was true that the city thought he was really normal, lucky with his motorcycle, but still there was a man right in front of him and wondered if the portal could move them to the next moment. Our hero found themselves back in the small room, where Kuta usually appeared before going to another world. Yoshioka looked around, wondering if this was the place they were talking about Senpai, because indeed a small room code maker reported that it did stop here right on time when he was approaching the machine again, pulling his skill. Then the friend watching this asked what Kuta was doing, the same one who reported that he could get the skill every time he was called. At that time, he found the skill of the gecko's hand, which created ultra-thin hair that could stick to the ceiling and walls. This arm allows you to stick to the wall, and the ceiling provides vertical movement. The young man read all this on the card he took out next, and when he decided to try if he could really get this skill, he held onto the wall and then to the ceiling. The young man was able to demonstrate this to his subordinates. Yoshioka saw this and thought that the next thing was amazing when our hero jumped to the floor, saying it depended on how he used it, it would be very useful. His friend just supported, saying that he would take one down, but the next moment, the device in front of him disappeared. Kuta reported that it seemed that his skill was only for him, and his friend sighed heavily. Then someone reported it. There will be another world behind this door. It's time for them to go. Yoshioka carefully looks at the door and agrees. Then suddenly there is a man who usually appears before our hero. He reports that behind this door is a world not intended for ordinary people. Our hero understands that the situation is not too good, and at that moment a friend hides behind our hero. Our hero moves back to Clara's house. She waits for him next time when the girl stares at the mystical circle inside it in front of her. She not only sees Quota, but also another young man asking who it is already next to him. Our hero sees his friend understand that he didn't tell him how to behave in this world. Then Yoshioka said, so happy to meet Clara. He is still young, named Yoshioka. He is also Kuta Hinoharu's brother-in-arms who talks about her. She also wants to serve Clara as a beast summoner, so he asks to be called Akito. Our hero sees his friend thinking about it. He introduces himself well. The girl asks what abilities Akito has inside. Next time, the young man demonstrates his ability using fire, saying that he can use all magic at a basic level. Seeing this girl, she couldn't believe her eyes. If she could use offensive magic, she could become a knight of this country. If it was healing magic, then a great priest would depend on how famous the young man became by participating in the war. Seeing Yoshioka, the girl wondered if someone like her could become her servant. She reported that they had many similarities with Kuta, who would serve Clara. The young man looked at his friend carefully, thinking about what he was doing here. Clara reported that if this happened, she would be happy to have the young man with her and said that she relied on him. He is currently being remembered by our hero, a scene that happened before they came to this world. The man who appeared in front of them reported that it was true that it might be too much for people. He said that the young man could still pass because Yoshioka crossed the border of the world and needed to be given all the skills possessed by the rarest skill sage, allowing the use of all basic magic to be given to this young man. Hearing that the young man was given magic to become a sage, Yoshioka was beside himself with happiness. The man told him that depending on how he trained, he could become a sage. Yoshioka asked if it wasn't unhealthy, referring to his friend. Then Kuta looked at the floor and said that it was true, it was very unfair, said the man who was still young. Humans shouldn't be so happy, and because he came there without permission, he became part of him. Kuta next to him was his hand. When he heard that the young man had experienced it as part of himself, he asked the man who was in front of them and whether anyone else said so, in other words, if he was mentioned in the future, would Yoshioka be called along with him? Our hero turned to his friend and asked if this sounded normal. It sounded very loud. He was very happy and showed the young man that everything was fine. Okay. Then stood by the fireplace. Already in another world, the young man was asked to help his friend bring firewood. Kuta put the firewood next to the young man. Yoshioka said it was because fried food was his life. He asked Kuta to bring it here, talking about the firewood brought by the young man in this case. When he turned around and spoke, our hero, Kuta, asked if it was good or not. Because even Clara herself was amazed. The girl was thinking about what an amazing skill it was. Yoshioka reported that she was thinking about her senpai's skill improvement. 6 times the courage. It was cool. Then our hero asked why he thought so. The young man reported that he really liked how Kuta could persuade the handsome man in that situation, considering how they should have done it coming to this world. Then the young man knelt in front of the man who was asked to let Yoshioka speak the local language. Yoshioka also reported that his skill number increased with each call, paying special attention to this, and he couldn't imagine how jealous he was of him. That's why he turned to his senpai. The next time he touched the young man, he used healing magic on him. The young man said that sometimes when he used it, he would get tired, so it helped him to stand next to Kuta. He said it was amazing, and he was very happy. Yoshioka then reported that he was very happy to work with senpai at that time. Ria entered the door with a greeting, and our hero, Yoshioka, saw the girl and thought it was true because she really had blue hair and she was in another world. Then Ria brought Zato and said that the boy should do what he did. She told him that the boy took a knife out of his bag and aimed it at Kuta, saying that he returned it to him. Our hero saw the young man and gave him a knife, saying it was a souvenir for Zato. He told Ria that this was indeed the same case, but he disagreed and said that the young man should return the knife to Kuta's address. The young man told him that he couldn't accept such an expensive knife, but our hero reported that it wasn't that expensive. Ria said that even though the young man said so at that time in the kingdom, high-class products could be bought for 50,000 marks, and it couldn't accept such a thing. He heard the thought of 50,000 about it and approached Zato to inform him that it was time to change senpai's knife and winked at him. Then the young man realized who his friend was signaling. The city itself did not object to the reported fact that he would throw away his knife, so if Zot wanted, he could take it himself. When Zato saw this, he was very happy. Our hero reported that this knife would cut better, so he thought it would be useful for the young man in the future. I tried to support our hero and said that senpai didn't need this knife. If so, who shouldn't have it? Ria, after carefully observing Akito and our hero, was happy that everything worked out, so they exchanged glances and were satisfied with the situation. They returned to Clara. Clara carefully looked at the chocolate in front of her and thought about buying something expensive, around 300 marks. What kind of world is she thinking about? The girl also wants to learn a lot about this world. After tasting the chocolate, she realized how happy Akito was to return home. Our hero reported that the young man came very late at that time. Kuta-san was dealing with his motorcycle, and his friend reported that he had a lot of fun communicating with the locals. Kuta also thinks about his subordinates enjoying life in this world, but he reports that they have an expedition tomorrow, so they have to go to bed early while greeting senpai Yoshioka. who says that he has been thinking about something here and suggests that he save and build a base here. Listening to this, Kuta is surprised. Then his friend continues to develop this topic further, saying that Senpi's knife costs 3,000 yen, and here it costs 50,000 marks. Since then, one brand costs 1 yen. One knife can be sold for 47,000 yen to buy goods in this world and sell them in this world. I asked about what our hero thinks about it. Kuta spoke to Yoshioka thinking about it. Maybe the young man understands asset management. Then his friend told Kuta to trust him and they could get money from it. In the next day, the heroes gathered and Kuta carefully looked for something that said he couldn't find it anywhere next time. When he was desperate, his friend said he had this thing. Egon knocked on their window and told them how many more men would make him wait, and they had to leave when those people left the door. They were told that they regretted walking very slowly, but then suddenly they saw many villagers in front of them. They were surprised and looked at them. Then Egon said all the villagers had come to meet them. When he saw that, those people stood still and did nothing. He told them that they just needed to say goodbye to everyone who came to see them off and wave to the villagers. They understood that they were very happy. At that moment, the young man was thinking to himself when he became very popular. But he realized that it was not him who was so popular, but Yoshioka who stood next to him and waved to the villagers. Everyone was very happy and grateful to the young man who became our hero at that time. We turned to him and asked what happened to his friend. He told him that he used healing magic to relieve the old woman from the burning sensation and more. And more people started to gather, saying that he was a holy person in this matter. When he didn't have time to do it, he told the young man about it. Everyone rushed into his arms, telling him that he should take care of himself. The city understood that everything seemed to be in order, and that he was no longer a hero in this world. Therefore, he walked away from where people gathered. But at that moment, someone called him. It was Ria with her friends, talking about the fact that they made a hiking charm and were asked by our hero to bring it with them. The young man was very happy about this and accepted the charm from his friends, thanking them for it. Next, Clara appeared in front of the young man and his friends on her horse, saying that it was time for them to continue their motorcycle journey. Kuta and Yoshioka left right after Clara. Then, a month-long journey began. Our hero thought about what would happen to them first. It was 21st day when they arrived at Caton Stroke while standing in front of the gate. Clara reported that she was a knight and asked them to stay for one night. Then, the door opened in front of her and the knight welcomed her. The next moment, the girl entered our hero, who was standing in the stable, thanking the horse once again and saying that he had done a good job today. It was because of him that they could arrive here quickly. At that moment, he was stroking his friend's horse's head, thinking that it was partly due to the fact that Tut relieved his fatigue with its miraculous healing. Kuta thought that if they even took advantage of this, they would arrive earlier than expected. At that moment, someone suddenly turned to our heroes and they turned around and saw the girls. They asked if the heroes had stopped at the Yoshioka hostel because they were scared, surprised, and confused at the same time. When he saw the girls standing right in front of him, he hid behind our hero, Kuta, startled by his friend. The girls in front of them greeted them by saying that maybe they were in the same room as them. The girls introduced themselves as the Silver Knives Adventure Team, and the person who spoke to them introduced herself as the leader named Mel. The girl extended her hand to our hero and told him that they were only staying here for one night, and she was very happy to meet them. She also reached out her hand to him in response, informing him that they were the servants of the Everberg Knight, Clara Ansbach, and she did the same to get to know each other. At that moment, Akito stood behind our hero, feeling embarrassed and trying not to look up at the girls. One of them noticed this and stared attentively at the young man. The next moment, the girls left, and then our heroes turned to their friend and reported that everything was fine. Then he said that it really resembled the young man who knew everything except the woman in question. The young man also reported that he had just been given a mission to protect his virginity until the age of 30 to become a magician. After seeing his friend, Kuta, he reported that he had become wise. He really wanted to take a step further now. The young man didn't say anything, then thought that it had exceeded their abilities. They went back home and cooked more dishes as reported today. The main dish was chicken skewers. He thought that Clara should do it too because it was a popular dish among the suggested foreigners in the city. He prepared the skewers for that creature, and the young man agreed to give it to her as our hero was trying to light a fire. A girl approached him and offered to help. Our hero reported that of course she would light the fire, but then a friend of his caught the attention of the girl who was standing right in front of him, wearing underwear that said it was pretty cool today, and then grabbed our hero's hand. She asked if the young man also wanted warmth on days like this. After taking a closer look at the young man, the girl introduced herself as Petra and offered to lie down together in the same bed. But our hero, after seeing the girl, said that he was already married. Petra got closer to our hero and said that if he cheated here, his wife would never know. At that time, he was thinking about the fact that he was sure Emmy was cheating on him in the real world. The girl became more stubborn, saying that our hero's body was more honest than the boy himself. He was forever upset, and then remembered his wife saying that he couldn't do it. The girl was thrown away by him, and our hero was also angry, saying that his wife wasn't even here. She still believed in him. Our hero was thinking about his cold wife, who was rarely there unless she wouldn't cheat on him in this case. While interrupting his thoughts, the boy heard his friend's voice asking for help. Our hero wasn't interested in what was happening to his friend, and when he left him alone with this girl. When he realized Clara's office, she told him that she had brought him food today. There were chicken skewers on the menu, and there were 2 types of sauce and salt. They were used to using them at home, saying that she would put them on a skewer for him. At that moment, he carefully looked at the faceless girl and asked if something had happened. When Clara reported that she wanted the boy to come to her room when everyone was asleep, our hero was very confused. Then Clara said that she didn't mean anything strange when she saw his appearance. Then she would do it. She asked him to bring Akito with him, something important to tell both of them. They heard that the girl wanted to tell them something important. Our hero was surprised, then he apologized and took a little time for both of them. The next moment, when our hero was already in front of the city, it asked him what was important. Clara wanted to tell them, so I looked over to Akito. He asked if it was possible to make sure no sound could be heard from this room. The young man used his magic to use wind magic to make all the sounds stay in this room. The next moment, when he waved his hand, the young man reported that everything was ready and there would be no sound heard from this room. Kuta turned its head and asked its friend if he could do something like that. He simply reported that at that time he was only applying noise reduction. Clara said that there was someone she wanted to introduce and asked the girl who came at that time. The door opened and Miss Mercedes Hayes appeared in front of our hero's cousin, Clara's mother. Our hero greeted her, and Clara saw how she greeted her, realizing that they were already familiar. The young man said that they had just met, and the girl reported that she was presenting herself as an adventurer from the Silver Knives. Mel and she wanted to drop the Hayes family name. Clara reported that Miss Mercedes was currently on a secret mission. After hearing about the secret mission, our hero became curious about what task it was. The girl reported that she was on a mission to destroy zombies. Akito was very excited when he heard about it. Kuta reported that the conversation about zombies was actually about someone turning into one because of a bite. She reported that it was true on the day we learned that the priest concluded what Mercedes said. They went north from here to a small village with a population of about 40 people called Durnal. While patrolling, the priest saw null zombies and reported it. Luckily, information about this hasn't leaked to the masses yet, which is why there was confusion and panic among them before. They came here to destroy the zombies as quickly as possible. Our hero suspects that the Silver Knife is a military unit, and a new acquaintance confirmed his word since this area is under direct control of the kingdom, which ordered him to handle this issue. However, the girl reported that they didn't hear enough of this and greeted Clara the same way. Our hero asked if the girl wanted to help Clara report that they left early in the morning to destroy zombies together with a silver knife. She reported that she was counting on our hero. They answered the same thing. It was time for them to get ready. At that moment, they were a little scared as they looked at the girl carefully before going back to their room. Our hero carefully observed their friend sitting there without saying a word. Kuta realized that this would be their first real Aikido fight with their friend. They said it wasn't a big deal if they wanted to wait for them here tomorrow. The city also reported that it was a burden for the young man, but it would be safe here. Yoshioka smiled and reported that she was fine. She would also go, but right now she was pulling a smile on her face and trembling. Shortly after, Kuta approached him, asking him not to push himself. The young man at that time was talking about the fact that he needed to get some fresh air and regroup. He went outside and sat on the steps nearby. He started crying, and the girl who had been watching him before followed him. Our hero was fast asleep at that time, but then some sounds interrupted his sleep. When he woke up, he asked about what happened late at night. He heard something next to him that he didn't want to hear. The young man thought it was his friend and suggested using earplugs from now on. And since he had now become a real man like this, he wouldn't go back to being a wizard and wake up. Our hero thought that he couldn't fall asleep at all that night, and he thought that he didn't expect his friends to do it all night afterwards. Looking closely at his friend, he thought that he still acted like a child at that time when the young man was sleeping next to our hero's bed. The Mercedes group left early in the morning to destroy zombies near the full Drotten as quickly as possible for our hero. They left a while later when a man called them and said that he had found her at that time. The girl said she was fine. It was the woman priest in front of our hero. Our hero apologized to her for disturbing her and relied on her as a guide. The same girl reported that she was 18 years old, so she was already an adult. Our hero was surprised that she was 18 years old, and then the girl tried to change the subject by saying that she was naturally familiar with the geography of the city, and as a hunter, she was also used to the mountains. Our hero reported that they wouldn't pay. It was a very urgent matter for them to return home to Clara, and she reported that in the worst-case scenario, there was another possibility that the village would be attacked by zombies in the future. The situation could be quite dangerous, and they asked if they could rely on the girl's route. He asked her about the type of payment they wanted to offer, and Clara reported that they could offer her 6 marks a day. Then the girl said that she would need 8 marks on Clara's face, and our hero looked at each other trying to figure out why. Then the girl reported that her life was tough enough, and her father got injured on a hunting trip last week. Hearing this, Clara agreed to the condition and asked Kido kindly to help Akido report that Clara wanted to let the girl go with them. The young man reported that he would do it and take her to his house after coming to their house. Our hero was able to heal her father's injury and now it's covered, but just to be safe, he offered the girl's father a minimum of 3 days of rest. The girl realized that the young man used healing magic and thought that it might have been the high priest himself who greeted Akido. He asked, then the codemaker reported that they were just servers listening to the girl. She turned to our hero, surprised. Her father told the girl to also look at her feet. Then Akido said it was to be cautious, he needed a rest soon. Next, while bowing to Clara, she reported that 6 values were enough. She was asked to hire them, so Fine led them early to the Stone Grinder village. Stone Grinder village is more of a mountain village, and the road here is quite steep. Along with the girl they were talking about, they wondered how slow the zombies would be and there should be no running zombies. This worried Akido, who walked behind everyone. They all turned to their friend, Kuta. He said everything would be fine because he was equipped with automatic arrows, so he had to be ready. It would be much more dangerous if the young man didn't pay attention to where he was going. At that moment, the man started to fall from the mountain they passed. Akido apologized to our hero for his clumsiness as they walked. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts, and Kuta thought Imi was his wife. He would never have thought that she would be in another world, not even herself. She would never have imagined spending her time here. But she had a feeling that she was getting further away from Emi and talking more about cheating. He didn't do it. He thought he could do it now, his mind interrupted by Fine. They said they were closed for business, and there was a sharpening stone behind them. Our village hero is happy, so the next time they realize the village where they see the usual picture of a child playing with snowballs, they look around. Kuta thought it looked like a zombie, but they haven't arrived yet. They told everyone about it. Clara said they should go to the next village because it's quiet here, thanks to Yoshioka's healing magic, and the girls route that they can pass through 3 villages in one day. But luckily, none of the villages are affected by the zombies, so they warned them to stay alert. He noticed how smoothly everything was going, saying it seemed like everything would pass without incident, but the codemaker reported that there was still a lot of work left for the young men. The young men reported that they needed to find the source of the zombies, but maybe a new underground prison appeared. Clara reported referring to us heroes. After hearing about the underground prison, everyone was very surprised. According to what Clara said, a new underground prison appears every 20 years, and it seems that they are not only a source of wealth, but also a source of danger. The underground prison doesn't bring trouble if it happens to be properly arranged. But if not, it turns out that going into the dangerous cave releases many monster people one by one. Also realize that those zombies come from Clara's dungeon. Clara is currently informing that they should join Miss Mercedes tomorrow and block the basement together. Today, everyone should refresh themselves thoroughly and get ready for tomorrow. So after listening to this, the servants bow to Lady Clara and go to rest. Today they stop by a village they call Block, and then they think it's true that they need to peel potatoes since our heroes have already washed them. Next, when they start peeling potatoes together, our hero girl realizes that the conversation has reached a dead end, and the girl from the other world cannot understand at all how to start talking to them right now as they peel potatoes for dinner. The girl carefully observes our hero and how he cleans. Our hero is surprised that she is staring at him so closely, and then she sees how the girl starts peeling potatoes, reporting that she has a pretty cool knife, and also reporting that it is the first goat horn that the young man hunted. He concludes that maybe it's a big deal for the girl, and he approaches her. He says that it is indeed true. The story is long, but he asks our hero if he wants to listen. She smiled at that moment. Our hero thought that she had just given birth to her next child. The next morning, Clara woke up at the same time as the sunrise. The girl who brought her water said that she brought her daughter to wash. The girl asked to put it next to her table, and then she asked how she was doing, and if she had made peace with Kuta and his friends. Then Fiend reported that they both were very nice people, and even their cat praised their knife and gave them a wet stone. Hearing this, Clara was very happy to hear it. Fiend reported that the stone was from another world and very comfortable to use. Then Clara said that she understood everything. After all, she sharpened her knife with this stone, and it cut unlike before. She glanced at Clara, who was about to wash, and the girl asked if she should do it, showing the sharpness of the knife. At that moment, she stood beside her with an apple and a knife. Clara was a little surprised and said that if the girl could do it, then she could show her. So they arrived at their destination. Dro and Fulu saw the zombies that had been killed. It seemed that the Mercedes group was able to destroy them all at this point. Clara was talking about what it felt like next. Fiend called them and said that they had to see it as soon as possible. The girl found Bobby and Schweit, and our hero thought that she might have escaped from the underground prison at that moment. Suddenly, they heard a sound and thought it might be the Mercedes group. Then, Clara said they had to run, and they all hurried in the direction the sounds came from. Clara reported that those people had to make them retreat. No trash should come through them at that time when we didn't run, but we didn't hear screams, and our heroes tried to find out what was happening behind them. Akito was very surprised by this situation, and Clara, who was running ahead, reported that it was right in front of her. She pointed at that moment they found the big troll standing right in front of them. Our hero, when he saw the troll, thought it was his next moment. Clara ordered everyone to rush into the spread as the troll started attacking them, and the next moment she tried to grab Kuta. Seeing this, Kuta rushed towards her, attacking the troll on Clara's leg. Clara was successfully saved. Helped by asking if she was okay, the young man apologized and said she was fine. Then he asked if the man could close the entrance to the dungeon with his magic, and the young man reported that if he approached, he thought Clara might hear it. Clara reported that she would do something with the troll, and she relied on Akito, so the young man supported Miss Mel, and the young man agreed. The next moment, the girl was shooting at the troll. It was Fine, and Clara running beside her, starting to attack. She understood that Fine was amazing, and understood how the real knight fought Clara. On the other hand, she thought it wouldn't be easy to defeat this troll. At that time, Kuta arrived and asked him to use his paralysis magic, when he would give him a signal so that he would still be a young man. He had to wait for a while as the troll was very close, and our hero called the girl, but she asked him to wait for her. When the troll started swinging his club towards him, the young man was thinking about what he would do in that moment. Just as the club was about to hit him, the girl commanded our hero to unleash his fire, and he was able to attack the troll. He hit him right in the face. The next moment, the troll fell to the ground. The girls from the Mercedes group said that they needed to lock the underground prison now and asked for his help to use his power. They asked him to hand it over to them. In the next moment, when the young man used his force, someone suddenly pulled him, trying to attack him. In the next moment, Akito saw blood in front of him and realized that Petra was able to protect him. Kuta attacked the person who attacked them while holding the girl's arm. He reported that they had done it only once, and if everything had happened differently, he thought he would have died in the man's arms. But he was fine with it. At that moment, Yoshioka started crying, and our hero shouted at her from behind, telling the young man to use healing magic. In this case, it was the girl who surprised him the most. Forgetting her sadness, she started using healing magic while saying that she wouldn't let him die. She would try her best. While others stepped aside and waited to see what would happen next, he said that he couldn't sleep well, and it would bring him back with tears streaming down his face. The young man used his power, but he understood that it didn't work. Next, Petra lay in front of him, injured. The young man asked how long she would sleep, saying that he would wake her up until he hit her with his iron shirt and asked her to wake up. But the girl lay there and didn't respond. A man standing nearby heard the request and just saw this picture sadly. Next, he reached out her hand and the girl said it hurt. At that moment, she opened her eyes, and the young man happily hugged her, shouting her name. The girl also reported that it was indeed better. He prepared himself because she wouldn't let himself fall asleep today. Everyone was happy that they were able to deal with the monster in the underground prison. It was closed, and today they couldn't seal the entrance there, and no monster would be able to come out again. Our hero thought carefully and observed everyone, paying close attention to how the same thing would happen with Yoshioka's underground prison. The first battle was decorated by the same knight. Our hero rested again, not expecting at all that they would receive so much attention from the girls with whom they found themselves alone. They called themselves the Akito girls and said that they were very good at cooking. The young man tried to call his senpai to help him out of this situation. Then Kuta spoke to the girl, thanking them for their help, but also lying on top of the cooking. Then another girl started approaching Kuta and said that she could be the ingredient for her dish, especially tonight. Our hero felt embarrassed when he tried to distance himself from Clara. He communicated with the conductor, talking about whether the girls were also freed. If not, he would be embarrassed to be here, at a table not far from the person Fiend mentioned. Clara just needed to relax. They both used magic even in situations like this. It was impossible for a subordinate like Mel to miss the opportunity to make money or lower his status by marrying someone like this. So they disturbed our hero. Suddenly, one of the girls reported it, accidentally injuring herself and asking our hero to heal her again. She said that the girl lied to everyone and also wanted to be healed there at that moment. While Akito was trying to take care of a girl who had injured herself, he noticed her finger and realized that he could also play in front of him. He asked him to heal her as well. Seeing these girls, the young man reported it. He didn't know how to use healing magic. Then the girl looked at her finger and told Kuta to kiss Clara's finger. Unable to bear it, Clara said that they should stop bothering the young man. She asked if the girls hadn't noticed that our hero was already bored. Hearing this, the girl tried to be behind our hero. He saw how annoyed Clara was when Mel, who was sitting next to her, started laughing. Clara didn't understand what was so funny about it. At that moment, Mel was telling her idea of finding out who the girl liked more, Kuta or Kuta. Clara reported that she didn't have a favorite and treated everyone the same. Then he realized that the girl liked Kuta, talking about him and embarrassing Clara. She then looked at her friend with concern, talking about her. She stopped saying it because the girl was very embarrassed. Mel was silent in the room, and after looking closely at our hero standing behind Clara, she fell silent. Then Mel apologized to Mrs. Clara. Even when they were young, she couldn't defeat her in a fight, but she didn't want to offend her in any way. She thought about it a little. Clara said it was true, but even so, Mel had to stop doing it when the girl was talking to her. She understood and just sipped her drink from her glass. Clara followed her example, and in the next moment, the girls started eating the girls who took care of them. Our hero also started eating while watching them. Our hero realized that the girls had a great victory at that time and thanked Fiend for their help to the girls. They talked about defending the underground prison with only 10 people eligible for the captain's medal. The captain would be promoted to the company commander, and they would receive many benefits. They reported it later. One of the girls said she didn't know this, but 10,000 marks alone would definitely be like that. Our hero thought to himself that this was a world where people improved their status through physical achievements. But their voices became clear that he had entered another world next time the young men lit a fire and set up their tent in the forest, reporting that he would be much more comfortable here than at Clara's house. And Melon had to use it. Our hero also thought about it, but next time he reported that it meant they would still stay in that house with all the silver knives, and then asked about what happened and what the young man thought about it. Akito, of course, thought it was a sacred nightmare. So our hero said that if the young man really thought so, it would be better for them to sleep separately next time when they were ready to sleep. Clara appeared, saying that our hero didn't mind if the girl lay here. Clara reported that she had heard a story about a man who slept rough last night and informed Kuta that the young man couldn't possibly be a servant if he couldn't protect his belongings. The young man looked angry at her at that time, and next time the girl landed next to them, saying that this material was very soft where she was sitting. Fiend sat next to her, just following the girl's words. The heroes realized that they couldn't do anything about it, so they just left the situation as it was. The next day they left the place and the girls walked with them, talking about how it would be much safer if they went with their friends. They thought it was just a dream. The next time they were talking, they wondered if either of them minded because it was obvious, but it seemed like he wouldn't give up on her. Petra said she wasn't interested in him. Then Mel realized that Akito seemed the same way. He looked like an honest man, and she reported that it wouldn't be easier to marry him if she was already close to him. If so, something had happened that she could experience as a noble's wife. Petra reported that Mel's thoughts about her were not what she had imagined. Petra was a very cunning woman, and maybe she was seriously falling in love with Akito. Petra thought about it and said it wasn't easy, and then she talked about what needed to be resolved about it. After all, Petra's dream was to do it. Seeing a commander in the role of a company commander, the captain let him help him get promoted quickly. Hearing this, he agreed, saying that he didn't want to get married again to focus on his career, which was his life goal. At that moment, he looked attentively at Petra and thought about the past where he saw the death of his loved ones. He hugged her and felt overwhelmed when he saw Clara leaving with our hero earlier. He wondered how his sister wouldn't end up like him. At that moment, he was thinking about the whole situation that had developed in his life, and even in Clara's life. Our hero returned 2 days later, and they arrived at Constroke. After hearing that our hero had returned, everyone welcomed them, and the young man approached him first. He switched to the horse stable and asked if everything was okay with him. It seemed like everything was fine. He patted his horse again and thought that Akito would go with him, and so on. At that moment, Fine was beside them, observing the young man closely. He apologized, saying that for the past 3 days he was very grateful that the young men took care of him, and it would become an unforgettable memory for her. She was truly grateful to our hero. When the girl was crying, a friend turned towards her. Clara came and talked to her about how she finally found a girl when she saw Clara herself. The girl didn't understand what she was doing here. Clara handled it and said that if she wanted, she could accompany her to Dresden. The girl was touched when she heard that. The girl wanted her to accompany them to the capital city. Clara reported it, and if the girl decided to accompany them, she should know that it would be quite dangerous. So she should give her some time to think about it for a while. When she heard about this task, she told the girl that it was really great, and the girl said she was very impressed. But suddenly, she thought about her father, broke the news to her father, and he started crying, becoming very happy, saying that it was a great honor to greet Clara's words. He said that Fine might not be too mature, but he asked her to take her. She reached out her hand, telling her that she was happy to continue working with Fine. At that moment, the girl's hand trembled with our hero telling her that it was really so. On the 5th day of their journey, they asked for Clara's help. It was still early in the morning, and they decided to return to their original world at the same time. Fine said goodbye to her family, and they thought about what they needed to do next to return to the Aikido company. They asked Senpai what they would do. Senpai reported that their only wish was to take a bath that Aikido had offered to meet them in 10 hours when they relaxed, and then they would definitely be able to meet Kuta. Kuta agreed when Aikido talked about how he thought it would be quite difficult to do until they reached Kuta's parents' house. Upon hearing this, Kuta asked if the young man still had such a relationship with them. Aikido started talking about their situation already on the way to move when they reached a certain point. Aikido reported that Clara herself was moving zigzag and now Fine had joined them. They used a motorcycle, but it turned out that the young man took off the cover of a new device. Kuta reported that, as expected, it was too excessive for it, to do it on their own feet all the time. Then Aikido remembered about the cart. Aikido told me if Kuta attached a cart to the motorcycle, then they could easily take Fine. They would really find out that something was happening right now. Aikido reported that then it would be necessary to go to the store. Everything cost 100 yen. Our hero didn't understand why he had to leave. Then Kuta reported that he became rich after hearing this expression. Our hero was very surprised. Then Aikido said that there wasn't much time left and they had to hurry because of it. Our hero went to chase after his friend, wondering what the young man could do without him. After greeting Aikido, they stood up again in the room where they were supposed to go to this world. Aikido saw Senpai wearing clothes that suited their new world perfectly and asked what possessed him and why he dressed like that. The young man informed him that this time they would pass through a big city, so he dressed appropriately. Aikido understood the reason for his attire and begged for sympathy by pointing to the funds in front of him. They told him that he had to take his new skills, which the young man had achieved, and pulled out a hero card. Our hero gained the ability to walk on water and the ability to freely walk on water, whether through the sea or the river. After seeing this, our hero didn't understand at all what he needed to do with it. He noted that the young man looked more and more like a ninja and suggested that he dress in black clothes. At this moment, our hero was a ninja and didn't need a costume like that. Then, as he reached for the door handle and pulled it, they returned to another world where the girls called them Clara. Clara saw our hero greeting her and the young man reported that he had returned and Fine, who had never seen our hero before, called him a recognized beast. Then the man said that he wouldn't call them animals at all because they were indeed people's animals. After all, the Finns noted that people seemed more like calling heroes and started laughing. Because it was true. After hearing this, young man asked what the girl was talking about when she mentioned heroes. She explained that these heroes were called from another world, and they were also blessed with various abilities. Aikido realized that it was really like both of them, but at that time Clara said that the called heroes couldn't return to their original world. This was the biggest difference between them. Fine was a little sad and said that indeed leaving their family and loved ones was like that. Clara looked at the annoyed girl and reported that it was impossible to call someone who wasn't human at all, but it seemed that those people came from their world with the ability to realize it. There must be many people here from their world currently. The city was thinking about the fact that someone who decided to end a relationship and go to another world should be very ready for it. The friends brought the carriage with them and the girls asked what kind of carriage it was. The people decided to explain it to them. In the next moment, to show how this cart works, The young man mounted the cart onto his motorcycle, and the Finns sat behind him. He demonstrated exactly how it works to the girl who was not happy to stop in front of Clara. Akito reported that the train was shaking a little, but could be fixed. Then Fiend noticed that Kuta and Akito seemed to be in a good mood today. Clara called Kuta and instructed the servants to do the same when she becomes its owner. Kuta asked Clara not to do it, worried that Akito reported that it was just a vacation at home, but they still did it because they wanted to. However, Clara started to refuse, so Kuta said it in a way that he could ask the girl. Clara asked what our sought-after hero Kuta wanted to set aside time so they could start a business in this world. Kuta explained that he and Yoshioka wanted to sell the items they bought from their world. Then Clara heard this and gave them permission to say that if they used the name night merchants more often, people would notice them, and she could even write a letter to her friend to help our hero. With this, people were very happy, and they might even hold each other's hands happily working together. In the next moment, when Fiend asked about the mysterious transportation and exclaimed how amazing it was, it seemed faster than Clara's horse. Clara heard what the girl said and was shocked by the fact that this transportation was faster than a blitz. The young man said that the journey would be smoother and twice as fast on a motorcycle when he heard that they could move twice as fast. Carla was very surprised. Then Kuta offered her a ride. In the next moment, the girl jumped onto her trusty steed, and together they raced across the plain, through the forest. The young man realized that the girl was too close to him, making it difficult for him to concentrate on the road at that moment. Clara curled up near them. Kuta then thought about what would happen if he turned to Clara. He wondered if he should slow down, but the girl spoke of going even faster and asked him to make the wind blow. She loved the idea of riding a motorcycle. In the next moment, Kuta pressed the gas pedal and they sped even faster. Clara was ecstatic and felt so free as they rode on Kuta's motorcycle, which he brought from his world. The young man was happy about it, and the girl was satisfied with the fact that she could take him on a journey as far as 10 kilometers to Kattenstroke. Finally, they arrived at the kingdom of Zaxxon after driving along the Rain Road, which was still 14 kilometers away from the capital, Dresden. The road was supposed to take almost 40 days to arrive. Kuta drove through the rain, thinking that he had been a servant for 15 days, so they shouldn't be able to arrive on time. But who knows what can happen on the way there anyway? In the world, or even when the rain starts to fall, everything is at risk of being stranded on the road to the southern part of Ravsky Highway, which is 79 kilometers away. It has been 3 days since they left Kattenstroke and finally arrived in Bremen, the largest city in the north, which welcomed them with a giant wall and a gate in front of them. They looked at the wall, and the young man thought about how impressive it was. It was reported that 100 years had passed since the attack. The Northern Kingdom's records stated that the city had been at war for more than 7 years, but now peace was thriving here in the northern province. It used to be a fortress city, but now it has become the trading capital between the northern and southern provinces. As they entered the gate, Kuta saw a bustling city with people flaunting that San and his friend were starting a business, and asked if they wanted to give it a try in Bremen. The city then asked if it was okay for them to do it here, as this city is fair, where the voices of traders can be heard everywhere. There are so many buyers and sellers here. Clara reported seeing other merchants selling drinks, and asked if they should discuss further actions. The city assured her that he would be ready for it at that time. Yoshioka whispered in his ear that it was the right time to load something, because he already had everything written on his face. Kuta and his friend went to a restaurant for dinner. Kuta expected to have more food than in the big city, but it seemed like it was still the norm in this world where the food wasn't that plentiful or delicious. Just then, someone interrupted their meal by entering the door and greeting Clara, the girl who heard it. It was reported that she was right in front of the man standing at the door. He brought a letter saying it was from Jürgen, and he came here from Bremen to exchange signatures. When the girl saw this, she told him to inform Count, and she would gladly come tomorrow. The man thought it was beautiful and said goodbye and went home. When Kuta was left alone again, Clara told them that Count wanted to see his goods tomorrow morning, so they had to be prepared to see how serious the girl was. Kuta had no choice but to agree and said they were ready to provide the goods the day after tomorrow. Kuta brought everything to show, except for the knife and chocolate, and 3 bars of soap worth 100 yen. They hoped everything would be fine. But they looked sharply at the knife that the young man thought was worth 8,000 yen, thinking it was too much because it was just a simple kitchen knife. Yoshioka reported that the knife was priced at 3,000 yen, so they would make around 60,000 marks. The city had finished the count for him. Yoshioka also noted that since there were no taxes in this world, the person who set the price would be the first to win if they didn't succeed in anything. They could lower the price in another city. Kuta told his friend that it seemed quite logical. At that moment, Clara burst through the door, telling them that the count was waiting for both of them. As they entered the room, Kuta brought along a box containing items they brought from another world. A man was standing in front of them, asking if the 2 men in front of him were Clara, his servant, and asked them to come and show him the items they had in the box. Kuta saw the count swallowing as he looked at the items. They went to him to show what they had brought. When Kuta saw this man urging him, he realized that they were not just obligated to make a successful deal. Looking at the count right in front of them, they approached the count. The young men opened the box they had, and along with the count, started showing the items they could sell. The count was currently calculating carefully, looking at who the people were taking out of their box. Kuta understood that the count was very calm, and this might complicate the deal. They should match the price lower. The young man thought about this when he thought about it. Count decided to look at the knife Kuta made, and then when he saw it, he screamed and asked what was in Yoshioka's hand. Count was surprised by Yoshioka's reaction and didn't understand what he had. Count also reported that he had never seen such material before, noticing the knife inside his hand. He reported that it was a rather rare material, and besides, it was so resistant to rust. After hearing this, Count was shocked. He continued to tell him that it was with the sharpening stone that he had the sharpness in his hand increased even more. At that moment, Count couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the sight of the high-quality whetstone. Count thought to himself that this was exactly what they were trying to achieve. The whetstone that Fine had used before was quite rough and of poor quality. He knew that he would be interested in it. The next moment, Count looked towards the glass that was brought and asked by Kuta how it was made so thin. It was a beautiful handmade piece, but then he talked about how decorative glasses were more valued. Yoshioka wondered what the problem was and realized that Count was the type of person who found faults in everything. Kuta decided to explain to him as a friend and explained to him that the value of the glass was realized when wine was poured into it. As Kuta looked at Count at that moment, he poured wine for him and said that it worked. The wine sparkled like garnet or ruby. Then Count looked at the wine glass in his hand and said that it was true. At that moment, a bright smile lit up his face. Yoshioka asked Quota if it was really wine that he poured into the glass. Then Kuta said that he brought it to help him sleep. "The wine is only worth 1,000 yen, said the man. Jurgen, while staring at Madame Clara. She said that for them it seems like she also wants to drink a little. The girl agreed to this suggestion. Kuta thought that maybe this wine is easier to make. Wine is produced in this region and has a lower acid content. When he poured another glass, Clara drank it after counting. Kuta carefully observed their reactions while hoping that it would be enough. He reported that the wine was good and said that he could also buy it at that time. He smiled joyfully and reported that he had to do it reluctantly. He refused. It was the last bottle he had in his hand. When the Count wanted to thank Kuta for sharing such expensive wine with him, the young man reported that he was not worthy of that praise and expected offer. He offered to pour another glass, which now belonged to Kuta. He was told that he would not give up and stared at the young man carefully. At that moment, he looked at Clara standing next to him and blushed slightly. Kuta understood that Clara also wanted it, so he poured it for her. The next thing they wanted to offer was soap. Soap is also available in their world, But they use animal fat and oil to produce it. That's why it smells bad. That's why they offer soap from the world where cats come from, which he carefully observes the reactions of everyone at that time when they inhale the beautiful aroma of this soap. He talks about it loudly. Then Yoshioka realizes that it's just a soap worth 300 yen. For him, it's funny, but not for the admirers of this bagel. And the last main item that Kuta has prepared for counting is a knife. When they show the knife to him, they say that he should examine it carefully, then examine it with the knife. He realizes that he has never seen anything like it, a design, and he has never seen the material before. One of the blades is also very good to use on a piece of paper. The Count says, next time after seeing everything Kuta offers counting seriously, his face reports that people will mention the price. The young man thinks he doesn't need to be too arrogant, but he can't wait for a discount and write down all the prices for all the things he has prepared, then say that if he is ready, then this is the moment for the fine price tag for what he offers counting. See it and ask if the price is really satisfying. The heroes say that it is true, and the next moment they all walk out of the door together. That's how they tell Quota that his fair hands can't stop trembling. He instructed her not to do it, fearing she would also sweat. But she couldn't. Right now, she didn't start to rejoice, and Kuta reported that no one could think everything would go smoothly. Yoshioka shouted that this account had purchased goods worth 225,000 yen when the amount was 100 million. Something valuable, especially in the end. He was also very happy that they sold such a great product at a low price. Kuta realized that what he said could double the price. Kuta left the house and spoke to Yoshioka. Kuta, who seemed to think they needed to consider the price tag. Kuta also reported that they could think about this and also needed to think about what they could buy next time. Clara, who followed them, said that those people had saved half a month's income from Everberg and sold their belongings in just 2 hours. Kuta thought about it because by that point, Eberg had a monthly tax of 200,000 marks. It didn't seem like Clara really spent that much on maintaining the area itself, because it didn't seem like she had that much reserved. Yoshioka would ask Clara if they would leave immediately after packing their things, but the girl said they would do it tomorrow, and then Kuta offered to do it at night. Clara said that they would practice all night, meeting near the city wall with these weapons of the heroes. After hearing this suggestion, it was approved, and that night they went to training with Clara. While practicing with the weapons, Clara said that the Yoshioka movements were much better. The young man thanked her for the compliment. At that moment, she said that if they used a spear with both hands, she would be able to use her paralysis. Clara watched him carefully and told him that it depended on the owner. It might use magic that came from the weapon itself. At that moment, she tried to show this to him. They saw how Clara fought, and the young man was very happy. Clara said that he just had to imagine that the tip of his finger was the tip of the spear, and he had to focus on that. He repeated this to themselves. The next time, he focused on the spear in his hand, and Clara used fire and threw a stone next to it. At that moment, Kuta was able to defeat the stone, and Clara praised it for the job it had done. When they returned to the shop to eat, Yoshioka told Kuta that instead of selling some items he wanted to sell, they should sell products with higher profits. Kuta thought it would be cool if each of them eventually became rich. Yoshioka thought that they should definitely choose better products. For example, if they bought tea worth 200,000 yen, he could imagine how much they would make from it. Hearing these numbers, Yoshioka got excited. Then Kuta asked him to calm down because they could make millions in Yoshioka. He reported that each of their military funds amounted to 100,000, and they would easily surpass the same amount. Their next product would be something big. Kuta suggested that he invest in Clara because he owed a debt to Everberg. Then they decided to do it and drank to the future millionaires. They drank so much that Clara had to apologize to the restaurant owner for getting drunk and lying on the floor, saying that she would take responsibility for herself at that moment. She picked up Kuta from the floor and told him that it was time to go back, but the young man said that he would continue to do his best in that regard. When he was very drunk, Clara told him that he had done enough. Kuta drove through the rain and they decided that they needed to rest. Clara told Kuta that they should stop where they could stay warm, as this road passed through heavy rain. Therefore, everyone was happy that the girl suggested it. After stopping, they decided to have a snack. After preparing the food, they apologized for making the ladies wait and set up a tent. Once they were all seated, they enjoyed the meal together. The girls watched carefully what we were doing, as the heroes had done it before. Then, after kissing it, they realized that it was indeed supposed to happen. Clara greeted Kuta and asked it about the weather. After hearing that the girl was interested in the weather, Kuta reported that it looked like snow would start in 3 hours. Fine was very surprised to hear about the snow. Then Clara said that it was about 10 kilometers to their town and they would go there after finishing their meal. They arrived in the town at 4 o'clock and 30 minutes later. Kuta dressed up and waited for the girls. When Fine came out to them, she reported that it was strange. She asked if her outfit was weird, and if she was from Kauta world. The young man said that it was indeed like that, and that he was just more used to seeing it on Fine. They asked if she would change her clothes, but the girl reported that she only had one dress at the moment. Kuta then took out the clothes from their story and offered her to wear them. As she put on the clothes, she thought about how warm, soft, and light they were. She admired her new clothes, as if they were already from an angel. Kuta now remembered the man who usually let him into this world. Clara went in there and Kuta saw her offering to find her a jacket as well, saying that it was because she must be cold. He thought he was cold and didn't object when he saw the clothes offered by the young man. Clara listened and asked what was going on. That's when Kuta reported that it was his spare clothes. Maybe she didn't like it, but it would be better than catching a cold. Clara coldly stared at the clothes, apologizing to Kuta because she didn't understand how to wear them at all. So she asked him to show her how to do it properly. The young man, feeling a little embarrassed, started helping the girl get dressed and asked her to put her arms through the sleeves that were right in front of her. The next moment, when the young man helped the girl put on her sweater, was crucial. It was to zip it up, but he realized he couldn't do it. The young man felt a little embarrassed afterwards, but then he helped Clara zip up the same zipper that stared at him. The new clothes felt warm and light, and when he looked at the girl's sleeves, he thought maybe the jacket was a little too big for her. He said that the jacket was quite big, and then he reported that he was happy in this outfit. The sun came out in the morning and helped he think about whether they could be stuck here for a long time, because that's what Quota predicted at that time. Kuta rode a motorcycle and saw Yoshioka running out of the house, saying that it didn't matter whether it was a motorcycle or not, he was still riding in the snow, and it turned out to be quite dangerous. Kuta reported that everything was fine because there was snow, which should be water, and he had the ability to walk on water. The young man thought that if he activated this skill, he wouldn't even need winter tires. He said he thought he was lucky, but when it happened, you need to think carefully about the best way to use this skill at that time. Yoshioka asked if he should call them. Kuta reported that it used to be something he wanted to try, exciting the girls who thought Kuta together that it might be worth trying what Kuta was thinking. Yoshioka reported that it might be worth trying, but it was dangerous. It's better to report it. He was walking through the snowy mountains with dead meat on his back, and he would be fine at that time. Fiend reached Kuta and ran along the river, thinking that she wouldn't drown with all the young men sitting on her back. The girl thought she had entered this world, and like a toy, remembered how girls used her skills. Clara told me that she would do it next, and this young man was surprised. Even Clara herself wanted to try her skills by sitting on him. The young man apologized for all the rudeness, and the next time Clara carried Kuta on her back through the water, she said he really didn't drown at that time. Kuta, sitting on her back, thought that Clara herself had changed, and then wondered if she had always been like this as a knight who should have been stable in her mind and body, and he wanted to see her smile more and have fun talking to Kuta. Clara told him that she wanted to go through the sea and asked if it was possible, so the young man agreed, saying that everything would be according to his wishes. He and Yoshioka completed their tasks and then returned to their world again, wearing suits. The people stood in the middle of the city. Kuta tied his tie and said that for some reason he felt bad. But nevertheless, the people took advantage of the remaining time until the next challenge to buy souvenirs for Clara and Fiend so that they could start their work again, staring at the building right in front of them. He decided that after entering this place, they saw a specific object, and Yoshioka told Quota to see what he saw, saying that it might be worth 1,000,000 yen in this world at that time. Kuta suggested that they should just buy a set at a price ranging from 100 to 200,000 yen for today. Diversification is key when it comes to investments, so they decided to check out. He and Yoshioka had to choose the sought-after crystal glass that he were thinking about at that time. Karasama offered to invest 100,000 marks if they chose a good item, and later they could sell it at a higher price. Clara herself should be happy to remember the girl's face. He thought that was the situation at that time. They were called he for a reason. They took the card as usual, but at that moment, they were hit by a skill called Golden Finger. No one can resist it. Whether young or old, man or woman, everyone will become a victim of a massage. It's worth noting that there is no similar healing effect to magic. After receiving the effects, they returned to Clara. She looked at the young man attentively and was delighted that they had come to her again. They stood in front of her, and Fiend returned to the house. The heroes invited Clara to see what they had bought this time. They pointed to a table with objects right in front of them. The objects were covered with a special blanket. After they opened it, Clara saw a set of dishes. Upon seeing it, she said that she had never seen such beautiful bowls before, not even in the royal palace. Then he realized that they had done everything right, and Clara reported that she didn't even think such products could exist at all. She wasn't sure if she could afford the price that came to her mind. The city said that the only question was who they could sell it to. She knew someone from the people who could buy such expensive items, including the Brahman they met a few days ago. He remembered Jürgen at that moment and asked if they wanted to receive a recommendation letter from Count Brahman. He said that it would be extraordinary if they did. The next moment, Clara returned to her chambers and looked at her clothes, thinking that they were a perfect fit for her. She tied her hair and thought to herself that she would do it like a confident young man. Every time he stands next to her, she thinks at least he's very warm with the sweater that young man gave her, and that's supposed to make her sleep well tonight. Lying in bed and looking at the night sky, she thinks she can't understand if it's really the loose wolf from yesterday that made her feel so comfortable, and if it's the scent of Kuta that she feels from this sleeping attire. She thinks the same as she in the morning, and Fine leaves first, and they both go back to Brahman at the same time. The hero is riding a motorcycle throughout the city and hearing so many people screaming and hating, wondering why Kuta has a noisy golem city. Hearing about the golem, he turns to Yoshioka and asks if they are talking about motorcycles so that Kuta can do it again in Genta Castle, and where did he see Kuta? He asks if Lady Aunt Spanch really wants to sell this tea set, the capital of the kingdom where Kuta shows people saying it's true, but the woman only knows a few acquaintances in the circle and therefore wants to borrow more power from Mr. Jürgen. People say that initially Clara herself wanted to join here, to welcome the Count, and ask for forgiveness for her rudeness, but now she needs to do military service in the capital. Raising her hand, she shows a gesture that everything is clear, that Kuta can be silent, and then she will speak next. The Count is very interested in raising a glass of wine and asks if they brought the original set with them. They answer of course they have it, and Gent asks if his friends really want him to write a recommendation letter. When people hear this, they say that this is the reason they came here and ask for God's grace if possible. After hearing this, Kuta smiled. After that, our friends finished the case in Brahman and followed with Clore-sama around noon, sitting on a picnic in the forest and eating snacks. People reported that they successfully obtained 3 Clara recommendation letters. After hearing this, they were very happy to say that they were glad to hear it. Furthermore, those people reported that they had sold some products worth 53,000. Clara and Fine were surprised when the young man was talking about what else he wanted to buy this motorcycle for 150,000 marks. It was amazing for the young men to report putting pressure on the motorcycle next to them. Clara, after seeing it, sighed and said that he really had an unlimited amount of money. The codemaker reported that there was then a dividend in it, amounting to 100,000 marks that Clara had previously invested, and this is a projected amount of 430,000 marks. Kuta was surprised to hear about the amount of money Clara had. He reported that she seemed to be in a good mood. Clara asked if the operation was successful, and the young man confirmed that it was indeed true. Clara looked and said that they should improve the defense on the east side of the village, which always bothered her. Next, she took a sip from her glass, happy that everything turned out that way. Kuta's appearance only made her smile, and they arrived in Baton Village on the 6th day after the call. In total, they traveled 211 kilometers from Everberg during these days, and the distance was about 430 kilometers if we remember the entire journey. When they arrived in the city, Kuta and Clara gathered, and she asked what time they would continue the meeting with Kuta tomorrow. The people only replied that they needed more time to make the arrangements. Clara said that they could safely take care of it because they would stay here until tomorrow, so they would decide the time later. She also mentioned that Blitz's legs needed rest. As a result of their discussion, they would continue their work the next day at 4 p.m. Japan time. Kuta made the decision and returned to their world. After counting their money, they realized that they had 530,000 yen, much more than they thought. Yoshioka suggested pouring out the gold with them, and Kuta called the vault and put the items there. Yoshioka noticed that the storage space was getting fuller, indicating that the more he used it, the higher his skill level became. When they went shopping next, they needed to stay within their credit card limit, so the best thing to do was to use cash, said Yoshioka, greeting Kuta. Then they went back to their usual clothes to go to World Yoshioka. They also mentioned that this evening they would search for a nice store online, and Kuta agreed, saying that as soon as he found a place, he would let her know where they would meet and search on his smartphone. Yoshioka said that he missed her, and Kuta said it was true, then looked at his smartphone and saw his wife Emi calling him, which surprised the young man greatly. When he got home, he saw Emi welcoming him with a sad face, and the young man understood everything. That's why when he sat at the table, he asked if she really wanted to talk about something important. When he saw his wife clearly say yes, he was certainly shocked, but he knew about it and asked her to at least tell him the reason. Emi said she had someone else. If not, she wouldn't like him from another company they worked together on the project. After that, when they were sitting at the table, Emi told him the rough story of how everything happened. Everything is like he assumed listening to this conversation. The young man was confused that he was very upset at that time. Emi said that she was very sorry. The hero just asked if he had sent a divorce document. The girl said it was so she took out these documents from her bag. Kuta immediately signed it, saying it was okay if she arranged it. The only condition for this divorce was that Emi said it was her fault, so she compromised as much as possible. The young man said they accepted the divorce unconditionally, and he didn't need the apartment or joint savings because he wanted to settle everything by the night and continue asking if he agreed. Kuta looked at Emi, and she said that she was the one who proposed the divorce. But it turns out Kuta thought she was being dumped after packing her belongings in the car and saying goodbye to Emi. How could she throw away everything she had left? Emi was silent, saying that the young man really left. He didn't leave hoping it would happen so quickly. Kuta got into the car and informed Emi to take care of herself, and she was left awake in the morning. Kuta thought it must have been just a dream, and he felt really bad at that time. Yoshioka approached them and said it was definitely a real dream. Kuta looked at his friend, thinking about how that was all Yoshioka said. Afterwards, they went to the store to go shopping. The city remained silent as Yoshioka said that they would be very busy once they were called, so he wanted to prepare himself more for this. They went to Ginza to buy their supplies quickly, just like Yoshioka checked them first. Then they found themselves in the same room as usual, but it had transformed into a machine that was dispensing cards. The young man's new skill introduction card floated out, titled Encyclopedia of Plant Skills. The young man could learn about 500 plants commonly found on the continent and in the Jurassic era. He started fieldwork with this skill. The young man looked at the card and thought it was another mistake. But Yoshioka was happy because his quota said he had done a good job, as this skill would be very helpful when it came to cooking and inviting friends over. He said that they should go together because there was another world waiting for them. However, the world did not meet Kuta with great enthusiasm because he was waiting for battle and training with Clara. During the training, Kuta kept making mistakes, and Clara looked at him, not understanding what the problem was because it seemed to be distracting a little. The lost young man apologized to her, and then shouted that he had had enough for today. If he continued to be distracted, it would only hurt himself or the hero without any benefit. Clara agreed with him and left the battlefield. Then Clara tried to find out what was happening with Kuta at that time. Yoshioka appeared behind her and told her that he had something he wanted to tell her. When Clara heard this, she asked what Yoshioka had to tell her. After that, Yoshioka told her what happened to the girl cat. Hearing this story, she entered the room, thinking about what was happening to her. Her heart was filled with joy, even though the city was mourning at that time. She stood outside the door, remembering everything that happened at that moment. She remembered about the words saying that she liked Kuta back then. When the girl realized that she actually loved Kuta, she also realized the reason why this happened to her. Even in her loneliness in Kuta, it didn't mean she loved him. She had her duties as a knight to think about at the same time, not forgetting her residence in Eberg because she devoted herself to it. The mission that the girl thought she had to do was to get rid of this unpleasant feeling in her heart, where she would cover it up with even more armor. After all, she was just a knight, Clara thought while standing by the window. He gathered again and were having lunch in the garden at that time. Clara noticed he talking about what they did today. She took a break and now they could have a little wine. He heard this and asked if they really shouldn't go there to train afterwards. Then Fiend asked if she could go with them. Clara answered that the girl could definitely do it, to stop being shy, and she also called Kuta that would accompany them. Kuta agreed, then the young man said so, then he would get the finished product, and turned to Kido, asking what happened. Yoshioka said it was probably because Clara tried to cheer him up, thinking that the girl wanted to cheer. Kuta looked at her carefully, then turned around and said that he might know that he had just divorced his wife so far, he was fine alone. He said at that time the girls looked sadly at Kuta. Clara said it might be her fault, because after all, she was the reason he stayed in this world for so long. At that time, Kuta said that he was wrong. It could be said that they had not been a couple for a long time, even before he met Clara. He explained himself after putting down a bottle of wine. He asked if the girl would drink it too, seeing how young the man reacted. Clara realized everything was fine and laughed and said, of course she wanted to drink her wine. The next day started. They had to travel 100 kilometers to the south, so the road was long for 3 days. Kuta rested well and continued the journey, and that's how they arrived in Bugendorf. Kuta was very tired. Yoshioka asked Kuta to help him, and the next moment he lay on the sofa, stretching. Yoshioka thought about how good it was. He said that Kuta was doing an amazing massage. Now he had to try it on the other side, looking at Fiend Kuta. He asked if she wanted it too, except the girl was embarrassed to report that she would do it, refusing to shake him. When he woke up realizing that he shouldn't have rejected so many because his finger were the best and talking about joining after that, all the girls would feel good. However, the girl, feeling embarrassed, mentioned that they could discuss it another time. Just then, a priest appeared and informed them that they had violated some legal rules as they were in a temple. He kindly requested them to refrain from such conversations. The group of friends laughed it off and agreed that it was important to avoid such discussions. Soon after, a girl approached them and asked if they were having fun. She glanced at our friend Quota and inquired if he could also give Kuta a massage. We agreed and invited her to lie down in Yoshioka's spot. Meanwhile, the young man was surprised to see the girl lying down and enjoying Kuta's massage. He asked if Kuta really served noble women. The young man confirmed that it was true and mentioned that they were heading to the city. The girl mentioned that there was still a long way to go. Now Kuta's only concern was how to flex his calf muscles. but he couldn't relax. He pressed harder with his fingers to help the girl relax, finding it quite enjoyable. He started asking her again who had served Kuta before. The young man explained that he had come with the knight Ayabur, who was from the far north Brahman. Kuta pressed on the girl's calf again, making sure she couldn't think of anything else, and stopped asking questions. The young man felt that she was more relaxed now. Just then, he noticed Fiend waking up behind him. The girl talked about how she rested well when talking about what the young man would do after he finished being a waiter. She said he would start thinking about it soon after he was released from his duties. At that time, the girl left Kuta thinking everything was fine and his massage wouldn't work. Not only did someone else feel better, but Fine also saw that they didn't understand everything Kuta was thinking. The girl turned out to be difficult and came to a man standing nearby and waiting for her, asking him how everything was going. Then the girl reported that it wasn't her, but the knight from the north. And it wasn't the sterile man standing waiting for news. She talked about how enjoyable it was and asked him about the massage. The girl said she pretended so that the man would stop interrogating her personally. She thought it would be a regular massage, but she hardly rested, trying hard to pay attention to Kuta. She thought this man might be good enough. Dangerous ingredients were inside the table, and Yoshioka asked Fine to cook vegetables, and Kuta would cook the meat. Everyone agreed and started cooking. At that time, they were disturbed by a priest who burst into their room, saying that he had to cancel the order immediately. So Kuta didn't understand what was happening. He said it was quite sudden, but some nobles had just arrived and ordered private rooms. At that moment, one of the nobles broke down the door where Kuta was standing and didn't understand what was happening, saying why everything was still not ready and how long it would take to make him wait. The master needed to call our village knight immediately. The hero approached the man standing at the door and asked what he had just done, saying if they really called his master, the village knight Yoshioka, said that he heard that the common people who dared to insult the nobles were severely punished for their words. Then the man said that maybe they didn't know unless their master was Baron Kamashtet Pehi. At that time, Kuta laughed when he saw the young man, that they laughed and asked why they were laughing. They did this because they were forced to quickly call their master. A friend asked why their master suddenly had to do it, listening to his orders. Then the man spoke about how his master didn't do it, but his master at that time someone approached them from behind and asked what voice was heard when Helga saw him. He was surprised and asked how much longer. He had to wait, and Helga pointed to Kuta and apologized, but the man didn't listen. He pointed to Kuta and said he was speaking harshly, that it would be better to call the woman now. Yoshioka and Kuta exchanged glances when they saw the evil man saying that maybe they should call their lady, Clara. She appeared at the door and asked what was needed here. Then the man said he was a baron and wanted her to give him her room. The girl said no, that she was a knight and wouldn't give it to him. She asked if there was a special reason to give it to him. He said there was a reason because it was a shame to be in a room like Kuta's. Hearing this, Kuta thought about how selfish he was. Clara said she had occupied this room first, so she repeated that she wouldn't give it to the baron. He said he was tired of all this conversation, and now if she forgave him, the girl was about to leave. He shouted that he challenged her to a duel for this room and the title of nobleman. The girl heard this and asked if he was serious, because if she launched the duel, the loser's level would drop. After hearing this, the baron said he saw that the girl was scared and said she should just give him the room. Then Clara also said that if she wanted to duel, it would be a duel. After hearing Fine was very surprised to see how easily Clara agreed to this, which Kuta thought Clara herself should win. That's all she had to do. Then Baron saw the girl agree with evil, agreeing that the duel should happen between one of their servants anyway. He himself certainly wouldn't fight against her. Baron also said that the time was 30 minutes and the place would be the square in front of the temple of the city. They looked at each other and thought about what they needed to do. Kuta understood and thought that actually one of them would fight the Baron at that time. Baron gave Clara a choice. She had to choose between white or red. Clara understood that everything was happening too fast, and then asked Baron to wait a moment to talk to Kuta. She apologized to them for taking a hit, thinking that she would fight. Then Kuta asked what's with the red or white color. The girl explained that the red one was a duel with weapons, and the white one was with fists. He asked what he wanted to choose. The city asked if it would be possible to use magic in a white duel. The girl said that magic is considered a weapon, so it cannot be used in a duel. Then they switched to him. He asked how the situation allows for choosing the winner's position, and also the loser's representative if he dies or surrenders, and can no longer continue fighting. After seeing Kuta's opponent, he wondered what would happen. It would be suspicious if they came out empty-handed, so he thought that magic could be used. Kuta said that it could be arranged in a red duel. Fiend, who was scared, said that if it was a matter of servants, the best choice for the duel would be a white duel. Kuta heard this and understood that his choice had already been informed to the Baron about the red duel and talked about what it meant. No one should have a problem with it, and they would wait for them in front of the temple. Then he was asked not to make them wait when he left, and his servant greeted Kuta and told him that if the young man escaped, he would kill him. Kuta would go to the red duel. When he arrived there, he saw people gathering. Everyone came to watch the battle. The weapons brought by the young man were allowed, the judge said about this. When he were closely watched by the Baron and his knights, the Baron informed Kuta that he had to admit that the young man was not a coward. He didn't run with his tail between his legs, but he needed to be better prepared for the red duel than us. The hero completely ignored the Baron's question and only asked about his representative. Then the Baron said that any servant could be a representative, so they would be his opponents at that time. Kuta saw 5 knights in front of him, and it was clear who would win because they just had to kill him right then and there. Fiend saw this and said it was unfair, but Yoshioka stopped her and went to meet Kuta, saying that's why he was here. Hello shouted that it looked like a skinny little man came to save them. Then Yoshioka talked about what the others would do because he himself had a similar body. It felt like someone was attracted to Baron, so they both would search for the documents they needed. Clara apologized to Kuta again for dragging him into this, and the boy reported that everything was in the original message. As long as Yoshioka was here, everything would be fine. He smiled at Kuta, and the next moment, the Baron shouted that it was time to beat their friends. At that time, the knights rushed straight to Kuta, commanded by Quota to step aside, and they worked together as a team. In the next moment, when the knights were already rushing, Yoshioka thought that they could relax on the battlefield, because now they would get what they deserved from him using their power. In the next moment, a wall of fire appeared in front of the knights. After seeing this, everyone realized that it might be magic, despite the fact that the young man was a servant and admired Yoshioka, the Baron. Seeing the wall of fire, they were shocked, just like everyone else, and Kuta said it was fire magic. His friend's fire had grown since the last time Yoshioka answered that he had been practicing all this time, and in the next moment, he showed a circle of fire, saying that he could even do it now. All the knights who had it before wanted to attack Kuta, trapped in this circle. He looked at them and asked what they would do. They still wanted to continue the battle. Helga screamed that she couldn't jump over the fire and tried to figure out what she should do. Her armor, she really couldn't jump over this fire. She screamed and worried for her life, but Kuta stopped her. Here the young man used his power, his spear, and everyone was instantly struck by lightning. Seeing this, the Baron was once again surprised and didn't understand how his knights couldn't defeat him. He was shocked to see that the young man could also use magic at this moment, when he was talking about how they could solve this. The performance was won and informed by the Baron's people, who could stop their claims to their rooms when he saw the 2 of them in front of him and able to defeat his knights. He asked if they were also knights, reporting that this was not their problem, just ordinary servants. The Baron swore and said that they were not cheating, which made Kuta think that the only one cheating here was him. He realized that he had lost, and the angry Baron left the field of action. Baron Pahi was once again deceived, and he expelled all the guests from the large room and had to use it himself. It was difficult for him to be in the same position as everyone else in the room. Later, Baron Pahi would be sent to prison, as a result of the misuse of their belongings. They had to spend the night in the Kuta stable. Yoshioka massaged his temples and said that he had done a lot today, to which Kuta only said, quota, "It should just continue in the same spirit." At that moment, suddenly someone bit he on the neck, and he realized it was Blitz who might also want the same massage as his friend. So, we heroes thought that instead of spending the night in the cage, it might not be so bad to spend the next day riding 42 kilometers and arriving at Lake Heights. It was the 6th day since the last draft, and for some people, Kuta's time in this room was like going back home. Looking at the time, Kuta thought that there was still time, and he had to decide where to go today. At that moment, Yoshioka was giving them information that they would be called again tomorrow at 8 a.m. The codemaker reported it, and he thought it was right. Then he added that they would work tomorrow, and if everything would go well. The young man thought so too. For the first time in a month, they would make it to the office, and they just needed to finish something before they were called. Yoshioka, supporting his friend, said when they arrived at the office. Kuta, looking at the screen, thought about it. He had no idea what to do, knowing that the job wouldn't be easy. But to do it, the young man didn't expect it at all. At that moment, his boss yelled at Kuta that he didn't finish the report today, then talking about how lately he seemed so excited to be fired. The city told him that he would do it soon to finish his report and apologize to his boss at that time, when his boss's colleague told the boss to listen to him because he was still beside him because of the divorce at that time. Also, the boss realized that he had done it excessively because he had divorced his wife. Then he told Kuta that there are still many things in life that can cause pain. So he asked the young man not to rush to apologize again, saying that he would try to figure it out as soon as possible, which was really troublesome for him. After that, Kuta sat down to think that it wasn't bad here, as if from the sewing era, the city could be reported as the first thing he wanted to do now while bathing at that time. Yoshioka looked around and asked him what he was doing needed to be done at that time. Quota didn't understand what he meant. He reported that he wanted to write a resignation letter. Hearing this, the city asked if there was a problem, and while crying, he reported that he couldn't be in this company anymore. It was too difficult. The city also reported that he understood how Yoshioka felt, but if they wait a little longer until the next journey, they might be able to make over 60 million young generations of humans rich. Of course, these young generations have no idea how to calm him down. At 8 o'clock, he was called again, and they found themselves in a room, sharing skill cards with a young man named Yoshioka. He pointed to a box in front of them and said that he had time for another skill. After spinning the wheel, the young man pulled out the same card again. The skill was called Acquiring the Ability, which allows you to grab something from a distance and bring it closer to you within a 20 m range. The object shouldn't weigh more than 5 kd. Yoshioka found this skill interesting and noticed a pair of shoes in the corner of the room. He suggested that Kuta try to take those shoes next time. When Kuta aimed at the pair of shoes he was already wearing, his hand froze in surprise. Both Yoshioka and his best friend, who was standing beside him, were equally astonished. At that time, when he were thinking like that, it seemed like they were on a journey to never return. When they returned to Clara's world, she was waiting for them, searching for them. They asked her what happened, and Clara said that it was learned 32 kilometers from the Lakenhain at that time. He were asking Clara how Fiend was there at that time. Clara said that now she has adapted very well to handling motorcycles, considering how they ride together. Those people understood that it was clear that she was indeed a fast learner. Clara reported that she had returned today, so now the girl is most likely asleep. He apologized for having to call them so late until Clara said that they would sleep more soundly, knowing that the heroes were with her. Then Kuta told Clara that she and Yoshioka wanted to have dinner now, pointing to the bags in their hands, asking if the girls would like to join them. After all, they brought wine that they liked. After hearing about the wine, Clara turned to he, very happy that they came to the room and saw Fine sleeping, lying on the bed next to her. They tucked her in, and Kuta reported that the girl had been very helpful to them, and thanked her. Then they hurriedly cooked dinner, and the three of them drank wine as they sat at the table. Yoshioka offered grilled beef. Clara offered a sandwich, asking if she wanted something before dinner, and before drinking wine, Yoshioka handed her a sandwich. The girl reported that kuta was very delicious. Seeing Clara thinking, the girl assumed that she liked it, because she was chewing her food with a satisfied look. Next, when the girl saw that kuta was staring at her attentively, she asked the young girl if something happened. Kuta reported that everything was fine, and Yoshioka also reported that they hadn't even traveled halfway to the kingdom, but they needed a good rest that night and get some energy. Clara agreed with them, saying that Fiend seemed still asleep, but Kuta also noted that the girl seemed to be trying very hard. Clara added that anyway, she was really happy riding a motorcycle, but Blitz was a little annoyed because Kuta remembered his horse, and said it was very logical because Blitz was indeed so proud and acted like a dangerous person, a child without proper attention to him. Then Clara said something like that, and Yoshioka, his master, was very surprised when he heard it, and Clara asked if it was really amazing. The girl said that it might look like a fearless war horse, but overall he was quite calm, stubborn, and very dangerous. She said his horse was just like him at that time, when Kuta realized a little sadness in Clara's eyes as he stared at her. And then, the next time he decided to ask her a question that interested the young man. He asked if the nobles in this world could use magic, meaning that every noble could use it without exception. Clara answered that it was not entirely true because just because someone is a noble doesn't mean they can use magic. It is true that with each generation, the power of the wizards diminishes due to the transfer, but most often this only applies to older children from noble families. Clara said that a child without magical ability would still be considered part of the noble class. However, the next generation might be just ordinary people. He asked if her family was officially established by their father, Theo. Clara added that they traced their ancestry back to the Ansbank ancestors, and there must be other noble descendants there. Clara said that their family was a little special. The person who told her this important story was her grandmother. When he heard it, they became interested. Clara said that both of her grandmothers had extraordinary and powerful personalities, 10 times stronger than Clara herself. Yoshioka was shocked to hear that her grandmother was 10 times stronger than Clara. He wanted to say something, but Kuta told him to be quiet and listen carefully to what the girl would say next about her family. Clara reported that the region of Evaberg did not belong to the Saxon government about 60 years ago. She added that there was a minority ethnic group called Gil, who was her grandmother's patriarch. There were people there who were allowed to govern themselves, but they had to pay taxes according to the tax code, because collectors like that could come several times a year. Clara thought about it and guessed that her grandfather might have been a collector at that time. Clara said it wasn't entirely true. It was her grandfather who accompanied them. The girl said she couldn't tell much about her grandfather, only that he wasn't very talented in that regard. He was just an ordinary person. But nonetheless, grandfather jumped out of somewhere and at first sight proposed to the head of the family's daughter, Clara's grandmother. It surprised her grandmother at the time. She said it was quite annoying, and she thought about how foolish it was, what he said. But the grandfather continued. Grandmother asked him to explain, and the young man said it was because he had truly fallen in love with her grandmother. He felt annoyed, and even gave her conditions. He would marry her if the young man could defeat him in a fight. After hearing this, the people were very excited about this story. Clara explained that her grandmother had won martial arts competitions in Bremen for 5 consecutive years, even at the age of 13. She thought she would never lose in a one-on-one fight. On that day, Clara and her future grandfather stood facing each other. Then Yoshioka is trying to find out what they mean when they talk about this one-on-one fight. It means the girl always wins. Winning takes less than a second. Grandpa lost and couldn't handle it, but out of frustration, he reported that he would come back and leave, and Grandma couldn't worry about him anymore after that. But Clara added that Grandpa is indeed the type of man who keeps his promises. 3 days later, he came back to try again. Hearing this, people were very surprised by what kind of person he was, but the result was similar to before. The guys realized that it was expected, But Grandpa repeated it 10 days later, and 7 days later, he always had time for the challenge with Grandma. This continued for almost 2 years, and their fights seemed like a daily routine for the villagers. So every time, fewer people gathered, and then no one watched at all. After hearing that they had been fighting for 2 years, he were surprised by this information. At the end of the 2 years, his sword was able to hit his grandma. After hearing this, Yoshioka immediately started clapping, saying that it was definitely the result of his grandpa's long training session, and he must have developed to his grandma's level in the end. Then Clara reported that it wasn't his problem. Grandpa didn't become stronger than what his grandma told him because of his weakness. He forgot to avoid his grandpa's sword. Akita said that's just the same. A win is a win, but this story is not over, Clara said, because Grandma has an incredible amount of magic inside her. But back then, the Jill didn't belong to Zax and Clara, as she explained to the naked hero. It actually belonged to her grandmother, who couldn't be recognized as a noblewoman. So her grandmother married a man from Zaxxon, who became Clara's grandfather, and was acknowledged as a resident of Zaxxon. This meant that Clara inherited her grandmother's magical powers from her father, and it marked the end of Kuta for Clara. Clara believed it was the right outcome and took pride in it. In fact, she even surpassed her father's abilities and became slightly stronger than other aristocrats in terms of magic. As Clara shared her story, she couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed about her Gile bloodline and focused on sipping her drink. The hero smiled at this moment and thought about Ria, whom he had met earlier. He wondered if Ria also possessed the same bloodline and could relate to Clara's experiences. At that time, Ria had also distanced herself from their conversation and seemed lost in her own thoughts. Clara expressed her happiness about the situation and pondered why she hadn't avoided the sword, despite its beauty. She mused aloud, considering that it might be fate that things turned out that way. Yoshioka chimed in, calling it an extraordinary and fortunate miracle. At that moment, she shed tears, and Kuta just listened to her while she drank a glass of wine, smiling at the girl. Afterwards, Clara told her whole story about her family and her grandmother being Kuta. She concluded to herself that there might be something called love in this world, our sleeping hero, sleeping soundly on the train. The next time she heard the sound of the sea and fiend's call, then they woke up and looked ahead. She saw the surface of the water, and then Clara reported that it was indeed Lake Baden. Fiend turned to look at it, seeing the large lake, and the girl was excited. The beach across was bordered by the Austria embassy, the Austria nobles who were originally part of the Saxon kingdom. They recognized themselves as independent only 100 years later, and then as a nation when the Saxon kingdom was at war with the kingdom to the east. They thought that war might start soon in the Duchy of Austria, so they ended up in Golfsdorf. Fine said that they would pass by Baden and reach Bregenz tomorrow. Meanwhile, if they were sailing by boat, it would be quite interesting to see what Yoshioka said at that time. People were crossing the water surface on motorcycles because the young man had skills that he could use for this. Yoshioka reported it along with them on motorcycles, which cost tens of thousands of marks. If you look at it like that, it's Clara's best investment. He said it would be too boring if her declaration was the same from the beginning when they were driving in the city, thinking that looking ahead wouldn't take long before she could fall asleep. Next, Yoshioka started to fall asleep, and then saw their cart sinking. He asked Quota what was wrong with his water skills. Next, they saw an island, and when they pulled the cart there, they realized they had to push it down on the ground. Yoshioka and Kuta looked at each other. Then Kuta said he was awake now, and thanked Kuta. He asked how he was doing, suggesting he take a break because Kuta was clearly tired. Next, something caught his attention, and Kuta asked what happened. Kuta shifted his attention to the ship, saying there was a light inside it, a distance away from the lake. He said the ship was sailing at that time, and then they swam towards it, and indeed, that's how it happened. Next, Yoshioka thought about what to do if there were criminals on this ship, and Kuta thought so too. They needed to hide the pirates who were leaning towards the shore, shining a searchlight. People said there were no boats in that area, no one was coming, but Kuta watched them, thinking it looked like those people were looking for someone straight out of a pirate movie. Yoshioka turned to Kuta and asked what they needed to do. Kuta then talked about how they managed to do the same thing as before, because they had no choice but to keep hiding when suddenly the pirates approaching the bushes saw he and became scared just like them. They asked who they were and quickly crawled out of the bushes as they were surrounded by a group of pirates who turned to the heroes and asked if those people were part of Garrison's team. According to Kuta, these simple tourists were misleading the pirates and turning them towards the main ones. The pirates asked what they should do with them, and then he said that they had to see them and they needed to kill or dispose of their bodies in the lake. Taking out a knife, the pirates said that they should not be misunderstood and they should curse the fate that brought them here at this moment. Kuta spoke about how they needed to speak like that when talking to the pirates at that time. Kuta turned to Yoshioka, giving him a sign, and Akito Yoshioka understood that the young man didn't need to say another word when he used his magic next time. After that, Kuta was safely handled by pirates. Among the pirates, there was a woman, and Kuta tied her up and did it for a very long time. This caught the attention, and Quota somehow took a long time to tie up this woman. He said it was a coincidence. Now one of the main pirates said that if they helped him, he would pay them. How about half the amount of the deal? Another pirate said it was okay, causing the people to let it go. The girl who Kuta previously tied up reported that she would allow them to do whatever they wanted to be with her. They just needed to untie her. Another pirate said it would happen if they gave the master a magical gold stone and a ship, and another said that she should be allowed to become his follower. All the pirates started contacting Kuta, offering something in return. Then Kuta asked them to calm down, saying that magic was no longer necessary, and shouted for help. Yoshioka asked Kuta if they needed to do that. So it was indeed said to the people that this world's law would not be understood for a long time, so they needed to entrust it to someone they knew. In the next moment, they called Clara, who stood opposite the bandit, saying that it seemed to be a troublesome address. Kuta, Hoder, reported this to the pirates, who had a cargo of magical stones. It seemed like they were going to sell it quickly. Then Clara reported that recently, Austria had bought the stone at 3 times the smuggling price continuously. He realized why the magical stone was so expensive. Then Clara said that they were used as magical ammunition. Kuta realized that this might indeed be true war preparation. Then, for the task of Austria, who produced it in very small quantities, the magical stones they had were highly valued at the moment. Kuta looked at the pirates standing beside them with their heads bowed. It seemed that the confiscated magical stones were worth a large sum of money. The people received an envelope containing money and a thank you letter from the Lord. A thank you letter was considered a military achievement certificate. With this letter, even an ordinary soldier could be promoted to a corporal or platoon leader. But more importantly, the Lord's ship took them directly to Bregnatz. Clara talked about how unfortunate it was for Yoshioka, but she said that everything was perfectly ordered. However, in this case, she had waited a very long time for the opportunity to sail in this place. When using his power, Yoshioka made the ship move faster than the one owned by Kuta. The city had already left the deck, and Carla and Fiend found Kuta sleeping on a bench. The girls realized that Kuta had given everything. Clara said to Fine at that time when she wanted to erase her face, so she asked the girl to bring warmth to her. Fine obeyed and ran off. Clara was left alone with Kuta in this room, and now there were only the two of them. Among them, she and Kuta looked at him, the sleeping young man. She felt a little embarrassed, and in the next moment, she tried to get closer to his face and kiss him. But it was at that moment that Kuta opened his eyes and called Clara. He tried to understand what the girl was doing, got up from his seat, apologized to her, and asked what she wanted. The girl said that she was a little thirsty and asked if Kuta could bring her a drink next time. When Clara was sitting on the floor in front of him, Kuta announced that he would go forward and look for something. Then he looked at the girl and asked if she had a fever by touching her forehead, and asked if she was cold. He would make her cocoa. Then the shy Clara said that she would leave everything to Kuta and watched as he took certain things out of storage. Clara secretly thanked the ice magic that the young man performed, seemingly oblivious to everything that was happening. She thanked Yoshioka as they arrived in Bregnatz, usually only taking 3 hours, but this time it took 12 hours, and so on. In the evening they went for a walk so that Blitz could get some exercise. I thought it was warm enough here. That's why they had a large amount of vinegar turned off at that time as they walked past the vineyard. Clara talked about how they could go and try some breen grapes for breakfast. Kuta noticed Clara carefully, and the girl tried to understand what was happening. She stared at Kuta, and then the young man smiled, saying that everything was fine except for himself. He thought he couldn't say it. The girl had captivated his gaze. The next thing we knew, we arrived at the royal city of Zaxxon's naval port of Bregnatz. Clara stood as the team leader and said that she was a sponsor. Clara asked the head of the company for permission to use a cruise ship for the army's destination to arrive at the capital city of Baron Barkhart. They said that he was the person they needed to be responsible for the relaxed port city while speaking to Lady Ansbach. The ship's crew was scheduled to depart for the royal capital the day after tomorrow, and from now on, she asked to use the port dormitory. Clara thanked him for his hospitality and service, then asked him to serve their new friend a drink. As she looked at the bottle on the bar table, Baron asked what it was. The girl explained that it was also known as sake, a type of whiskey. Upon hearing this, Baron was delighted and quickly started using the whiskey. Midway through the second day before sailing, Baron took care of them and greeted. He is Ingo, who met them near the ship, said that there were many warships here and there might be a war happening near Austria involving young men. The man said he didn't think so until he saw mercenaries here. He suggested that it would be better for Zaxxon to avoid dealing with Austria and the Portand Kingdom. However, even though it was a war they were fighting, it was unlikely to happen. Aberg had also prepared Binga, but he trusted his boss's words. The war should start on Mayu Island, that's what he said. The young man conveyed these words to he. Mayu Island was an island with a fortress zone in Lake Biden near the Austria coast. It was like a knife stuck in the throat of Austria, as seen by the map code maker who reported that at the same time it would be a localized battle that wouldn't involve him. Aber agreed with him on this matter, while Inga shed tears and told them not to talk about it as if it was someone else's business. Nevertheless, she would go to Mayu Island next month. The young man cried uncontrollably to Kuta. He rushed to comfort him, saying that they were very firm and told him that he could consider it as a future apology. Kuta handed him a photo of a girl in a swimsuit, and when he saw it, the young man said he would make her his goddess, someone who would protect him. The next morning they stayed in the barracks and were engaged in training. At that time, when they carried a heavy package, Akita asked Kuta when they should leave because they were very far from the city, and the city was talking about how they actually owed all of this. The sailor continued walking like this, and then Ina overheard their conversation and reported that it was part of the training. The next moment, Kuta saw how the cannon began to be loaded with bullets aimed at the two warriors. The commander asked if they were ready to shoot, and the next moment he ordered to load the cannon and they shot while watching. Kuta was very surprised by the magical power of this artillery because it was an extraordinary gunpowder that they brought back from Ingo. He asked if this was a magical battle, as if the earth had another plate. He said that if it was land, the cannon would shoot fire, and if it was water, it would shoot water. Then he wondered what was wrong with that water. Ina reported that of course there were one or two there, but he had never seen his friend think in his heart that it was amazing. The cannon was truly extraordinary considering what he had just seen. It could be understood why Austria wanted this magical stone, and added that, by carefully observing what was open in front of their eyes, he greeted his quota and said that it was indeed ready to become a warrior. As the city had said, he was also ready for this. They would still remain as servants of Lady Clara, the only remaining ones. He said it was similar, and they agreed with each other. The next morning, their ship finally sailed to the capital of the Kingdom of Dresden. Since they were servants who did not live in the city, they were cleaning the deck while Yoshioka worked as an assistant cook, and then they arrived in the evening. Although in fact, today they swam 162 kilometers. They were moving very fast. Next, Yoshioka and Kuta looked towards the two evil people in front of them and started discussing it. They hoped to meet one of them someday. It would be truly impressive to meet them. They stared at those two star people. The people realized that they were forced to be taken from a land known as the West Continent. Their warship rowers were paid very little. After 4 years of service, they would be dismissed and allowed to live like normal citizens. He carefully observed what was happening. The beastmen were doing one of them, the older one, and the younger one, his younger brother, said that he was very hungry. His brother said that he only knew that they were also very fast. Right now, he are helping the beastmen catch their fish while they are hunting. The city provides the fish, and the boys tell them that they can take it. The surprised people ask if everything is okay if they take what is left. He assures them that everything is fine and wave their hands to thank them for helping. They call him Mr. Dogman. The young man hears this and says that the city should do it, answering as representatives of their beloved dogs. They have been walking around a lot, but wherever they go, everything seems to be more developed than before. The people stand up and agree with each other. Another person wonders if there is something here that can help. Yoshioka reports that it is not possible because Quota doesn't know about it since it is too far from the main road and quite difficult to get resources there. The only solution is the labyrinth, but its structure is too small for the city. That's why they have to do their best to ensure that Chloro can bring prosperity to the area. Yoshioka talks about how it will be faster than getting rewards for him right now. Clara hears he asking what they are talking about and why they are discussing it. They are talking about Evaberg. Then he decided to go to the shop and sit together while drinking a glass. They decided to discuss this. Then Clara said that she was happy because Yoshioka and Kuta were thinking about how to help her. The girl reported that she was a rising god and her land remained green, and that alone would not leave us there. The heroes smiled and said that they understood and would do their best to help with the development. Hearing this, Clara looked carefully at Kuta's face. The young man didn't understand if he really said something strange. Then Clara said that she only thought if the city stayed here until her service in the capital kingdom ended. At this point, Yoshioka interrupted and said that when his military service ended, they would do it. Maybe it would be over. So Clara said that this was not her problem, and that men in general could stay by her side as long as they wanted. They were more than just servants. Why couldn't she let them have a relationship with her without enough payment at that time? Kuta looked at each other and decided to tell Clara about their plan. People said it was all done gradually, helping to increase wages. Akita said to her Quota, he proudly agreed with her, saying that he was doing his best for the development of Evaberg, and from this moment he was trying for a future with Clara. After hearing this, they said that they could continue, and afterwards started devouring Kuta. They reported it, and were happy to work with that girl. Tonight, they talked a lot about the future of Vibert, and what people think they can do in this world after today, thinking even more seriously. It took Kuta an hour to call him, then the rabbit jumped out, and Yoshioka saw it, and said that the rabbit in front of them was still alive. The people thanked Fine for the rabbit, and said that they had many possibilities if that creature could be kept here. They also noticed that Japan had a very good cattle farm as a starting point where they could develop dairy products and breed livestock. So the task of Kuta ended, and they were sent back. Yoshioka looked at their boss and asked if everything would be okay with the people in this room, where Kuta said that he didn't even know about this at that time. A handsome man appeared in front of them, who usually appeared in front of he for the first time, saying that everything would be fine with these people. The man said that everything would be fine with them, but it was strictly forbidden to bring people from other worlds. If they broke their promise, they would be punished, he said, looking carefully at Kuta. He added that they had to keep their promise. After that, the man disappeared, and Kuta, who saw him, thought that this man was really scary. They talked to each other about what they talked about in their daily topics. Yoshioka told Kauta that he wanted to catch a eel for dinner that they caught on their last trip along the river. Kuta agreed with him, so our heroes were in their ordinary world, knowing they still had time before the call. Yoshioka said he had an idea to help Everberg with his finances, so he would go home for a while. The coder reported that he also had some ideas, and they decided to show each other later. Next time, our heroes went to the second-hand bookstore. These books were priced at 9,000 yen after purchase. Our heroes understood that the price was very expensive, but in the end, it could cost millions of marks. Upon arriving in the room, he met his friend and asked what their idea was at that time. The hero who took the right boat said that was it, because it succeeded in burning alcohol. He thought it could bring in a lot of money for studying. Yoshioka asked Quota what was going on, and he showed him a book about how steam works. Who would have thought the cover was the second book he bought? Then Yoshioka had another idea. Right now, our hero said that before this, it was worth it, because it took a new skill after turning the wheel. He took out his card again. The skill's name is Dog's Nose. It smells just like a dog, as reported on the map. Considering the last joke, Yoshioka said that now the young human is a real dog. He just looked at it sadly. Unfortunately, Kuta arrived in the city and brought a cup of coffee for Clara. The girl was surprised. After drinking it, he then reported that it was Ethiopian gori geisha beans. He asked if they liked it. Clara said it was very delicious, but couldn't explain the taste, far beyond any coffee she had ever tasted before. Then Yoshioka told Clara why they couldn't open a coffee shop in the royal capital. It's the best tea and coffee, and they can even sell cups and make even more money. After hearing about the coffee shop, Clara said she had never heard of such a thing. This is something that Yoshioka realized. It's one of his plans. Then Yoshioka turned to his friend and asked what's up with his idea. The young man took out a book that was the basis of his writing. Let's print a letter using a typewriter kit production. Seeing this, Clara looked carefully at what Kuta showed. He saw what Quota offered. Guess it's about making a newspaper. Hearing about the newspaper. Clara was surprised. And then the codemaker reported that it was a piece of paper containing information about what was happening in the world, the ability to convey the same information to more people. Yoshioka said that since then there would be no competition. There would be a great demand for newspapers and publications. Just imagine the revenue from advertisements. Clara said that if her friends could report the current political situation and decisions in the House of Lords, she thought it would sell not only in the capital, but also in the districts. Yoshioka talked about how tomorrow, finally, their day would come in the capital of Dresden, where they could make their dreams come true. Next, Clara looked at two young men sitting in front of her, talking about their plans. The next day, they finally reached their destination, arriving in the capital of the kingdom. From there, the moment the young men became royal guards, Clara greeted the secretary Viscount Kalberg, who arrived, and they were left alone to monitor the luggage along with monitoring the blitz. Clara apologized for the wait, and then he stood next to her looking at the girl and realized that she had brought someone else with her. Standing next to her was a girl with a somewhat stern appearance. At that moment, Clara said that she was Emma Peterson, the daughter of Baron Peterson, who would accompany her as a knight intern. The girl looked at her and realized that being an intern knight was almost becoming a true knight. They had been responsible for their senior knights for almost a year, being taught the duties and ethics of a knight. At that moment, Clara invited Emma to meet her servants, pointing to the city with them. That girl is Emma Peterson. She's excited to meet he and points to the young man. She says that he is her servant's view. At that moment, Emma carefully looks in he direction. The young man catches her gaze and thinks that she has a feeling that he is staring at her intently. Next, Clara speaks to them, saying that from now on they should head towards the southern district. He runs to the train and Finn jumps onto the motorcycle, ready to leave. Suddenly, the girl runs towards them and asks what the young man reported, that it was a burning water machine. Upon hearing this, Emma thinks it's a misguided item. Hearing about this misguided item makes he wonder. Finn asks Emma to wait because it's not Emma who said that, but rather a golem created by evil magic that she hired. The Empire cannot allow that kind of thinking and storytelling. Emma stops, and the young man asks her to stop too because she's mistaken. She's not an educator. Emma approaches he and asks if he is an idol worshipper. Kuta understands that the girl isn't even listening to what he's saying. Then Clara looks at Emma, trying to understand what the girl is doing. Emma tells Clara that she has been deceived and asks her to step back, grabbing a knife. She says it mostly despite the fact that Clara has been deceived. She will deal with her by saying that it is truly unforgivable. Next, Kuta attacks her with magic and apologizes to Clara, saying that the girl suddenly attacked him. Clara looks at Emma, understanding that it's nothing more than therapy that will benefit her next time. After loading the girl onto the train, they depart from the Southern District Garrison Station in a military manner. When they arrive there, they start unpacking their carts. And that's when Yoshioka looks to the side, asking Quota to look over there too. There's a man with wings on the building, and Yoshioka asks if he doesn't look like the handsome man who constantly appears in this room where he are. The young man even says that the atmosphere is the same as when Fiend heard what our friends were talking about, saying that it's not just a handsome man, it's Seraphim, the archangel who serves under the command of the spatial temporal disaster. After hearing about the Seraphim hero, we realized that he introduced himself when they first met. After seeing their cart, they realized that Emma hadn't woken up and entered. However, there were so many problems with her. Kuta said, unpacking the basket, understanding that he mistook the city for a worshipper of idols. He talked about what could happen if the young man was really a worshipper of idols. Clara said that he would go to jail because he had to pay a fine and do some community service. Hearing this, he asked what would happen if they refused detention. Then Clara said it's not surprising if they become slaves. He tried to understand what they meant and needed to answer this, or if it was really unexpected. Clara thought about why the city was so nervous, because they were both creatures called by the Lord of Space and Time. Then the young man called by the Lord of Space and Time noted that they had never met him directly, and he believed in the existence of a spatial and temporal god. But if they asked him if he believed in the Empire, he would have. He said that it was likely that the girl was not awake at that time, and Emma shouted that the young man was still talking nonsense. The animal called by the Lord of Space and Time was just trying to deceive Chloros and said that this time he would not forgive him and started attacking Kuta again with a knife. The young man understood that he couldn't use magic, and at that moment the girl ran straight towards him with a knife. At that moment the statue, which until now was a seraphim in the building, leaped towards Kuta and was able to save him. At that time Kuta Seraphim saw him put his belongings down and asked if it was really Seraphim Yoshioka, who was talking about how he was punctual. He asked why he was here, and then he said that he had 2 requests for our friends. The heroes carefully observed the man in front of them, and Emma, who was in front of them, raised her sword behind us towards Kuta. They couldn't understand if the young man was really a creature called by the god of space-time. Emma understood that she would comply with the dignity of the lost knight. It seemed that there was a man here who forced the female knight to do some disgusting things that the girl fought against. She turned to God and said that the man was really a bug who slept with anyone. Next, she knocked on the door and saw Clara. She heard the man say that this girl's name was Clara Ansbach, and she was a knight of Everberg. He said that he would be her disciple. Clara turned to the girl and smiled, saying that she was glad to meet her. Then Emma smiled and was a little excited about the upcoming acquaintance when she followed Clara along the corridor. She thought it was the most spatial and temporal will of God. Someone like that would teach her. She would serve Sister Clara as long as she could. He didn't even mind staying as a student for life, he thought, looking at the girl, and the next moment Clara introduced him to her friends, where Quota and Yoshioka then looked towards Quota. Emma immediately understood why this man was an enemy, and the next moment when a handsome man appeared in front of them, he opened his mouth and looked towards us. Our hero Quota knelt in front of him and said that if he had 2 requests, he would do anything that Emma couldn't understand on her own, whether this person was really called to this world by God's space-time, which he then discussed hearing that someone planned to bring a typewriter to our world. The hero asked if this was a problem. Seraphim assured them that he didn't do it. He just wanted people to print the Nordic holy book. Actually, This moment in the capital will also happen provided for future activities, so that people will be compensated. He said, our hero Quota understood, and asked what help they still needed to do for him and was asked to tell it. Then Seraphim said that his second request was related to the newspaper. He knew that Quota was a Presbyterian, and enlightenment then our new hero realized the same thing. And then Seraphim said that besides it, there are many interpretations of separate factions of the Holy Book from each other who have their own opinions and arguments. So he want Quota to do it objectively, considering all the arguments and claims of the factions in the newspaper. It would be great if he could make a column for the bishop and factions. Our hero agrees with everything Seraphim wants, and he flies again to report that God spatially and temporally pays attention to his achievements. He prays for our hero's best, and he disappears. Our hero enters their room the next day, trying to talk to each other, and he says who would have thought they could be made into a choral. They create an impression because of their work in Lake Biden. They talk about how they can do it using the park and finally become knights. The city explains that if they become knights, then he will no longer be able to serve Clara. Yoshioka knows that this is indeed true when they see it. The next day, Emma stands next to him and asks the girl what happened to the wrinkles on her face. She kneels with one foot and speaks of our hero, asking her to accept her apology for her rude behavior and damaging our hero. She asks her not to do it, very worried because there is no need to apologize for this. They belong to Clara. The servant tries to calm the situation. He asks Emma if she knows Marquis Bellion. The girl says she doesn't know. Unfortunately, there is a knock on the guest door, and they are asked to wait a little longer as they are playing cards. But at that moment, the servant asks the Baron if he will soon receive the guests. The Baron is playing cards with his friends. The Baron's friend reports that this time, Marquis will show who will win tonight, like the Black Horse. Hearing this, the servant is surprised that these people are at the table gambling on land and watching their horse game. The Baron wins again. The servant looks at him again and says if he remembers correctly. Count introduced himself and the servant confirmed it. So, if he wanted to see his belongings, obviously the Baron knew that the man had recommended it. In the end, he wanted to take a look and give him the joy of entertainment among these vibrant games.